And here it is. We go again. Roll up, ladies and gentlemen. One man went to mow. Here it is. We go again. Here I am again. Hope you're there. The session starts. Your company pardon me. I've been carrying this cough for so long. I'm not quite sure. Maybe I might well have to call my GP. So the session commences and your company is required. So that thing that happens every single day. The installment for today, righteousness being fulfilled. Fulfill that righteousness from your end. One man went to mow. The eagle has landed.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 holy. He's another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 holy. He's another Savior. Holy, 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 holy. He's another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa. Yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwanam no. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo. Manemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 holy. It's another Savior. He's another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 holy. He's another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 holy. He's another Savior. Holy, 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 holy. He's another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa. Yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwanam no. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo.
And there it is right there, the Holy Holy song from the eastern parts. The Holy Holy song from the eastern parts. So Holy Holy, as guys, I bring you this. Dambazau and I were asked to announce military coup, removing Jonathan from office. General Kuka Shika Usman. So General Kuka Shika Usman, that's the person making the headline. So a lot of people were saying that Goodluck Jonathan did not show a lot of bravery during his tenure, but he was very much hamstrung. And throughout his tenure, by the way, his life was always at risk because these people were looking for opportunities just to kill him and take over the country. And it looks as though those concerns were real. Dambazau and I were asked to announce military coup removing Jonathan from office. General Kuka Shika Usman. So quite what played out there and what confessions coming out, we'll find out shortly. Peter Obi blows hot, accuses APC PDP of launching car money campaign against him. So this idea of trying to be above the fray, like as though he's walking on thin air, like he's some sort of messiah. So that's messianic sort of a tonality of Peter Obi. We all knew that he couldn't not really sustain, and it looks as though the pricking at him is starting to prod into him. He's starting to feel the weight of the politics, and he cries out. Peter Obi blows hot, accuses APC PDP of launching car money campaign against him. So quite what the outburst is, we find out shortly. Analysis shows 2023 elections is three-horse race, but Tinubu will win. But Abi Amila are making the headline, so you would say, of course, that he would say Tinubu would win. But then what is he predicating that upon? What permutations leads him to that assertion? Analysis shows 2023 election is three-horse race, but Tinubu will win. The Speaker of the House of Representatives, Femi Gbajabiamila. Nigerian government malls, or is it malls, depending on how you're choosing to pronounce it. But let me say consider. Nigerian government considers national summit on removal of petroleum subsidy. So this petroleum subsidy space is something that needs to be tackled head on once and for all. And the only real pathway that can ease that off is Dangote coming upstream, of course, but he's too busy round tripping dollars. So it looks as though then the Nigerian long sovereign population are about to suffer twice as much as they have been already. Nigerian government molds national summit on removal of petroleum subsidy. So we're back with that petroleum subsidy again, and what calculations is in play, we'll find out shortly. So prostitution, Nigerian style, and male prostitution in this instance. 2023, why I am supporting Tinubu. No prices for guessing. Femi Fani-Kayode, of course. So we've seen Fani-Kayode in his journey through the history of the Nigerian political landscape. Started PDP, went APC, back to PDP, now with APC. But where is he now? Nobody knows. I think it's part of the. I'm not actually sure where he is. But certainly he's championing Tinubu in this instance. I remember when it was the Nnamdi Kanu, when he was with the Nnamdi Kanu space briefly. So wherever the dollar is, that is where you find Femi, of course. 2023, why I'm supporting Tinubu, Fani-Kayode. So is that an ethnic tone that is about to present, or is there more logic to it? So we're deviating from politics in this instance to happenstances, to goings-ons within the Edo space. You know that they're somewhat fetish within the Edo space. We've always known that, but their extreme fetish in Edo, I think that's probably the most fetishistic space within the Nigerian space. So their fetishism now, and this is how it manifests. This actually, I'm bringing you this because this is actually something that somewhat headlines in the British Guardian. So the British Guardian, so this is how widespread this has gone. Police in Nigeria find 20 mummified bodies in suspected ritual shrine. So this is it now, right there. What we know the Edo for is international disgrace. It's either mummified bodies being found somewhere, or their cultism playing out in Dubai, or drug trafficking in India. This is what we know they're those for, and they are true to type in this instance again. Police in Nigeria find 20 mummified bodies in suspected ritual shrine. So we explore that, nothing to do with politics, of course, but this when you travel internationally and you're a black person, the first question that the immigration person is going to ask you as you try to enter into whichever country you're going to is if you are Nigerian or not. This is the international experience of the black traveler. And the reason why they want to know if you're Nigerian or not is to know how to treat you. And this, of course, predicated upon those sort of headlines. So moving swiftly on, E-naira records 200,000 users, 4 billion transactions value. So this is a Emefiele. This E-naira space is something that I want to pay particular attention to. I might well even buy some of it for the purposes of just having a foot in there. Because the E-naira space is some form of quasi-cryptocurrency. It's a digitalized space, but not the cryptocurrency in the understanding that we have it. It's some sort of paperless money platform. Is essentially what you want to view it as. So if it facilitates for a crypto-like wallet, which then precludes you having to carry cash, and if you can digitally use it in transactions, then that removes the necessity for real formal banking for a lot of people. The uptake in that space, it looks as though, is growing somewhat. E-naira records 200,000 users, 4 billion transactions value. Emefiele giving us the data. So quite what we're making of data, we find out shortly. APC PDP responsible for fake news, not obedience. Peter Obi now under the cosh and is starting, like I said, to feel the weight of the pressure of politics. So let me see. I've got 3 more headlines, but I think that might well be sufficient enough just to. So we kick it off with those. We'll kick it off with those headlines. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocol, click on the like button. We had quite an impressive clicks of like buttons yesterday. So let's keep that momentum. If it doesn't essentially offend you to click on the like button, then just click on it for reasons that it helps the platform's algorithm. So click on the like button, and then having clicked on the like button, if you notice that you're not subscribed, click on that as well. So you've fulfilled all righteousness. You've clicked on like, and then you've clicked on subscribe. So you've fulfilled your contract to the platform, and then you can just relax into the session. But if you really want to participate in the session, you can click on this hyperlink that I'm sending to the comment section now. It says StreamYard. So if you click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard, I'll highlight it on the screen. If you click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard, it will bring you into a studio space. As soon as I've finished reading out the body of the talking points, I'll let you onto the screen and engage you in a conversation around the talking point. So it's an open microphone session, and the open microphone, the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So there it is right there. Click on like as a matter of obligation. Click on subscribe if you haven't done that already. And at your discretion, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard if you want to come have a chat on the screens. So as we said about that, as we said about the clickings, let me provide you a little bit of a musical backdrop. Your calabash to the ready with joy. Okay, guys.
Only water, where they see my water. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé ṣọ́dí àkẹ́kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Chief Wẹ́lá jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonama ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
All right, so there it is. Ikukoniru Agbeshe, may death have nothing to do with us. You already know what that prayer means. Ikukoniru Agbeshe. So, Ikukoniru Agbeshe, as guys, I bring you this. Dambazau and I were asked to announce military coup removing Jonathan from office. General Kukashika Usman. So there it is right there. So you now see now some of the reasons why Goodluck Jonathan was somewhat treading carefully. He was surrounded by enemies, of course, all pointing guns at him. A retired Nigerian army general has admitted knowledge of an attempted coup d'etat to overthrow President Goodluck Jonathan in 2010, a disclosure that underscored the spectre of a brutal power play that loomed over the country's first president from a minority ethnic group. Kusheka Usman, a brigadier general who served for years as army spokesman until his voluntary retirement in 2019, said he was part of a closed group of officers who worked with the then Chief of Army Staff, Abdul Rahman Dambazau, to manage the violent overthrow that was brewing amongst the military top brass. When we visited 44 Reference Hospital, Kaduna, people were asking, when is the announcement going to be made about taking over the government? I am so happy General Akinyemi, the GOC 3rd Armored Division, is still alive. You can ask him. Mr. Uman said, whilst, let me take this entirely all over again. I just don't like the flow of it. Apologies. A retired Nigerian Army general has admitted knowledge of an attempted coup d'etat to overthrow President Goodluck Jonathan in 2010, a disclosure that underscored the spectre of a brutal power play that loomed over the country's first president from a minority ethnic group. Kisheka Usman, a brigadier general who served for years as Army spokesperson until his voluntary retirement in 2019, said he was part of a closed group of officers who worked with the then Chief of Army Staff, Abdurrahman Dambazau, to manage the violent overthrow that was brewing amongst military top brass. When we visited 44 Reference Hospital, Kaduna, people were asking, when is the announcement going to be made about taking over the government? I am so happy General Akinyemi, the GOC 3rd Armored Division, is still alive. You can ask him. Mr. Usman said while speaking at the 2022 Blueprint newspaper annual public lectures and impact awards on Tuesday in Abuja. Mr. Uman said Mr. Dambazau did not execute the coup, largely due to his so-called patriotism and entreaties of foreign diplomats. The international community showed concern to the extent that they had to meet with him, where he promised that he would not take over the government, Mr. Usman said. He said some politicians were also involved in the defunct coup moves, which had reached an advanced stage that only a phone call from Mr. Dambazau would have been enough to set things in motion. A simple phone call to him, General Akiyemi, to roll out the tanks, and General Dambazau would have been head of state, but he resisted that temptation. The retired brigadier general claimed, Mr. Akiyemi, a retired major general, led the Armored Division in Jos for several years. I am saying this with every sense of responsibility because at that time, the same group of politicians were the ones lobbying him to take over government unconstitutionally. We have the records. And when he started writing his memoirs, with due respect to him, I told him that he had to mention the names of the individuals so that posterity will remember them for who they are, Mr. Usman added. But despite publicly asserting direct knowledge of the coup attempts, Mr. Usman did not clarify whether or not Mr. Jonathan was briefed about it or how the matter was handled. He was also silent on how the officers who prepared the purported coup and demanded a timeline of an announcement were treated, indicating Mr. Dambazau and the larger military leadership at the time might have shielded the officers from treason charges. Discussing a coup is a criminal offense that should ordinarily attract a court-martial, as it is considered a grave threat to national security. Whereas Mr. Usman claimed Mr. Dambazau had respect for the Nigerian constitution and its democratic underpinnings, the former chief of army staff was widely known to be dismissive of the former president. In 2010, Mr. Dambazau deployed Nigerian troops across Abuja and shut down the capital city. In 2010, Mr. Dambazau deployed Nigerian troops across Abuja and shut down the capital city's only international airport without informing Mr. Jonathan, who was the acting president at the time. Mr. Dambazau took the action to secretly bring an ailing President Umar Yar'Adua into the country. Mr. Yar'Adua died a few days later on May the 5th, 2010, and Mr. Jonathan fired Mr. Dambazau in September 2010, months after he asserted full control of power. A spokesman for Mr. Jonathan did not return a request seeking comments about whether or not the president was aware of an attempt to overthrow his government. Mr. Jonathan's succession of Mr. Yar'Adua in 2010 and his subsequent election the following year for a 4-year term marked key historical moments for Nigeria's democratic experience. He was the first president out of Ijaw, an ethnic minority in Nigeria's oil-rich south. He was widely pilloried as an Ijaw Christian president by the opposition, and his government was preoccupied with the Boko Haram insurgency consuming the northern Muslim regions of the country. In 2015, Mr. Jonathan lost to Mohamed Buhari, a military dictator who had joined forces with some elements that promised to make the country ungovernable for Mr. Jonathan. Mr. Jonathan, who repeatedly alleged a gang up against his leadership, said he immediately ceded defeat to Mr. Buhari to avoid an outbreak of violence. Hundreds of Nigerians were killed in 2011 when Mr. Buhari failed to concede defeat to Mr. Jonathan and rejected calls to pacify his irate supporters on a nationwide rampage. The Boko Haram insurgents had also named Mr. Buhari as an emissary for peace talks with the government in 2012, which collapsed abruptly as the insurgents ramped up bombing of government and private facilities. The sect had been responsible for about 35,000 civilian and law enforcement deaths and displaced over 150,000 civilians as of 2019, when its deadly campaign reached 10 years. Mr. Buhari denied any ties to Boko Haram, and the insurgents has continued 7 years into his administration. Mr. Dambazau joined Mr. Buhari's campaign in 2014 and was named the cabinet minister in charge of internal affairs when Mr. Buhari formed his government in 2015, serving until the end of Mr. Buhari's first term in 2019. Mr. Usman did not return a request seeking comments about his role in the purported coup. A phone number for Mr. Akinyemi did not connect, whilst Mr. Dambazau did not return calls seeking comments about how he remembered Mr. Usman's characterization of the coup affairs. Found in a similar situation in 2017, erstwhile Chief of Army Staff to Burutai had managed the situation differently. He ramped up security measures amidst heightened rumors of a military takeover, racing to the presidential villa to emphasize the military's allegiance to Vice President Yemi Osinbajo, who was exercising presidential powers for the then hospitalized Mr. Buhari. An army spokesman did not return a request seeking comments about whether the current military leadership would investigate Mr. Usman's disclosure. So there it is right there. Enemies and everywhere. To a large extent, Goodluck Jonathan was actually a hostage in that administration. He was a hostage in that administration, and just how much of a hostage he is just enraptured. Is pretty much captured by this narrative, by this brigadier general. So there it is, right there. they would have just done away with him, because they don't take any prisoners when they do this coup. So it would have been R.I.P. Goodluck Jonathan. Peter Obi blows hot, accuses APC PDP of launching cow money campaign against him. The presidential, hold on, let me adjust my, The presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, has accused the APC and PDP of launching campaign of cow money against him and his party. Obi, in a series of tweets on Thursday, said it had become evident that the opposition parties had adopted negative strategy of trolling and insinuating fake news and misinformation in the social media space and blaming him and his party. He said he and his party remained resolute to their commitment to an issue-based and clean campaign. Obi added that he would also rebuff all such ploys of deceit and calumny meant to create disaffection amongst Nigeria's voting population. He tweeted, "As we approach the official kickoff of the 2023 election campaign, it has become evident that the oppositions have adopted a negative strategy of trolling and insinuating fake news and misinformation in the social media space and blaming the Labour Party, its presidential candidate, and their supporters of same. We remain resolute in our commitment to an issue-based and clean campaign. We also rebuff all such ploys of deceit and calumny meant to create disaffection amongst Nigeria's voting population who desire credible leadership change." So there it is right there. That is obfuscation at its highest. This is, I'm not quite sure, but he's somewhat reversing what his people do to then blame it on others who his people are vesting their doings on. So that's somewhat the convoluted technique now. So yeah, I don't quite know what's in play there, but I'm not quite sure if that classifies as clever or not. So his supporters go out and do all this fake news that the Ghanaian president is endorsing him and Tinubu is taking 50 billion a month from Lagos and all these wild things that they tell us. And then he reverses that it is actually the you see, it's just ludicrous, isn't it? So from that ludicrousness to this ridiculousness. So from the sublime to the ridiculous. Pardon me, a sip of water, I think. So from the sublime to the ridiculous. Analysis show 2023 elections is 3-horse race, but Tinubu will win. But Dabia Miller are giving us this analysis. Speaker of the Federal House of Representatives, Femi Gbadagbiamila, has predicted victory for Bola Tinubu, his party's presidential candidate, in the 2023 election. Speaking with party faithful at his Surulere, Lagos base on Friday, Mr. Gbadagbiamila said, though the throes of data and analysis at his disposal shows next year's presidential election will be a three-horse race. Mr. Tinubu of the ruling APC will emerge winner based on his antecedents. From all indications, there are three main candidates for the election. We know the records of everyone. We know what they did, and we know what they did not do. Two of the former governors, two were former governors, and we know the one whose records are enduring, and we know how the other people performed whilst in office. But one thing is a fact, there is none out there of the three candidates that has the records of Tinubu. He is the best of them all, and I don't have any doubt in my mind that he will win come 2023, he boasted. The speaker charged party members to work assiduously to deliver the former Lagos State governor and all the candidates sponsored by the All Progressive Congress at the polls. Next year's election is going to be an important one in our nation, and we all need to make the right decision, he said. Mr. Gbajabiamila was in the entourage of Mr. Tinubu that visited former President Olusegun Obasanjo in Abeokuta on Wednesday. He said the outcome of the consultation indicated that the APC candidate was on his way to victory. Obasanjo spoke at length, and we were all happy. He embraced our candidate like a brother, gave him a pat on the back, and prayed for him copiously, he said. Masters Obasanjo and Tinubu, though from the same ethnic Yoruba stock, have harbored long-standing political animosity towards each other. So there it is right there. Not sufficient enough of a substance. I thought it was coming with a bit more weight. But the conclusion that he has is that, well, it's not really a conclusion. We all know that it's a three-horse race. We are somewhat now having to add Peter Obi to the narrative, at least for as long as that momentum sustains. So as it stands at the moment, a three-horse race, and he's saying the record of Tinubu then is going to be what tips him over the finishing line. So as they start to present the records to match up against each other, then we get a clearer picture as to the direction we're traveling. Nigerian government considers national summit on removal of petroleum subsidy. So this is the one area that needs to be tackled one way or the other. The Minister of Finance and National Planning, Zainab Ahmed, has said the Federal Executive Council (FEC) has given approval for a planned summit of the government, leadership of all political parties and relevant groups to discuss and agree on the removal of petroleum subsidy. Mrs. Ahmed disclosed this on Thursday when she appeared before the House of Representatives Ad Hoc Committee investigating Premium Motor Spirit PMS subsidy. She also said the government is planning to spend 3.35 trillion on subsidy in 2023, which will last until June of that year. Mrs. Ahmed said the idea of a national forum to take a decision on petroleum subsidy was suggested by the leadership of the National Assembly, and the arrangement for the forum is underway. The minister said the federal government is spending 18.6 billion daily on PMS, and that it spent 6.2 trillion on subsidy between 2013 and 2021. A whopping 3.35 trillion, she said, would be spent in the first. Pardon me, listen to these figures again. The minister said the federal government spent 18.6 billion naira daily on PMS. So that's one. So that's staggering enough. And that it spent 6.2 trillion on subsidy between 2013 and 2021. So that's between 2013 and 2021. So they spent 6.2 trillion. This is what she said. But now listen to this. A whopping 3.35 trillion, she said, will be spent in the first 6 months of next year. So how can that be? How can they spend 6.2 trillion naira from 2013 to 2021, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21? That's about 8 years. So they spent 6.2 trillion according to them, which already, that's just, they stole 6. So how can 6.2 trillion be for 8 years, and then 3.35 trillion be for 6 months? So this is just the thing. We had a similar conversation yesterday that they simply announce these figures and then they just steal the money, because that doesn't just cohere with the data that obtains. Let me take those 2 paragraphs again, just so you're clear on what's being said. The minister said the federal government is spending 18.6 billion daily on PMS, and that it spent 6.2 trillion on subsidy between 2013 to 2021. A whopping 3.35 trillion, she said, will be spent in the first 6 months of next year. So this is the pension plan of these people now. As we already said, they'll be stealing hand over fist as they are leaving government, and they want to loot everything dry before they leave. When we engaged with the leadership of the parliament, they recommended a national stakeholder forum that will bring all major stakeholders together, including all political parties' leaders. We reported that at the Federal Executive Council, and we got approval that it should be arranged, and the government is looking at that. There is a need to have this as a national discussion. If we all as a nation agree that this PMS subsidy should go, then we all agree that it should go. It is not the president alone that is deciding. It is not the Ministry of Finance that is suggesting. I hope this is done very soon, that we take that decision, she said. Mrs. Ahmed said the consensus at the current subsidy regime, Mrs. Ahmed said that the consensus is that the current subsidy regime is not sustainable. According to the minister, the arbitrage between the price in Nigeria and other neighboring countries is responsible for the high volume of PMS consumed in Nigeria. She said the government is equally concerned about the 64 million liters consumed daily by the I cannot for the life of me imagine that 64 million liters of petrol is consumed by daily in Nigeria. Because what is the volume? The concentration of vehicles are essentially in places like Lagos. Outside of Lagos, there's just a Spartan use of vehicles right across the board. And then you have generators as well. And then you have industry. I cannot see 64 million liters. So, of course, a lot of that is just taken to foreign neighboring countries like Niger Republic and Togo, etc. There is no way. Imagine that Nigerians are consuming 64 million liters of petroleum daily. That's a categorical lie. The subsidy in the past has been investigated in the past by various bodies and groups, including the National Assembly, including the executive. There have been several reports, and each of these reports has recommended that this subsidy regime is not beneficial and we should exit it. We are still holding on to it with all the deficiencies the subsidy regime carries. We have been making provision for PMS subsidy in the budget. We have taken it up over and over at FAC. There are instances when what is provided in the budget is exceeded because the circumstances are continuously changing. What is expected exceeds what is appropriated. NNPC insist that they have a responsibility as the last resort and deducting from the revenue they generated, she stated. The chairman of the committee, Ibrahim Aliyu, APC Sokoto, however, faulted the daily. Thank you. I hadn't read this, of course, but it's just too fantastic. 64. So this is what they do in Nigeria. They just throw out all these abstract figures, and having them giving you the abstract figures, they steal what is commensurate with that figure, and that is the end of that space. There is no way that Nigerians are 64. How much, I'll be curious to see how much liter of petrol they actually consume in Germany. For Nigeria to be consuming 64 liters of petrol, 64 million liters of petrol daily. So it's just it's a real travesty, a real travesty. The chairman of the committee, Ibrahim Aliyu, APC Sokoto, however, faulted the daily consumption figure given by the minister, describing it as overblown. If we look at average daily truck out of, if we look at average daily truck out of 64 million liters in 2012, there was a report, and total consumption was put at 31 million. It is very difficult to have 100% increase within 10 years. So it's just abstract figures, isn't it? If we are using a 42,000 liter capacity truck, if you divide it by 64 million, you will arrive at 1,547 trucks daily. And if you take an average, simple division by 37 states, you have 41 trucks given to each state daily. The point, when you are talking of daily consumption, Monday to Monday, no public holiday. In fact, during COVID, the consumption rate remains the same. I wonder how the minister can accept this kind of figure. And that's the Minister of Finance, by the way, a semi-literate, whatever. If you look at the subsidy itself, is it for the common man? This subsidy is for the elite, not for the common man. This figure is overblown, and I feel that the ministry should have done due diligence to be able to arrive at a relative acceptable consumption rate, he said. In January 2012, former President Goodluck Jonathan announced the removal of subsidy. The announcement prompted protests across the country until the government was forced to reverse its decision. Leaders of the APC, who were then in different opposition parties, including the defunct Action Congress of Nigeria, Congress for Progressive Change, that should say, All Nigeria People's Party, and All Progressives Grand Alliance protested against the plan. The House of Representatives also opposed the removal of the subsidy at the time. It held an emergency session, which was convened on a Sunday, and subsequently denied the Jonathan administration crucial support on the touchy policy. It called for the reversal of petrol retail price to the initial 65 naira per liter. Following the protest that lasted some days, Jonathan was forced to reverse the decision. In 2020, during the COVID lockdown, the group managing director of Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation (NNPC), Mele Kyari, announced that the government had removed subsidy. However, with the spike in the price of crude oil, the government continued with the PMS subsidy. In November 2021, the federal government announced its plan to remove fuel subsidy and replace it with a monthly 5,000 transport grant for poor Nigerians. The Nigerian Labour Congress, in response, fixed January the 27th and February the 2nd for protest across 36 states against subsidy removal. Again, the government reversed itself on removing subsidy. So there it is right there. And there is absolutely categorically even no subsidy being paid. That is the real travesty of it all. No subsidy being paid. That's just the thing. So on to the next, and on to this, and on to the prostitution within the Nigerian political space. Why I am supporting Tinubu Afanikayode. A chieftain of the All Progressives Congress APC, Femi Fanikayode, has explained the rationale behind his support for the APC presidential candidate Asiwaju Bola Tinubu. Fani Kayode, who spoke in an interview on Politics Today on Channels Television, stated that his choice was informed by personal conviction and national cohesion. He said, "My choice to speak for APC and Tinubu has nothing to do with morals. It is a question of choice. It is my choice. When I was in the PDP, I fought against those that were against my party. Now I am no longer in the PDP. I am in the APC. I will fight against those that are against my party. This is my nature, and I make these choices based on conviction and based on courage. The most important thing, the greatest danger to national unity and cohesion, as far as I'm concerned, is a situation whereby power does not shift to the south after 8 years of Hausa Fulani man ruling the country," he added. Fani Kayode has been a staunch defender of the same fate ticket of the party, insisting on the choice of Tinubu ahead of 2023. The APC chieftain, who noted that no real Christian would be pleased with such selection, said he had prayed about the matter, adding that there was nothing wrong with Tinubu Kashima ticket. Recall that Fani Kayode in previous years was known to be critical of the APC and Tinubu, accusing the ruling party of plotting to Islamize the country. But the former minister has said he was only against APC because he was in the opposition PDP. Fani Kayode noted that since he joined APC, many things have changed, and that even the issue of Fulanization has been laid to rest by the virtue of Tinubu's emergence as the APC presidential flag bearer. The APC chieftain also defended Shettima, the vice presidential candidate of the APC, saying that the former Borno state governor had built more churches in Borno than any other governor. He said, and the APC has come up with a southern candidate, and that is the most important thing. Now the choices that the southern candidate makes are the choices he's comfortable with. Obviously, there are issues with the same faith ticket. There are issues with that. Any Christian that will tell you he's particularly happy with that, then seriously speaking, cannot be a real Christian, he added. So that's Femi Fani-Kayode, of course, are continuing to prostitute himself. So we're leaving politics for a moment, and we're going to fetishism. So fetishism, of course, and you immediately think of Edo people. Police in Nigeria, and this is from the British Guardian, by the way. Police in Nigeria find 20 mummified bodies in suspected ritual shrine. Police in Nigeria have discovered 20 mummified bodies, including those of children, in a building in Benin City in a case that has shocked the country. 3 suspects were arrested during the raid in southern Nigeria. Jennifer Ewigu, the police spokesperson, said in a statement late Wednesday. Armed police officers raided the building in Benin City, the capital of Edo State, acting on intelligence that it was a suspected ritual shrine, she said. 15 mummified male corpses, 3 mummified female corpses, and 2 mummified children corpses were discovered at the scene, just 3 miles from the city center, said Iwebu. Nigeria's security forces have in the past uncovered such shrines used by ritualists and kidnappers, but the latest discovery is one of the most shocking in recent years, considering the numbers of victims. Many residents arriving at the building expressing horror over what seemed to have been an operation hidden away from the eyes of even nearby neighbors. Let me take that again. Many residents arrived at the building expressing horror over what seemed to have been an operation hidden away from the eyes of even nearby neighbors. It is not immediately clear how long the bodies had been in the building. and the suspects were being interrogated, the police said. All three were young men, and a police medical team was part of the investigation, Iwigu said. An intensive effort is ongoing to arrest the other fleeing suspect, she added. So there it is right there. So there it is right there, and there it is right there. So that of course is money related. It is always money related, and the things that Nigerians do and can do for money, it makes your blood curl. So blood curling stuff. But then of course, this is this is how we've always understood that Edo space, just such a fetishistic bunch of people. Uh, E-naira records 200,000 users, 4 billion naira transaction values, transactions value, MFLA. So this is a space that I'm especially interested in. The Central Bank of Nigeria (CBN) digital currency e-naira has recorded 200,000 volumes and 4 billion naira value of transactions since its inauguration in 2021. Godwin Emefiele, the central bank governor, said this on Thursday in Abuja at the grand finale of the E-naira hackathon. The news agency of Nigeria reports that the hackathon is CBN's collaborative initiative with the African FinTech Foundry, AFF. It is aimed at bringing together teams of talented entrepreneurs, developers, designers, solution developers, problem solvers, and code magicians from Africa to develop innovative solutions for improved adaptation of the e-naira. The competition was part of efforts by the CBN to drive financial inclusion, facilitate macroeconomic growth, and integrate the Nigerian economy into the world-leading economies through innovation and cutting-edge emerging technology. News Agency of Nigeria also recalls that the e-naira was inaugurated on October the 25th, 2021 by President Mohamed Buhari, making Nigeria the first African country to launch a central bank digital currency. Mr. Emefiele said since its inauguration, e-naira has reached 840,000 downloads with about 270,000 active wallets comprising more than 252,000 consumer wallets and 17,000 merchant wallets. According to him, the digital currency will enhance financial inclusion, support poverty reduction, enable direct welfare disbursements to citizens, support a resilient payment ecosystem, and improve availability and usability of central bank money. The e-naira will also facilitate diaspora remittances, reduce the cost of processing cash, and also reduce cost and improve efficiency of cross-border payments, he said. The Apex Bank governor, however, said that the e-naira was the same naira with far more possibilities. The e-naira will make a significant positive difference to Nigeria and Nigerians. It was also developed to provide Nigerians with a cheap, safe, and trusted means of payment. It is unlike the offline payment channels like agent network, USSD, wearables, cards, and near-field communication technology. The e-naira would give access to financial services to underserved, not undeserved, but underserved. The e-naira will give financial services to underserved and unbanked segments of the population. He said that innovative products and services built on the e-naira would enhance Nigeria's participation in the digital economy and promote further development of a burgeoning fintech ecosystem. To achieve these set objectives, the project adopted a phased approach, with the first phase focusing on banked users, whilst the policy objective of the second phase borders around financial inclusion. In addition, the E-naira platform possesses an innovation layer for products and services to be built with the aim of enhancing Nigeria's participation in the digital economy, he said. According to Emefiele, the second phase of the project has begun and is intended to drive financial inclusion by onboarding unbanked and underserved users leveraging offline channels. He said that the CBN was now ready to accommodate unbanked Nigerians in the e-naira platform. Greater success is envisioned for the project, with phase 2 expected to deliver more gains with a target of about 8 million active users based on estimations using the diffusion of innovation model. So on and on it goes, but essentially, so that's the e-naira now fleshing out and taking shape. Okay, so is there any more? Okay, let me give you this one. Bajabiamila Miller reveals what happened during Tinubu's meeting with Obasanjo. The Speaker of the House of Representatives, Femi Bajabiamila Miller, on Thursday revealed the details of the meeting between the presidential candidate of the All Progressives Congress, Bola Tinubu, and former President Olusegun Obasanjo. Correspondents had earlier reported that Tinubu met with Obasanjo on Wednesday in Ogun State to solicit support ahead of the 2023 general elections. But Miller, while speaking at the Surulere local government area APC meeting on Thursday, said they didn't inform many people about the meeting with Obasanjo. According to the speaker, they did not want many people to know about the meeting. He, however, stated that they were surprised to meet a crowd of supporters when they got to Obasanjo's house. The speaker noted that Obasanjo asked Tinubu to pick 3 people, and he would pick 3 people for them to have a closed-door meeting. But Miller, in a statement, said, when we were going to Obasanjo's house, we were 8, including Asiwaju. We did not want many people to know about the meeting, so we were to meet Obasanjo and 5 others from his side. But when we eventually got there, we met something pleasantly shocking. A mammoth crowd of our supporters were at Obasanjo's house waiting for us. So Obasanjo told Asiwaju Tinubu to pick 3 people from his side, and that he would pick 3 from his side to meet behind closed doors. Obasanjo spoke at length, and we were all happy. He embraced our candidate like a brother, gave him a pat on the back, and prayed for him copiously. So there it is right there. Let me see. Is there any more that I want to bring you? Oh, all right. So that should do for now. So now let's come into the room to see who's there to take it on. So Thomas, I see you. Thomas, I see you. Brownberry, I see you. Ovie, I see you. Saki Father, I see you. IPOB of San Diego, I see you. Ice, I see you. And the mighty Ajale Coco, I see you. So good to have you all gentlemen. So let me kick it off then with and Joel of Nashville, I see you too. So good to have you all gentlemen. Let me so can you all remain muted, please? That includes you, IPOB. Oh, all right. Good to have you all, gentlemen. So let me kick it off with you then, IPOB. So let me come straight to you then, because you seem to be somewhat of a new person to the space. So IPOB, let me kick you off then with where we started off. Are you there?
Yes.
All right. I can hear myself in the background, so maybe you want to use a headphone or something so we don't get our feedback too much.
Yes.
Well, let me kick you off with where we started off. This now imagine news that there was a coup actually being plotted, and you only needed a phone call, and we would have had head of state, Dambazau, kicking out Goodluck Jonathan. So what are you then making of this? Is this not treason, and should people not pay a price?
I'm logging in from a desktop. I don't think it's good enough. I may have to go. I'm gonna have to go out and come back in, through my laptop because this is not good.
All right. We wait
Okay.
for you to do. We wait for you
Okay.
to do that. So
Okay.
let me go on from you then, and let me go to Eyes. Let me go to Eyes, and Eyes. Are you ready to go? Are you ready to go, Eyes?
Yeah. One more. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. All right. So to what I was putting to IPOB. So it's not come out then that they had actually plotted a coup to remove Goodluck Jonathan in 2010 to have then a head of state called Dambazau. And it only took the pressure of the international community and the guy not having the brevity to follow it through for that not to happen. So this is treason under any guise. So should heads roll for this?
Yeah, thank you very much, one man. No, in a normal society where we practice, where democracy is being practiced, situation like this, head should roll. We can see what is currently going on in the United States concerning the January 6th in the situations that happened when Trump almost refused to leave office. You can see what happened. His residence was being raided by the FBI because he took stuff home, and people are being prosecuted for that incident that happened in January 6th in the United States. But in our society, things like this happens. Nobody gets sanctioned for it. Nobody gets tried for it. Nobody gets arrested for it. It's like the way Nigeria is running today. It's like there are some people that are bigger than the state in Nigeria.
They are so cocksure. They're actually even boasting about it in the papers that we could have just killed him and taken over government, and we were intending to. They're that confident.
Yeah, that is because the institutions of government in our country has all failed. They've failed. Capital letter failed. Because in situation, you see, when you have, this is why I keep telling people, when people say obedient, bad, articulated, I say, until we stop looking for one man, let us start asking that we create strong institutions so that even when that man is not in office, this institution will always work on behalf of the people of Nigeria. If we just imagine if we have a good, structured, well independent DSS, these people will not be able to come out and say this. They won't, because they know as soon as those comments are being published, all of them will be picked up. They will be arrested and they will be tried. But they understand that they are even bigger than the state. These guys are bigger than the state. So they can come out and say anything. They can come out and do anything. Everybody will just go about their business as if nothing is happening. Those people who have been able to go out of Nigeria, one man won't lie to you. It's like salvation. When you leave Nigeria, you go and live outside Nigeria. It's almost like you've escaped. It's almost like you've escaped
the
death.
torture chamber.
I'm telling you, it's almost like you've escaped death. That is how Nigeria is. Man. I won't lie to you. That is how that country is. It's when you are able to find your way out of Nigeria. It's like there's a big relief on you that thank God I've left that dungeon. So until we as a people, we will have to get to a point whereby we will say no.
When you leave Nigeria, how long does it take you to shake Nigeria out of your system?
Before I even left Nigeria, I already shake it out of my system because I was living in Nigeria. I was in Nigeria, but Nigeria was no longer in me because for me, before I left Nigeria, I already had enough because then there was a time when I was in school. I was in Epoma and Igbinedion just decided to close up the school for less to no reason, because student was rioting. The governor just closed down the school for nearly a year or more than a year. So it was after that I left the country. So in situations like that.
You know why I'm asking that question? Sometimes when people are fresh out of Nigeria, there's still some mannerisms that they have. Like when they are crossing a pedestrian crossing, for instance, and they will running across. Or when they see something cheap in the supermarket, they want to buy all of it, even though it will go bad. There's so many, there's so many Nigerianness that I think it takes a good 6 months for you to shake.
Yeah, one man. You see what you just said. Now, I remember back then, I was living in Warsaw. I don't know if you know where Warsaw is in the UK. Just outskirts of Birmingham.
Yeah.
I had a friend of mine then. This guy was so like, he was so eager to do shopping. He got paid one day, went to the supermarket and just buy. He got home, forgetting that he had bought cat food as amongst his food as well. So I looked at it and I said, yo, this is cat food. The guy, he didn't even know he bought cat food. So I said, he was going to eat this, you know. So that I understand what you're trying to say. Some people get carried away when they just arrive sometimes, you know. But that was a while ago. I'm sure a lot of Nigerians are more aware.
And when you speak to him now, his accent would have changed. You think that it was it was the queen that gave birth to him.
Exactly. So you see the way our society is, one man. We this institution we have to start working on our institution, because we cannot continue like this. It doesn't matter what we do. If things doesn't work institutionally, we're just wasting our time. The reason why these countries that we are now are where they are is because it doesn't matter who you are in this our society. You are in the United Kingdom. You remember when the former minister of environment, the one that was in the Liberal Democrat, that asked his wife to take a speed penalty point for him.
Oh yeah, I recall that. Did the police not arrest him? I think they did.
Yeah, him and his wife later went to jail. Him and his wife later went to jail just for speeding and lying about it. Both of them later went to prison for it. Things like that do not happen in our society. You know, even you arrest somebody, they'll be telling you the name of God. This is devil's work. All of those things. Like for me, I don't know, one man. That country is not like I'm not. If when I go home, if I want to stay 3 weeks, after 2 weeks I get bored, because the people you are around, the kind of word they say, the kind of things they say, you find it difficult to even associate with people.
Do you know why I get bored when I go to Nigeria? It's because I find that I don't know anybody anymore. Everybody that I do know, they're in Europe, America, Canada. You know, everybody of my space, they've all left Nigeria a long time ago. So I don't even know anybody anymore. So I'm just like sightseeing all the time, you know.
Yeah, it's like that. Even in my own case, sometimes it's not even that everybody has left. I still have some people that I grew up with that are still there. But the problem is this: the place where you were born, that you were raised, you are there. Back then, we used to stay out 2 a.m. at night. We still go out, do 1 or 2 things. Now you go home by 6 p.m. They tell you, no, you need to go home, or where are you? They'll be calling you, bros, where are you? You need to come home. They don't dark, they don't dark. Say, what is going on? You can't even move. You can't go out in your own country. So what's the point? So sometimes it's better you just buy your ticket and go to France, or go to Morocco, or go to Turkey, go to one place and go and do your holidays there. And rather you go to somewhere you call your home, and then you can't even go out in the evening. We're not even talking about 10 p.m. We're talking 6 p.m. in the evening, and you're being asked to come home. They are not pampering you like a baby. You know.
All right, guys. Talking about not being able to go home. Certainly, if you are in Edo State, the advice is not even to go there at all. So 20 mummified corpses found in Edo State. So Nigerians are ritualistic, but I think in that Edo, they are peculiarly ritualistic and fetishistic, you know, and you know. What do you make of that? Because this is international news. Where I was reading it from was the British Guardian, and it's all over the media space, all over India, everywhere. 20 mummified figures and the people that they caught around young people that want to blow. So the fetishism in Nigeria, but especially more so within that Edo space, is this something? This is a real concern, Eyes.
Yeah, but that news, to be honest with you, it's I'm kind of surprised about the news, because it used to be like that, like back then. But one man, if you go to Edo State today, especially you go to Benin, I'm not sure you will find churches anywhere in Nigeria or in the world the way you will find churches in Benin. Because back then when we were growing up, you used to see sacrifices on the junctions. In the morning you wake up, you see native pot with eggs, oil, everything inside. But now you don't find them things anymore. So when I heard that news earlier, I was like, what? Are you sure? Because you can enter one street in Benin today, and you find like 6 or 7 churches in one street. So I think, I don't know, maybe there's a part of Edo where that thing actually happened. If it says it's in Benin, then that would be like a surprising news. I haven't heard it from anybody back home, so I don't know where the news actually comes from.
In fact, there's even video clips. I have the video clip, but I cannot play it, of these mummified froggy bodies in the heartland of Benin City. But then this is what we know Benin for, the very, very ritualistic bunch of people.
Yeah, one man, I won't lie to you. It used to be like that then, but now I won't lie to you. I'm trying to even find who is still doing them things in Benin these days, because the number of church, maybe it is the pastors that are doing it these days. Because you can't trust those people. Because I remember back then, there was a pastor that used to come to one of my friends' father. That man was a native doctor. The pastor used to come for him for some ritual work as well. So maybe that is what the pastors are doing these days in Benin. But to say people still practice ritualism in Benin, that's going to be very, very rare, because those people, even me myself, when I go home, you start hearing on Sunday morning, they wake you up with different church music, different church sound, everything around you. Sometimes you yourself, you just feel annoyed. You are home, your tenant will leave the house, and they will be coming home around 3 a.m. coming from all night. These people, they do conventions or whatever they call it on Monday mornings, on Tuesday mornings. So I'm surprised if that thing actually happened in Benin, because the way churches have taken over that place.
If I knew you on Instagram, I will send you the videos. It did happen in Benin. The video is all over social media. But let me take you from that space and take you to the space now. Consideration now being given, a national summit even being called for the removal of the petroleum subsidy. So once upon a time in 2013, 2014, Buhari told us that the petroleum subsidy is a scam. It still is a scam, but the scammer is now Buhari himself. When I was reading it, something especially struck me. They said between 2013 and 2021, they spent 6.2 trillion. They spent 6.2 trillion naira on petroleum subsidy. But between for the 6 months leading into 2023, they are going to spend 3.35 trillion. So they're going to spend over half of what they spent for 8 years in 6 months. So it's a scam. Should it be removed? And should the Nigerian populace just take the pain of it, because they are already taking that pain anyway?
I don't think it should be it should just be removed like that, because if you need to understand that Nigeria, a lot of Nigeria, not just a lot, majority of Nigeria lives in abject poverty, and the price of refined petroleum almost determine the price of other commodities due to transportation of goods and services as well. So for me, I don't think it should be removed. I understand that there's a lot of fraud going on in that system. I'm not saying you cannot remove subsidies, but I think the time to remove it has passed. We have to wait again until we have a crash in crude oil price, because the price of crude oil right now is just too high for you to go and remove subsidies. If you take away subsidies now, it's going to be serious inflation on top of what we currently have now. So for me, I think the best way to do it, and that was one of the mistakes this Buhari government made when they came into power. The price of crude oil crashed at the time. Once the price go down. I remember there was a time in this place where I was buying a liter of diesel for under €1. Even, so that automatically just control the price. When the prices of crude oil drops like that, it automatically control the price of refined petroleum product. But the time now, we as a country, we've missed it. We have to wait, hoping that the price crashed for a long period of time the way it did last time. Then they can use the money to build refineries, so that when the prices go up again, you wouldn't have to worry about subsidies. You will be refining your own product, because I think the mistake they made that time was that they were relying heavily on Dangote. But Dangote now, nobody knows what he is doing with his own refinery now. Since he started selling fertilizers, I think he's been making money from fertilizer. He doesn't even care about petroleum products anymore.
All right. Still within that space, because this information was actually coming out of a ad hoc committee set up by the House of Representatives, and in that space they were telling the committee that Nigerians use 64 million liters of petroleum per day. So in Germany, in 2019, Germany used 2.4 million barrels per day. So are we saying we are consuming more petrol in Nigeria than in Germany? Almost, what, 10 times? The scam is too much within that space. 64 million barrels, 64 million liters of petrol being consumed daily in Nigeria. Does that sound right to you?
No, obviously it doesn't sound right. Obviously, it's not like it doesn't sound right. It's not even right. When you see fraud, you know fraud. Don't forget, this is a country where overwhelming majority of people that drive their vehicle cannot even afford to fill the tank, buy a full tank. So how do you consume that much in a day? If you wanted to just say okay, let us even say for consideration's sake, right? 36 states. Are you telling me that all the states in Nigeria will consume 1 million liters? There are some states in Nigeria where you don't even have up to 50,000 vehicles.
I don't imagine you have up to 50,000 vehicles in Kebbi State. They are all on motorbikes, if anything.
So you're telling me they will consume up to 1 million liters in a day? No, that's not going to happen.
They consume up to 100,000 liters a day.
Exactly. So you know when you know about this thing, when there's fuel scarcity, right, and then they start telling you numbers of tankers that they've sent out. Some go with 8,000, some will go with 15,000, some go with like that. Maybe if you have 20,000, like if you have 20 of that, you're looking maybe around 80,000 liter for some states, around 90,000 liter for some states. So where do you come? How do you, if you then look around 36 states, how do you get to 60-something million liters?
64 million liters per day.
Look, the problem we have.
You know, they should have locked up that person that said that on the spot.
Obviously, I was going to come in the show, your show last night, but I don't know why. I think I was at work. That was what I was saying, where those idiots were switching off light. How do you do that and get away with it? Just switching off electricity in a country, and then you say you're going on strike. I don't like people do things in our country that they should be locked up for, but they just get away with it. You just come up and say 64 million liter. How do you what indices do you use to even come up with that figure in the first place? You know what I'm saying? How do you know
10 years previous, they had submitted data to say which was overblown, which was quadrupled already, that Nigeria was consuming 31 million liters per day. So within 10 years, it has doubled and over the consumption. So these are just abstract figures plucked from thin air. I mean, what's going on?
It is the society, it is the country that we come from. Because for me, it's like, this is why I always say to people that, you see, Nigeria, if you can get yourself out of that country, get yourself a citizenship of another country, it's like an insurance policy. I don't know if you understand. It's like an insurance. Even if you want to go back to Nigeria later, just make sure you have something for rainy day. That is like your insurance, because that country, people. I keep telling.
Please, can I ask one man? Maybe is it maybe with diesel?
Or
even if diesel, with anything. Do you know
even if you have kerosene,
the minister. Sorry, go on. But the committee actually broke it down. It is not even feasible to truck that many liters of petrol on a daily basis. It's not even feasible in terms of. It's just abstract figures.
One man. I said, even if you add kerosene to it as well, not even diesel, add kerosene to it, you still won't go that far. We're talking 64 million liters. I want you to understand one thing. If you have a borehole in your house, you have a 1,500 liter tank in your house. Just see how big that tank is. Imagine you're talking 64 million liters. What do you do with it? So for me, there's a lot of corruption going on in our society. And fuel subsidy, everybody, I keep telling people, I said, if I have the power, I would have made Obi the president, and then fast forward it 8 years. These people that are telling us about Obi today, they will be stoning the man because the society is just a broken one. What we should do, we are not doing it. The people we should hold responsible, we are not holding them responsible. People were protesting that the NSA, National Security Advisor, should resign when the man is only an advisor to the president. They left the president alone. They are asking for an advisor to resign.
But his advice guides the president on security.
Yeah. The president has the right to take his advice or not. So
yeah, but he's not given if because that guy has been in that office for 7 and a bit years, and the country has quadrupled in insecurity. So that tells you that the advice is not fit for. So he's not fit for the job.
Woman, do you know if the man is giving the right advice and the president is not taking it on board?
I'm not sure about that. That doesn't. Yes, would that make sense though?
But so why would it make sense? Was it not the same? Did Obasanjo not say it's your duty to advise me? It's my right to accept it or not? That was what Obasanjo said. He said it's your right to advise me. It's my right to whether we accept your advice or not. So it is the man's position to be an advisor, and if his advices are not working, it is not his duty to resign. It is the duty of the president to fire him. So if you employ somebody and they are not giving you the right tools that you need to succeed, you fire them. It is only in Nigeria where we leave the president and we say people that president employ should resign. One might fit you, will you resign? When you are getting good money, you are getting good packages, everything, you will not resign.
You know, that's been there are two failings of the Buhari administration as far as I can see. Is making the wrong appointments, people that are not fit for position, into positions that is beyond their capacity. That's the first sin. That's the first cardinal sin. But then the second cardinal sin is when these people have demonstrably shown that they don't have the capacity for that position, just keeping them there anyway. You know, we saw that with Borotai. We've seen that, in fact, we've seen that with all of the ministers and all of the functionaries appointed by the guy from Daura.
Here's the truth. APC has failed Nigeria. APC has failed Nigeria. That's a fact. Anybody saying that, I'm sorry for you. APC has failed Nigeria. PDP is better than APC. I'm saying a fact. I'm seeing the picture.
So one man. I'm going to quickly give you a short story. Well, you see, when we were growing up, right? We used to play like local football in our area. So we play the football match. We play football like everyday practice, and we go and play matches with other areas on the weekend. So there's one guy, one of our friends. This guy among all of us. He is one that didn't go to school. He didn't go to school at all. So he could even hardly write his own name. But at the time, he was the person that was coordinating all of these things that we were doing at the time. So even when we donate money for football and for travel and everything, he owed the money. He never spent a penny out of the money. Whenever you ask for the money, he gets the money out. So even when he wants to select the team, there are some people among us that are very close to him, like very close friends to him. But he doesn't care if you are one of his best friends. When he's making selection, he will select those who will win the match for us. So that is what you call leadership. Leadership, sometimes you are born with it. President Muhammadu Buhari does not have it. He doesn't have the right set of leadership characters to lead a nation. I think the mistake people made that they say, oh, he was a disciplinarian, he's a tough man, but they did not look at leadership skills. Does he have a good leadership skills to lead people? And I think that is where the man he has failed woefully when it comes to leadership. When you employ somebody, take tribes out of it, take religion out of it, take everything out of it. Just look at their performance, and if they're not doing well, say, my friend, sorry, I'm not happy with the work that you are doing. There's no hard feeling. Okay, I need to get this thing done. And then you bring somebody else in. It's not hard. Do you remember how, if not Oshibanjo, Daura would have still been the head of the DSS with all this nonsense the man was doing at the time?
You know, it's a first cousin to Buhari, Daura. In fact, it's his uncle by virtue of being. Buhari is older than him, but is Buhari's father's younger brother. So he's somewhat Buhari's uncle. Abakari, his family, it's a friends and family sort of administration.
Yeah, no, but you still have to take performance into consideration. It didn't take Oshibajo anything to sack him. He just went and did that nonsense in the Senate, and Osinbajo just sacked him when Osinbajo was a acting president at the time. So that is what you talk about leadership. When people do wrong, head should roll. Simple as that. Osinbajo did not go and look for the officers who went to mount the National Assembly. He said they are from the DSS. Okay, the head of the DSS must go. And the man, that was it. That is what you are supposed to do.
You know, in a different world, somebody like Buhari will be nothing more than a megad, because there's nothing capacity in terms of what we can see that is higher. It's just, it doesn't have anything more than somebody that will be a megad. But anyway, let's just leave that space, because it's quite a thing, a real spectacle. But let me take you to a space even more spectacular. Femi Fani-Kayode now eulogizing Tinubu. So this once upon a time was a guy that was lampooning Tinubu and telling us that they were going to Fulanize the country. So flip and turn it on around. Fani-Kayode now, another round of dollars come in and his tone changed. Fani-Kayode again, the prostitute of the Nigerian political space.
Yeah, to be honest with you, I watched that interview, and I think there was a bit of honesty in him, and he was a bit honest in that interview, because he said, when I was there, he said, then I was in PDP, and then I have to criticize the party that was against my party, which is true. Now I'm in APC, I still have to criticize the party that was against my party, which is true. That is, for me, I try to be logical when I look at things. I think that in a democratic society, that is how you fight for your own party, right? So he has to. What do you want him to do? To say Tinubu is not good when he's an APC member? So when some people come on television to give an interview, people get hungry. I say, but what did you want them to say? They are a party member. What do you expect? I don't understand one man. If I'm a party member and I go grant interview,
it's just the disingenuity of the man. Eyes, the disingenuity. So he started off with PDP, went to APC, went back to PDP, and on the journey back to APC, he did a pit stop with IPOB when he was with Tinubu, with Nnamdi Kanu, telling us that he was in a private room with Buhari, where he told him that he was going to wipe out all the Igbos. Then he made that journey back from Nnamdi Kanu to APC, and by way of Yaya Bello. So wherever the dollar is, you find this man.
Yeah, but one man, I understand Femi Fani-Kayode, the kind of person he is. Okay, so for me, I'm taking him out of the context as a person. I'm just looking at it political wise. Yes. So I'm just taking the man Femi Fani-Kayode out of it. I'm looking at political wise what they do. This is what all of them look. I don't know if you know Kellyanne Conway. He was the White House. He was very close to Donald Trump during.
The blonde woman. Yeah,
the blonde woman. So if you remember when she said the word and she said alternative fact, okay, she said there are alternative facts. There's nothing like alternative fact. A fact are fact, and if you are lying, you are lying. So this are what politicians do. It's not just synonymous to Nigeria alone. This is what these people do across the world. If you want to go into politics, some level of deception will have to be part of you. So
American politics has become boring since Trump left. Where we used to have Kellyanne Conway, your mouth will just be open. The audacity of the woman when she's just talking you through the most loaded. My God, man, those were glorious times where Trump is like a parallel universe.
You know, the mistake we make in Nigeria is to copy that American system of government. It is one of the most corrupt system of government to practice anywhere in the world. Even people don't understand that even in America, the corruption is even worse than I know that our own people just steal, but when it comes to democratic corruption, it is huge in the United States, and I think we do well.
They don't run a democracy in America. They run an arrangement, the collegiate system. When the person with the majority vote, it doesn't win the election. Because of convoluted, Hillary Clinton got more votes than Donald Trump, but Donald Trump was declared president, and you're telling us that is the will of the people. That's not a democracy.
The party that have got the highest number of votes in the past 5 or 6 elections. I've only been in office twice or 3 times.
You can't verify that statement. You can't verify that statement to me. You can't verify that statement to me.
Which
that
statement?
Donald Trump and
Hillary
Clinton.
Clinton won the majority vote. What do you mean verified? So, Hillary.
One man.
What do you mean? Hillary Clinton won the majority.
No, one man. Please let him finish first. I want to hear what he wants to say.
Abi, what are we? Go on.
No, what I'm saying that what one man saying is not verifiable. It's not factual because it's what would present what I would. The fact that Donald Trump won, that's what we know.
No, you don't understand what one man saying. The American system of government.
I was up all night monitoring the election. Carry on. Explain
no,
it to him, please.
The American system of government does, especially the presidential election, does not give you victory just by majority alone. You win the majority. You win election by the amount of electoral colleges that you win. So what we are trying to say is that you can beat your opponent by 5 million votes.
But
if your opponent has more electoral college votes, he still wins.
Yeah, I get your point. No, I'm actually to one man what he said. I'm not against what you said. I said one man said that Donald Trump didn't win the election, which I told him that it's not factual, that we don't know what happened behind the scene.
Nothing happened behind the scene. My guy, settle down. Because I've just put up the data on my screen as you're talking now. They have a collegiate system within America. So if you win, if I win, if you get 1,000 votes and I get 800, you can still be president based on that their collegiate system, which was what happened with Clinton and Trump. Clinton won the majority; she got more votes. So this is not what do you mean we cannot be certain? It's all.
No, she won by landslide. She won by millions of votes.
But the collegiate system. You know, somebody that is American can explain I can look it up also. But the collegiate system that they have in America, so don't worry now.
One man, you are right.
Yes,
you're right.
Clinton won by millions of votes. If you talk about just the popular vote, Clinton won by millions of votes. It's just
3 million votes to be exact.
Yes. Yeah. So somebody that won by 3 million lost to somebody. So that's not democracy. They don't. America is not a democracy; it's an arrangement.
That's a good definition, one man.
It's a system that they designed during that their stupid slave trade period to give power to some minority state. But what it has done, it has created a divided nation, whereby you start pandering to the left wing or you pander to the right wing. There's no middle ground in their politics anymore. So if you think that you can get 10 electoral college votes just by pandering some conspiracy theories to people in Arkansas or people in Wyoming, that is what you do to get vote. And that was how Trump won. He just sold them a lot of nonsense in those red states, and they just bought it.
The cousin, the inbreeders.
So,
is the
hello, Ice. So we are better off with the clown in the White House today.
What do you mean?
Are we better off with Biden? Are we better off with Biden?
All right.
Even Biden too. The collegiate actually had the final say. Even with Biden, the collegiate. I understand. I understand the electoral college popular vote vote system. I understand that. I'm just saying that he was saying that they gave us Trump, right? So I'm asking. So are we better off with the one we have in the White House today? That's what I'm saying.
I don't live in the United States, but if you ask me,
that's not what we are talking about. Sorry. Oh, I thought you stay in the United States. My brother,
no, I don't live in the United States.
We meet
all
Trump.
These American people now, they too make money.
And my brother, my brother Ice. My brother Ice.
If you ask me, I'll say yes. I'll say yes. The United States is better off today than it was then.
No. It's not. It's not. We are suffering. Look, let me tell you something. Look, let me tell you something. They come up with all these ideas. Look, see, I don't want to go the Democrat. I used to vote Democrat, but there was a reason why I said no more. My daughter came back from school and told me that the teacher was telling her was teaching them about same-sex. Now, my daughter is only 9 years old. Now, these are the things that are happening in the United States today that many of us don't see, even in Disney now.
Yeah, but it
is
starts
about,
with
it is about, it is,
No,
it
that's
is about,
indoctrination.
look,
No,
Obama amplified it, and Biden is amplifying it the more. They are signing bills.
It's even gone beyond Obama. It's even gone beyond Obama.
Joel, it's nothing to do with it. So apologies, but it's nothing to do with Biden. Unfortunately, you know what is going on is we're in a woke space. In the globe right now, globally, we're in a woke space. So it is the woke movement, which is a global movement.
Who is encouraging the woke movement?
No, that's where the world is at the moment.
Globalist ideology.
No. See. No matter whatever thing you're practicing, somebody has to fuel it. Who is fueling it?
Do you know we have about 50 genders now? 50 genders. We only had male and female.
That's what I'm saying. Who is fueling it?
Genders now.
Who is fueling it? The Democratic Party. The Democrats are
bigger than individual. It's bigger than individual. It has nothing to do with the president. It has nothing to do.
Ovie. Look, let me tell you something. Look, if he moves like a dog, quack like a dog, then it must be a dog, right? There are states. Hold on, please. There are states, right? Hold on now. There are states. Can I finish?
Hold on. Let Joel land. And then have your insertion, and then we go back to eyes. Yeah, go on.
You understand me? There are states where these things are practiced. Every blue state. You talk about New York, California, all of them. That is where you have high rates of these activities. Now they are now trying to use the federal government to force it down our throats. That is what we are facing today. You go through the media, they are almost there everywhere. They keep preaching it. So who are those pushing the agenda? It is the Democratic Party.
I wouldn't
they are
say
the ones pushing the agenda.
Let me give you an example, Joel. This was about 4 years ago, so it was under Trump's space. This it happened severally, but this one especially struck me because I caught it on television. Some 12-year-old guy, 12-year-old boy, through this system that you're saying that they're teaching them about genders, he then happened upon the thought that he's a transgender. So the mother then, rather than tell him not to be silly and give him a football and take him to the park and have him kicked and had him kick people, she then facilitated for that and took him through the medical systems, through psychiatry, everything. Did you know that before this guy was 13, they had already done gender realignment operation on him to remove his masculinity and change him in a 12-year-old.
Yes.
Who's just going through a phase. So by the but then do you know what happened about 3 years later? That person, I think it was actually, or she, or whichever gender it is now, was actually interviewed on a British AM TV, and he was now having the second thought that he was just confused at the time that his gender is now actually male. Haven't had bits chopped off and bits pumped in. So that's where we are now.
Woman, you are so right? Those days when we were little, if everybody could remember, we used to put on female clothes and dance like women.
No, that's you. I never did that.
No. Those days,
the power that run America is not in DC.
No.
The power that run America is not in Washington, DC. You need to understand that.
Okay, please. Hold on. Let me just finish, right? So those days, right? When we were little, like babies, we wear our mommy's clothes, wear her geda, everything. We will dance and do all those things. This is our phases we pass in life. You understand what I'm saying? Even in school, those days, in primary school, in secondary school, because I went to boarding school, we put our jollo, we put it to the back. and we are running like that. I say, oh, that is how this girl is running. That's how this girl. You know, we play with all these things. It's a phase in our life. But you know, Wama, you know what's happening today? You know what's happening today? You cannot live. You cannot do anything. You cannot take alcohol below after you're 21. But you can agree to reassign your genital at the age of 10, 11 years old. You have, I don't know if you're,
it's like you just wake up. It's like you just wake up to the reality. This has been going on.
This is where we are now.
No.
This is where we are.
Obviously, you may need to follow the laws. You may need to follow the laws because these laws comes out every day. When you go out and you see them talking
what
about,
I'm saying is that you are just waking up to these laws. This thing has been on the play for decades. It's just coming to the surface.
Let's quickly move from there before YouTube come and smack us.
No problem.
All right, let's get back to Ice there now. Who was wherever you were? I think you were speaking on was it the mummified bodies found in Edo State and their
No, we're going past. Before we go back there, I want to quickly say something, right? You see, you see, when it comes to
we were Fanikayode, yes.
Fanikayode. So I will go back there. So when you see in life, we have to accept sometimes that when our generation, the generation after us will not live the same life that we live. There will have to be some form of evolve. I'm not saying biological evolution, just mind, the evolution of the mind. So you see, I remember when I was growing up, when my auntie used to, when she wear a jean trouser on top of a bike, you see people yelling at them. Oh, they call them all sort of name at that time. But today, women wearing trousers is just normal now. I remember the time whereby when someone is smoking weed, you smoke weed, people used to look at you and say, what kind of, this guy is a criminal. But today you have a lot of countries have legalized weed. So you have a situation whereby society, people will have to make decisions as to how people want to live their life. So when it comes to same-sex education, I think it is, for me, I don't see anything wrong with it. I think it is.
I think the parents should be allowed to have an input as to
I have problems with it. Don't teach my kids what I don't want them.
You should
when
have
they
that
grow.
input. You tell them that you would teach them at home. You don't want them learning.
I don't want them, because whenever they're teaching them, look, even these days, even the cartoons that you see today, they infuse in it.
No, I think we are getting it wrong. The whole point of teaching these things is not for those children to convert. The whole point of teaching it is like for these children to be aware and be sensitive to the plight of people.
Hold on. Ice, you are right. Is to enlighten them as to
it's a form of enlightenment. It's a form of enlightenment.
But Ice, the thing is, when you put this new thought in children's head, they romanticize about it. Because then they start to imagine themselves in those spaces that you've introduced them to. So that's
because by the year 2050, America will be genderless.
Are they teaching them that it's right or against
it will be genderless? So,
Joel, I want to ask a question.
You cannot even refer to people as he or she anymore.
That's what I'm saying. One man, that happens in like the New York, California, those blue states. That is where you see most of them. Right, but down south of the United States, you don't see most of those nonsense. You get
what about Georgia?
But I'm telling you that's going on here. It's going on in France. It's going on in Sweden. It's going on in Australia. So it's the world. It's where we are. It's where we are. This is where we are.
Yeah, somebody's actually pushing it.
One man, you are very correct. This is why I was trying to explain to Joel that even if you try to isolate your own child in the United States, a time will come where these children will grow up. They want to go and experience outside world, and maybe imagine they are in Sweden. And
it's a globalist ideology. It's a globalist ideology.
I don't have problem. See, I don't have problem, right, with you practicing whatever you want to practice. My problem is when you try to force it down on us. Don't force it. Don't teach my kids what I don't want to teach them. when they grow, they will see it. They're not going to be in isolation.
Okay. If your children are not taught that, Joel, and then they happen into the workspace and then they see a cross dresser, how do they negotiate?
No. See,
Joel,
this is my
now you
hold on now. Let me explain something.
What are you doing now, Vay? Let him go.
Hold on now. Let me bring down my point. What I'm saying is this, one man, right? It is not like I do not talk to my kids about it. But when I talk to them about it, I talk to them in form of education. But what happens with this, what normally happens is that whenever these people try to teach this kid, there's an act of coercion. There is a way they make it look so palatable. They make it look so luring. That is my point. So
that's where the problem is.
That is where the problem is. They make them understand that, like my daughter's teacher was telling my daughter that is the best life you can ever live. And I was mad about it. I had to go to the school and let them know that she have to change class.
They are giving these children's concept of male-male relationship with a child in that relationship.
Yes.
So daddy and daddy. So and then they are trying to tell these children that that this is a form of being. Anyway, let's move from that space because I know we'll cross the line once upon it very soon. But
can I make what is going on here? Just in a little sense of please.
Yeah, but you have to be delicate with the wording because
no, I know. Don't worry. Yeah, I know. Yeah. What is going on here? They just passed the law like 3 years ago or 2 years ago about same sex gender, and what is going on here now? Even that the people that voted for the same sex gender, if you ask them, they will say they are not the other side, but what they think is everybody is free to do what they like. One man, what is going on here is terrible. Now they are teaching our kids what Joel says.
You are going too far, but saying it's terrible.
Let me finish, my brother. Now, let somebody speak now. Let some of this speak. You have been speaking, please.
Allow him to finish. Allow him to finish.
No, he just has to be delicate. He has to be delicate with the wording because it's one of the trigger spaces on YouTube.
Yes, so I haven't made any statement.
Land your point and then let's go.
You said it's terrible. You said it's terrible. That's the wrong choice of words.
Teaching them, we are taking out our kids out of that system. Everyone that is Christian or you don't want your kids to be taught in that manner, people are taking their kids to Christian schools so that they will not be teach all those stuff. That is just what I want to contribute, one man. Let's continue.
All right, thank you. So back to you, Ice. It's a very delicate one. We're living in new times and we're constantly having to adjust. Once upon a time, you will react somewhat when you see two same genders walking down the road holding hands. But in this day of now, you won't even notice it anymore because it's so commonplace. Even when they are kissing, you don't notice it, But just 10 years ago, you might not react to them frontally, but you will react in terms of the visuals of it. So we're just living in new times, and it's going to I think this is where we are now. There's no going back. Oh, sorry, Joel, no going back. So this is it now. Once upon a time, it was Adam and Eve. Now it's Adam and Steve. So Adam and Steve, back to you, Ice and Fanika.
Yeah, thank you very much. On the issue of Femi Fanika, like I said to you before, you see, these guys are politicians. Okay, this is what they do, and for me, I'm not surprised. It doesn't surprise me anymore when I see politicians come on national television. Because I don't expect them to do otherwise. It's only when they do otherwise, then I guess then I'm surprised that whoa, but that is norm. That is what you get from them. So I watch a lot of politics, both locally and international. I follow a lot of countries' politics, and I've seen even Western politicians behave in that way as well. Sometimes these people, they are shameless. Have you not seen people coming out to defend Boris Johnson recently? with all the atrocity that the man was committing in office. So these things, it's not just our society only. It's just that Femi Fani-Kayode, his own is just a bit as a person. That is why I said to you earlier that I'm taking him out of it as a person, and I'm just looking at the actions, what politicians do when it comes to times like this, when they are campaigning. These people, they will do anything, they will say anything. They are anything. You see, when it comes to shame, it's not in their dictionary at all. They don't understand what the word shame is. As long as they are going to benefit from it, they will do anything, one man.
All right. Let me take you to the space. A brief commentary on this space. I'm not sure if it's a space that you especially have any thought on or any interest in. E-naira records 200,000 users, 4 billion naira transactions value, Emefiele. So Nigeria is certainly the first in Africa, and I think one of the only 5 countries in the world to have introduced this digital currency space. So this is a space that especially excites me. So all of these monies, because if we evolve that space to the fullness of it, all of these monies that Sadia Farouk is telling us that she's packing naira in Ghana must go and handing 20,000 naira all over the place, they can e-wallet it to recipients, and then it slices into the anyway. What's your reading of that, the e-naira space? Is it something you follow, and do you have any thoughts on the adoption?
When it was first launched, I said, wow, it was a good development at the time, but I was just worried about the implementation, like every other thing we do in Nigeria. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. So I think the fact that for me, they are able the volume of transaction they talk about, for me, is still very low. I don't think they haven't done enough to sell it to Nigerians and others, because as we speak now, we are in a very precarious situation when it comes to our currency, and I think a lot of consumption on the e-naira side would have helped to stabilize the naira in one way or the other.
All right. But it's still very much in its nascent stage. It's still an evolving space. Evolving certainly in the world, even because the world has not even had an adaptation of it yet, but Nigeria certainly are front running that space in Africa, certainly, and one of the front runners in the world. I think this is the direction that the world is going, and Nigeria, curiously, under an element like Buhari, they have introduced this space. So it's something somewhat to get excited by.
It is something to get excited about, but the problem is the implementation. I understand that it's still new. I knew when it was launched at the time, but what I'm trying to say is that the way we implement things in our country, we seems to just put everything out there. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. Like tomorrow we are doing e-naira today. Tomorrow somebody will come in with somebody who can just come up again with another different kind of naira. Somebody can just come up again with another different. All of them will be government policies. So for me, the implementation is what we need to look at very well. And I think if it is properly implemented, it will have a positive effect on the system. But I'm still worried about it. That is why, because if you remember, they came up with BVN. BVN was not enough. They came up, now it's NIN. And Obasanjo did one before where they say national identity card. How many national identity card have we done in Nigeria since 1999? So it is just somebody, after the next year election, another government will come in, and e-naira, don't be surprised when you start hearing another e-naira, another form of e-naira will come up again. When one hasn't even finished, they haven't even finished working on one, they'll come up with another one again. So we just hope that things doesn't happen like that anymore in Nigeria, because the way that country is going, man, is just you see, if you travel Nigeria by road, sometimes if you travel Nigeria by road, you look at that country and then you'll be asking yourself, does God really exist? If God really exists, why is Nigeria like this? A country is so beautiful.
It's beautiful. It is beautiful.
I'm telling you, if you travel through some part of that country, you will see how very, like, you ask yourself, why are we like this? A lot of things that Western people will have to make by themselves, they're just there, given to us by God, nature. And we just mismanage everything. Are you talking about the resources? It is like if you write a Nigerian story in a movie, people will watch it and they will not believe such things can happen in real life. But it's happening in Nigeria today. You know, it's just they say so Nigeria make you doubt God. You know, Nigeria as a country, it makes you to doubt God, whether the existence of God, because you can't understand why people will be giving also.
You know, but people say Nigerians should not be looking to God anymore because God has given you everything that you need more than anybody else. So what else? What's the expectation? Should God give you the wealth? Should God give you the intelligence? He has given you more than anybody else of both. So if you are not then able to use it, then what more do you want God to do?
Yeah, but why is it by coincidence that we just keep having people who don't care about the country, people just run the country aground every time? I don't understand. Is it that okay, God gave us all these things, then he just okay, you guys, you're going to have bad leaders. Then these white people, he didn't give them anything, then he gave them good leaders. Is that maybe that is what he did? I don't know.
No, black people are just dumb. That's the answer. Yeah, black people are just dumb.
But I don't want to believe that is the case, man, because there are a lot of intelligent. Even if you go to
individually there are highly intelligent black people, but as a collective mass, black people are dumb.
I think the right word is that black were a conquered race.
Yeah, I think that is the right word. I think that colonialism still play a lot in our head, man. We still haven't shaking it out of us.
All right. Let me take you to another space, a very brief commentary on this, and then I want to go to Brownberry, who I think might well be leaving us soon. But Dabea Miller speaking to the politics of it all, and he has identified that the politics of 2023 is a three-horse race. So it looks as though they've not been able to shake off the Peter Obi narrative. So they're just tagging him along for as long as the noise is there. But he's saying by his own permutation that who will emerge, the winner will be Tinubu. Because when they get to the campaign phase, everybody will present their credentials and their achievements. And at that space, Tinubu will sail through. So in terms of achievements, Tinubu vastly ahead, both in terms of cranial functioning, documented achievements, thoughts for the future, all of those spaces, vastly and by a clear distance ahead of other candidates. So what are you then making then of Dabea Miller's permutation?
I think it's observations. I know, in my own opinion, let me put it that way, Fred, because the election is going to be determined by Nigerians, not me or Dabea Miller. So Nigerians will vote. But in my own opinion, I think it's not far from the truth. I understand sometimes you keep saying the Obi narrative will fade. I don't think it will fade, but I just don't think it is enough to win a nationwide election like Nigeria. But I think the movement is there. The movement is real. They will get vote. To be honest with you, for me, if it's up to me, I want Obi to get serious number of votes so that these established parties will realize that the people are actually really angry with them. You understand? For me, if Obi can get between 5, 6, 7 million votes, I will be very happy. I won't lie to you. I just don't want a situation where by the time
we know that he's going to get about 3 million, thereabout 3 to 4 million in the southeast. We know that. But where else he'll probably sweep up round about another 500,000 from his Twitter following nationally. So the estimation and all of those to come from the PDP space.
Yeah, for me, if he do that well or even better, I will be happy because these people need to now understand that there's another options for Nigeria because it doesn't make sense. I think these people should be able to be looking at their back. It's not just I'm not happy in APC, I go to PDP. I'm not happy in PDP, I go to APC. People should not tell them that, okay.
Eyes, don't you think for him to win is the best bet? Just because even if he gets 2.5, he doesn't win. So for me, it's some people will say it's not wasted, but for me, it's still wasted. For him to win, that would be the best bet.
Yeah, listen, if he wins, it will be better, but I don't think he has the spread across the country to win. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. I'm just saying that is my own personal opinion. If he wins, it will be better, but I don't think he have that spread. So I would prefer if people can give him as much vote as they can, so that these guys will understand that there's a problem, that the people are actually hungry with them, so that these people can sit up and start to do well by the people. You understand? Because for me, honestly, if he can win, it will be fine. But I just feel like the spread, we have to be honest with ourselves. We have to just be honest. I don't think he's got the spread to win a nationwide election.
I don't think any serious person thinks that as well. But what I am looking to see.
But when you say spread, Obi is the I think is the more popular than all these politicians as we speak now. We're talking about spread. No, to be honest with you, is more popular than all the three candidates that is doing this election. I don't know why you talk about spread. I don't know where you are.
I'm not sure why you are saying that, because Peter Obi trends more in the news cycles, and he's spoken about more within the political space. But one man,
let me ask you, just pick your phone randomly, not in the south. In the north, if you know like a group of people in the north, like a family in the north, call north, these young people, let me just say from 18 downward, if you know maybe from between 20, call those people, call them randomly and verify yourself. They will tell you what I'm telling you.
I don't know anybody of that demography in the north. The only northerner I know is Jafar, and he has already, when I mention Peter Obi, he just laughs. So that tells me what. It's still like it's the same thing like when Obi was saying Kwakwaso is going to win. I mean, it's 18 states in the north. Like I was listening, I was just laughing, man. That's never good. That's not going to happen. Those are fantasies, man. You know what I think will come out of the Obi narrative is the electoral value of the Southeast. So he will be able to document that. So we will see then what the Southeast can do if they move en masse in the political space. So if we look at his numbers, which will be predominantly from the Southeast, then you have to permutate that to bring them into the country, because they show you a voting bloc that can make or mar your career as a politician. So he will establish the voting mass, the electoral value of the Southeast. I think that is really the main outtake of him.
One man, I don't want him to do that. If that is what happened, I will feel disappointed. If he's going to get numbers, I want him to do well in the Southeast. Fine, that is his base. But I want to see good numbers in places like Edo, places like Cross River, places like Benue, places like Niger, and some part of Kwara, Kogi, like those. I know those areas are not.
I don't think that's likely to happen, because it's going to be a hard-fought election. So no vote is going to be allowed to go free. Whichever, and the votes, the least space that votes cannot be manipulated against Obi is in the Southeast. So that's where he will document. But any space outside of the Southeast, when all of their power brokers, all of their influence within that state are telling them to move in one direction, they're not going to be swept up. When it comes to the brass tacks, they will go with tradition. They will go with what they know.
Sorry, one man. Obi has a colleague in Kenya. Obi has a colleague in Kenya. Obi has a colleague in Kenya. Go study the election. After how many votes the guy get?
Kenya.
His colleague in Kenya.
You see that political power you're talking about? It only happened in the north. It doesn't happen in the south. I don't know why, but it doesn't happen in the south.
Or your state
one man.
Everybody has a patriarch in their politics. Every single state.
You see, for me,
I'm telling you, it doesn't happen in the south.
You're telling me. Every state has its patriarch now. The patriarch of Ondo State is you have about 2-3 names that are the patriarchs. Akeredolu and the rest of those bodies. The patriarch in Lagos State, without Tinubu, in Edo State, Oshomole, Ezeyamu, and Obaseki.
Now, when they mention, they will dance to their tune. Is it what you're saying? Against their wish?
It's not against their wish. They all right. Okay, go with what you want to believe in, but I'm going with what I see as the reality of it.
What I'm telling you,
What
you say that happened in the north, I can agree with you.
Wishful
It will
thinking.
happen in the north.
You are doing it's wishful thinking.
One man is not wishful thinking. I'm telling you that in the south, it's going to be hard, but in the north, they have their way. You know why? Because in the south, we are well educated and very sound.
No,
so
we are not well educated. We have an educated minority. The majority, anywhere in the south, River State, or which state is it from? That's the least educated state in Nigeria. So I'm not quite sure why you keep saying we're educated. We have
educated while Buhari people are controlling the country. So who is more educated?
Educated. What percentage of the south is educated? I'll be surprised if it's 15%.
One man. You see, what a lot of us don't understand is this. What a lot of us don't understand is that you see these people that are voting, a lot of them, whether you want to believe it or not, they still have affiliation to these parties. A lot of these guys, because if you remember, when Akpabio left PDP for APC, did he not lose his senatorial seat? Seat? He lost because the people in that state, it's like PDP is in their blood. So if you tell me that PDP is going to lose in Akwa Ibom State, my brother, I don't know. I'll find that very hard to believe. So that is how I make my own focus. And
it's just wishful thinking, isn't it?
When I said I kind of align with what Gbajabiamila Miller is saying, is that for me, from about a few months ago, I've already given Tinubu about 10 states, right? Which is the 6th state in the southwest: Kogi, Kwara, Borno, and Zamfara. And there are reasons why I did that. If you have APC ticket in Borno and Zamfara, is you don't even need to campaign. Where a sitting governor who the Supreme Court gave a judgment that came in as a PDP in Zamfara had to decamp back to APC to be able to win re-election. So that tells you how strong APC is in Zamfara. And if you have a APC ticket in Borno State, where Kashim Shettima come from, you are good as already you've won the election. So those two states, for me, I don't see nothing is still going to change.
Buhari will move anything not to lose his state, because that would be a shameful thing.
So I'm not even calling those Katsina, Kano. I'm not even calling those ones right now. I'm just saying Borno, Zamfara, and then Kogi and Kwara, and the southwest states. All of them, they're going to go APC. In my own opinion, that's
all
why
these, the educated ones, the Christian ones, the ones that are Fulani avatars, all this just grasping at straws.
One man, we just appoint his spokesperson, and he has an interview with Sheung of Channels. Try and listen to it. Just came out 2 hours ago.
All right. Are we still talking about Kwakwanso? But let's acknowledge Alexander Gomez's super chat. He says, patent lack of patriotism, period, simply put. So that is to that space when we were saying with the lack of capacity to govern ourselves. So this is what Alexander narrows it to, and he expresses it via super chat. It says a patent lack of patriotism, period, simply put. So thank you for the super chat, Alexander. So so let me go on from you for reasons of time. Stay with us just for as long as you can. But let's go to Brownberry, who I think is in a hurry. But Brownberry, do we still have you?
I'm still here. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening.
All right, brilliant. So we could have just possibly had a president called Dambazau. This is what a senior military functionary that was part of the closed group that were plotting the coup to remove Goodluck Jonathan. This is what he has asserted into the public space. He said it in a public forum, so it wasn't even anything hidden, and it cannot be misquoted. So what he was saying was that they had mastered the coup, and it only needed a phone call from Dambazau to roll out troops onto Aso Rock and seize government and declare himself head of state. But he buckled due to pressure from the international community and just not wanting to truncate the Nigerian democracy. So that's an act of treason being admitted right there by this guy. But would there be repercussions, Brownberry?
Yeah, I think there should be a repercussion. I think it should be called in and be questioned very well. It should be questioned on people that were involved from A to Z, But is that going to happen? Not in this administration. But it should be questioned. Everyone that was involved should be, they should be tried, because I mean, no matter. I mean, no crime goes in vain, even if it's 100 years. If the person is alive, you have to come, and tell what you know, because it's just a shame for him to come out and say it. It's just what we call see finish. Now just see finish. What can they do anyway?
Yes.
And we can all see why Buhari has been very, very afraid. He's been very scared of bringing, Satanas into, to head the military top hierarchy. So we see what can happen when you have people that are not, that are not of your kind in those kind of position.
All right, brilliant. And to this space, let me take you to Edo State and their fetishism. This I brought this up because it especially struck me. One of the subscribers on the platform, they actually sent me a clip of all these mummified bodies that they're using for rituals in Edo State. And I've always been of the thought, and this goes on to affirm, that is probably the most fetishistic place in Nigeria. So Edo State and fetishism. Why are they like that? Are you from there?
Edo people are not first. And the problem we have in the whole of Nigeria right now is ritualists. In early last year, January, Falana had an interview. This was in Channels, and he said these ritualists. He was talking at this time. He was talking about the Southwest. He said the biggest problem right now in the Southwest was ritualists. Killing of people, kidnapping and killing of people. This is, the government has a lot to do, and that's why we have to focus on the state governments, the state governors, because this is not a pandemic. It's a pandemic. Is a pandemic. Kidnapping, ritualists is a pandemic in Nigeria as we speak. Okay, so what happened in those states, I've seen it. And another thing is that.
Did you see the clip that's making the rounds?
I saw it. Yeah, I saw it.
Very gruesome.
Yeah, very gruesome. And I don't want to. The problem right now is that people that are suffering from this that are victims. Most victims. What I've come to find is that most victims are, people that take buses, poor people. People that take buses, that take taxis. It will be very difficult for you to be kidnapped and used for ritual if you drive your vehicle. But if you jump into buses, you jump into taxis, you become a victim just like that. It's so easy. It's so easy to kidnap people. What can they do? Nobody's watching them. No cameras there anywhere. Nobody knows who. If you are living in this house today, you move from here and go to Kogi State. Nobody asks you. There's no doubt. Nigeria is a fair state. And we keep talking about the federal government, but the governments, they failed. They failed their people, and they should be held responsible. All of them, every one of them.
All right, brilliant. And to the Fani Kayode space, eulogizing Tinubu as the panacea to the Nigerian problem. Just go back in time 12 months ago, and he was saying that Tinubu should be stoned in the market square. So the flip-flop, that is Fani Kayode, a prostitute within the Nigerian political space.
Fani Kayode, that's his job. He has no shame, He's just that guy is something else. But he's doing his job. I just want to align myself with Ice that he's doing his job. Whatever he said yesterday, he didn't say anything wrong. It's just that the other guy that OV is talking about today, that you should go. Please don't just watch that interview. That interview was awful.
No, apart from OV,
that guy was just. He has no shame at all. You could even see what he was saying. Wasn't Jibri? Jibri was just here last 2 months.
Was he not the former spokesperson of Tinubu?
Yes.
Before he crossed party.
Nah. He said Kwankwasa is going to win all the states in Nigeria. Is this guy dreaming? These politicians, I don't know what they are. Whatever they are eating, whatever they are taking, I need
special blend.
Whatever these politicians are taking, I need to take some.
They are called politicians for a reason.
Whatever you guys are taking, I need some. Please send it to me.
Yes. Apart from Ovie, I've never really heard anybody mention. It's really Ovie that is keeping that guy's narrative alive.
Peter Obi was keeping him alive before. So when they left, when that negotiations, just when that negotiation stopped, and NFPP became just nobody knows them anymore. Even now, nobody knows about them.
Sorry, Brown. Go study Kenya past this election. This Kenya election. Obi equivalent. I'm waiting to be vote.
Okay, it's okay, no problem. For me,
against brother for Kenya.
For me,
doing the same thing.
For me, I don't. The election.
How many votes they give out?
For me, the elections will be coming
less than 0.1%.
But for
just
you,
like Obi in Nigeria.
But for anybody to come here or for anybody to come on national TV and say Kwankwaso will win, I mean, what are you guys drinking? I don't know, but I don't want to touch that whatever you guys are drinking anyway.
It's special blend, Amsterdam blend. That's Amsterdam original. Now, but
Kwale blend with the thing. Kwale blend.
All right. Let me take you from the land of make believe back to the land of reality. So this permutation now that is being presented by Gbajabiamila Miller, quite an interesting one. He's insisting that there are it's a 3-horse race, is what he's saying to us, and of those 3 horses. 2 who were former governors, they have antecedents that can be interrogated and presented as credentials for the position. And he's saying when those credentials are presented, Tinubu will sail ahead by a clear distance, jettisoning Peter Obi and Atiku. So what are you making of it? Because, of course, we have to go on the prism that it's a prejudiced view, because he, of course, an APC man. But setting that aside, do you see any veracity to that assertion that when records are brought to the fore, Peter Obi and elements like Atiku will be jettisoned by Tinubu as he sails through? Brownberry. Oh, all right. I think Brownberry is taking care of affairs.
Can you hear me? I'm here.
Yes, we can now. Carry on.
Yes. I believe what I believe in his assertion. I think that's what is going to happen, but I don't think it's like I always told you that. Atiku is not in this picture at all. Atiku is not in the picture. Atiku never become Nigeria president. He will never be. He is going to die and never become a Nigeria president. But is Obi going to do well? I believe Obi will do well. I also, though I'm supporting Obi, I'm an obedient, but. Like Ice was saying, it's going to be tough. It's really going to be tough. But all we want is the presidents to come to the South. And if it comes to Asiwaju or it comes to Peter Obi, we'll all be glad. But if it doesn't, I don't know how it will be like. I was talking to my brother today. I said, if Atiku wins, Nigeria is just gonna. Nigeria is just. The agitation is just gonna be. I don't know. It's gonna be over just gonna be everybody. The agitation will just be over the roof, man. The agitation will just.
What is your reading of the elections, Brownberry? Who do you think is going to emerge the Nigerian president when it's all said and done?
I think the way it's building to right now. I think it's going to be Asiwaju. It's going to be, even though he's not he's not the president I wanted because of his.
Yeah, by default.
Yeah, just to be. I think it's going to be him. But I also see something. Something might happen too. We don't. But I'm looking. I don't want to say that people will say, "Oh, it's not going to happen." It might happen. We might see something happening that.
Shettima,
no, I don't even want no Shettima. I hope Shettima never become our president. God forbid. But I believe that Obi might. If it's gonna be a rerun. Like I said it last time. People said, "Oh, Obi will never, they will never support Tinubu." But I believe I believe Obi is gonna be on Tinubu's side. Whether rerun or, I believe something is going to happen. Something unexpected is going to happen before the election.
You think Obi may form an alliance before the election?
If Obi wants to form an alliance, I believe 80% of that alliance is going to be with Tinubu.
For reasons of power transiting to the south.
Yes, correct.
All right.
Yeah. I know the Easterners will say no. Why will he do that? We have to after Atiku is going to come to us, but after Tinubu is going to go to the north. That's not that most sensible people now. That's not what they are talking about right now. We need it over here first.
There's no reason to believe that after Atiku it will come to the southeast.
Thank you.
Because after Buhari it should come to the south now.
Okay.
So if it doesn't come to the south now, what then informs that in another 8 years they won't still hold on to it? So it must come to the south now.
It must now. Yes.
Otherwise we break up the country. Everybody can go.
Simple. Yeah. That's why I told you. Can you imagine if Atiku wins? If Atiku wins, the Yoruba people will now say, "Oh, we believe in Afenifere. Afenifere will come." Then all these Akeredolu, all of them will come and say, "You know what? We are gone." That's it.
An Atiku presidency will be a recruitment agent for IPOB and Yoruba Nation.
Yes, now. Yeah. And at that time, politicians will not side with them.
Yes, I mean,
Atiku is just a fool.
And what it did to because Wike had lined it up for himself nicely, because the tradition is that the party chairman comes from a section of the party or a section of the country, and the flag bearer comes from a different section of the country. So he got rid of Uche Secondos to put Ayochia Ayo there to line it up then to guarantee that it comes to the south. But then at the last minute, Takia, as we know from the north, that's stabbed in the back by Tambuwal. Yeah.
And the Yosha Ayu also, made a statement. I mean, several times that because Yosha Ayu himself never believed that they are gonna the presidency is gonna presidential candidate was gonna come from the north. That's why he said, if the presidential candidate comes from the north, I will step down. He said it like 3 times. But unfortunately, the PDP has to blame. They have to. PDP is just gonna if they don't win, there's not gonna be PDP anymore. I think Labour is just gonna become PDP in the south. That's what's gonna happen.
All right, but I'm hoping that whatever happens, Peter Obi doesn't jettison the Labour Party after 2023. I would like him to stay there and develop it as a police, just like Showore is developing AAC.
Yeah.
So, and then if Showore can build AAC up to a certain substance, and Labour Party, after the results of the election, they grow in size, then we might well still have
options.
Options, because we don't have options at the moment.
At all. Now we are choosing
between Tinubu and Atiku.
One man. As much as I don't like Showore, don't compare them when it comes to party man. Okay, a party was handed over free of charge to Obi, which is Abga. What he use and do after he use and finish, run. He cannot maintain that movement even after 2023. So don't compare the two of them. They are two different breeds. You have to give it to Showore, even though you don't like her. You have to give it to Showore, even though you don't like him. He's building a party and a movement that will stand the test of time. That's the given.
OVA, don't just jump the gun. You have to look at how it happened with Obi.
No. Hold on now. You know jump PDP. You know jump PDP. You know come up for PDP. You don't compare the two of them. I don't like Showore. I'm not the Showore man. I am not the Showore fan. But don't
hold on now.
Let's put that straight. Wait now. Let me make my point. Let's put it straight. I know be Showore.
No, you don't put that straight.
Man, I will not compare anybody to Showore when it comes to party. None of those politicians can be compared to Showore when it comes to party and a movement. Give it to him. He has it. There's no comparison at all. No politician you compare to him. So there's no comparison there. I'm not being fan. I'm not being Showore fan.
I know if you argue with you more, because what I wanted to say was that Peter Obi was given a party ticket, Abga. He won. He governed for 8 years. He left. Before he left, he recruited Obiano. But Obiano got there. He wasn't doing what the Abga. He wasn't doing the right thing that Abga was. What he planned. How to save. How to be prudent financially. He wasn't doing that. So he left, and he wanted to be in the. I mean, your ABGA. Even if Soludo today wants to come to the national space, he has to leave ABGA, because ABGA is just like a regional party. Okay, so he left and he came to PDP.
Then you have the power.
Power what?
I think we've lost Ovie somewhat.
Okay. So
let's use that window then to take you to the E-naira space. Do you have any thoughts on the new technology money that Nigeria is developing?
I mean, it's a good thing, but we have a lot. I mean, it is a country that don't have any. We have no data. We don't know anybody. We don't know who. The banks are ripping people off. Do you know Nigerian banks are ripping people off? Do you know that, one man? The banks
all the time. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, that country they are scamming people everywhere. And they are coming up with E-naira. So I'm not against it, but these are people that is good. I mean, we need a good leader to come and just throw these people in jail. Emefiele should be in jail. Just look at what they did to Naira. From 3 when they got there, how much was this dollar? 150 something, right? Now it's 700, and these people said they've been doing very well. I mean, though I don't want APC to win, because it's like we are just rewarding failure, but that's what it's going to be because of PDP. PDP allowed their ticket to go to the north. That's what happened. That's why APC is going to win. Nothing else.
If the PDP ticket had gone to Peter Obi, and then it was a straight shootout between Peter Obi and Tinubu, it would have been interesting.
Let me just tell you, if PDP ticket has gone to Peter Obi, or even if it has gone to what's his name, Cross River State Governor Wike, Tinubu would have just gone and rest. I swear to God. But unfortunately, this is where we find ourselves. We got, they said that the which one I say talk about the thief we because we can't give it to another Fulani man, and no. So that's where we are right now. But
all right. Let me take you to the space then. They are calling for a national conversation to remove this petroleum subsidy. A lot of people feel that there's no subsidy in that space anyway. But if they remove it, that would essentially mean that they will just use the opportunity to increase the price of petroleum. So what is your recommendation for that space? They are scamming with the subsidy, but they are going to punish you if they remove it.
I believe this subsidy should be removed, because they say, all die and I die. Because look at money we are spending. I think it was 6 billion every day, they just said. Every day.
18.
How much?
18
billion naira every day.
It's frightening, isn't it?
I mean, you know what we can do with that money? So what I would suggest is, because we have transporters, we have Uber drivers. I mean, this is why we are saying Nigeria is one of those countries that also have data. They don't know who are the Uber drivers. We don't know who are the taxi drivers. We don't know who are the bus drivers. These are the people who should have been able to give, subsidies. You can give them subsidy, whether by give them card. I mean, put the money in their card. Because people that take these buses and that take these transportations are poor people. Okay, then you cannot. Me and you that have a car, we can go and buy diesel and buy gas. But for those people that take transportation, we can subsidize the people in the transport business, the people that But unfortunately, we don't know who is who. Nobody knows who. Nobody knows who is Nigeria. We don't know people that people that are doing Uber. Nobody knows them. No, we don't know their numbers. We don't know who they are. The taxi drivers, we don't know them. So how are you going to solve? I mean, this what we live. Nigeria is crazy. So if you say remove it now, and they will use that, everything will become expensive, because they will tell you, we use it for transport, we increase it for transport. So I don't know, but it should be removed, because this money is too much.
All right, Peter Obi blows hot, accuses APC PDP of launching a campaign of calumny. So Peter Obi is now wanting us to believe that all of this negative news that we're hearing about other parties, like the Ghanaian president and the 50 billion naira, etc., they're actually opposition parties putting out this news and then trying to attribute it to its followers. Is it starting to feel the pressure then as it starts to talk gibberish?
Oh, one man. So you want to be among them that will just believe that all these things that is going on online is just from Peter Obi supporters only. I mean,
yes, now.
Yeah, no, this is politics, nah. You know, when you see someone, you see that these people, they are body, they hot, and you see they talk. So when something happen, if they say A, you will go there as the opposition. They will send their E-rats there. PDP and APC will send their E-rat there. They will say something bad, will kill your father, will kill your mother, will kill this. So everybody say, hey, Peter Obi supporters, so you understand? So they will keep doing that because why? They've already, that's why I said at that time that when I was talking about IPOB that time, I said they opened the door. When you open the door, people will come and start throwing stones. So when some stupid supporters, when they say something stupid, and they now find out that this thing is going against them. So what do you think the oppositions will do? They will hide under. They will hide under it, and in the internet world, nobody sees you. You can use a different name, any name, and just curse out people, curse Tinubu, curse Buhari, curse everybody, and say you will kill them if they don't vote
Blackberry,
for.
Brownberry. I disagree with you, my brother.
Because
even let me say this. Let me say
disagree
this.
with me as in how I don't understand. Okay,
so I disagree with you.
Okay,
that
hold on. You are not saying that.
Let me say what I want to say before you disagree.
Hold on first now. Hold on now. Let me tell you. Because like say you don't know, say election for Nigeria and I war. Like say you don't know. Now I war. You say they'll just once they see way to tarnish your image, they will do it. Or you just think, Tinubu and Tinubu supporters and PDP supporters will just sit down. They will not be. You think they are not doing this? They are not among these people that are doing this. Say whatever you want to say, and if you think that, good for you.
Brownberry, even on this platform, we have saw many examples. Even people that are visible, people that we know here, we have saw similar example. So I don't know how you will dispute what.
That is what I just said. Now, if you want to talk about Pansat or whatever, if somebody hears,
I didn't mention name.
Okay, I don't know,
but we know them.
Let me just go there. If you want to talk about him or that guy that came one day, and if you see that, even me, if I was people that if I'm among those people that are being paid by APC or PDP that work for them, that just go about and just throw propaganda there, don't you think I will use it? Don't you think I will go and I mean, this is how politics work in Nigeria, my brother. Forget that thing. Not be only that they do and they other me not be Obi supporter.
Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead, sir.
The threat against Omokri. Who are the ones that carried out that threat that they're gonna kill her daughter?
I'm Femi Kuti.
Femi Kuti, the Omashaye, and
yes.
Where are those coming from?
Small me, even small of yourself. They say they won't find me key.
Ajani Koko, hold on. Ajani Koko. Okay, you are asking me. We are talking about internet. Who do you know them? We are talking about internet now.
No, hold on. Blackberry.
We are not saying that Obi supporters are not amongst them. But I'm also telling you that APC and PDP E-rats are also throwing their own inside amongst Obi.
So is APC and PDP going after Omoshaye and what's the name of that other guy from
Reno?
You don't
Reno Omokri. And
even burn down
Femi
you don't understand me. You don't understand what I'm saying. I'm not saying that Obi supporters are not the one that starts it, but to put the fire to keep it burning.
No, those instances of threat.
Look
against people's life.
You and I.
Where did they come from?
Do you and I know where they come from? Do we know where they come from? Sir, do you know where they come from?
Why did Obi visited Femi Kuti?
Because he just has to.
Okay.
because he's tarnishing. It just has to. It doesn't mean that he
He
knows.
have to go and beg. He have to go and beg for what his supporter did not do.
Hold on, nah. This is look. Let's also use our. Come on, man. I'm just saying. I'm trying to be in the middle here and say, look, this thing could start from Obi supporters. It could start from them, but if you know what they do in Nigeria's politics, all these APC and PDP erats, they also go there and throw more bomb into it and make say I will bomb your shrine.
Bromberry, do you know
because they know they know it will make every
Can I interject?
Sorry, engineer, but Bromberry, do you know where the problem is? The problem is that we already know the antecedent of that narrative because we had plenty of it under the Nnamdi Kanu space.
Yes.
And the tone and the accent and the behavior, just the sheer aggression of it, the accent of what we're hearing in this political space, we've heard it under the Nnamdi Kanu space. And we know that there's a strong IPOB crossover into the Obi narrative. So we already know who they are. So it's very difficult then to say they are other than as we know them. But engineer, you wanted to add.
But what I'm saying, are you saying that it's impossible?
It's improbable.
Okay. Well, Bromberry, yeah, I genuinely understood what you're trying to say here. If, for instance, you see, sometimes all the celebrities they do have kind of like a threat, and what you're trying to explain to people that not only the OB people, quite sure there will be about, let's say, 5% will come from APC or PDP to championing the threats, so they will now tarnish the IPOBs. You understand? To make it more.
That's what I want people to also understand. But
I genuinely understand what you're saying. It's just like it's politics. Yes. They will definitely do things like that. It will take place.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, they will come and throw. Will come and burn your shrine. Are you gonna know? You're gonna say, "Oh, these are all OB supporters." So, and
it's just they will definitely frame it in the name of OB supporters. That's that.
We obedient. We are coming to your house. So I mean, so are you going to say, oh, they are not obedient? So how are you going to know them? Nobody knows them. They are on the internet. So that's what I'm saying.
But the fact remains that we have seen element of violence from obedient from day one since they started this obedient movement.
Yeah,
everybody that says something contrary,
they go after.
They're wild, and they're calling for that person's head. That is what we have seen from day one.
Ajane Koko, as the master that we know you to be, are you saying that if you see what you can use against your enemy, that you don't use it?
That is not the question. What I'm saying that from day one, since they declared this obedient movement, we have seen them to be very wild and go after every opposition against the OB. They will call for that person. They even show gun now. We see the one where they show gun on internet. Say we go meme people we say anything against OB. We show that.
I'm not sure if you remember, but even
I've seen that. I've also seen that.
They show person they show in face. He say we go meme on our head if na not this thing. What thing we want talk now?
Hold on.
Now can they turn the thing around say na PDP? We not be fool for that country. We know people where they do this thing.
We know now.
Make una check una people, check una self.
What I'm saying, I also want to understand where I'm coming from. That opposition can also use it. You just say it's true, my brother. Opposition can also. That's what I'm saying. Opposition can also use that their flaws. Opposition can also use it against them.
All right, that's a far-reaching conspiracy theory. But thank you, Bromberry. So Bromberry, for time, let me go on from you to Ovie. So Ovie, you are up next. Are you ready to go, Ovie?
Yeah, I'm ready.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you straight to your home state and this fetishism that seems to be something.
Where did they chop over here? Where did they chop?
Okay, where did they chop? I think
You
it's
know,
moving to
hear
a
me.
better. I think it's moving to a
Ready, I'm
better
ready.
space, so it doesn't disturb people.
Okay,
Where I
yeah.
was, yeah, noise there. You're leaving the place.
Yeah.
I'm ready.
There. So I was going to take you to your home state and the fetishism that space is known for. These mummified figures that's been discovered, 20 odd, being used for ritual money, headline news all over the world, the embarrassment of it. So cultism, we've seen them in in Dubai and places like that, doing black arts, slashing each other with cutlasses, and now the fetishism in Edo State. When is that space going to evolve out of that culture over there?
Oh man, that's not fair though. That's not fair. Ritualists are everywhere, especially across pretty much the south and southwest of Nigeria. But I get what you are saying anyway. I think the shocking thing for me there is that how come, I mean, there's nobody that noticed or I can see it before now. There was no smell. How were they able to say about 20 bodies in the same house? And the funny thing is, I think if you pay attention to the names, they said there were about 7 culprits, 4 ran away. They were able to capture 3, and those 3, 2 are from Eboyin, then 1 from
I'm
Akwa
pretty
Ibom.
sure if they search every house in Edo State, they will find something similar there.
Yeah.
Sorry, let me
Yeah, so
quickly.
out of the 3 they captured, 2 of them are from Akwa Ibom, 1 Akwa Ibom, 2 are from Umahi State. So it's very unfortunate. So for those cops to be that dry, pretty much to their skeleton, that's been there for months. If I'm right.
But I'm saying that obtains in every house in that Edo space. So that's because they all have all those. Do they not?
So I get one. Too, because we get asked for Benin. I used to say we have one too.
I don't know. Maybe you may not know now, but you know, don't be surprised. You know that room they told you never to enter. That room, because there's always one room in Edo State that they tell people never to enter.
It's true.
We have quite a few houses in Benin. Benin itself. We get few houses there. I used to say we get them there too.
Is there a room that they tell you not to enter? I'm sure there is. Is there not a room they tell you not to enter? There is. In Edo, is the culture in Edo now.
Okay, let me interject. Can you hear me, okay?
All right, go ahead.
Yeah, this story that is going on since everybody is just saying, we Nigerians, we were talking about enlightenment, information, education. This is just a simple proof of it that the enlightened ones in Nigeria are just few. The educated one in Nigeria is just small portion. What happened in Edo State was just a private mall. I sent the picture to one man. The problem is that just like pharmacy, when they have a license for one pharmacy, they'll go to different states and different area, open different branches of pharmacy. The guy run a private mall. The guy opened a branch in Benin. The guy have a branch in Ebonyi and Akwa Ibom. He opened a branch in Benin, running it on like the open chemist. Those moments are more moments, not that they are doing rituals. Actually, yes, it's owned by Igbo guy. But not every time you pen this book bad. Informations are there now. The police they caught them, they regretted them and all that. The guy license is out, everything. It's a private mall. There's no human being that can modify a human being like that, dry human being up. That's it. Yeah, that's the guy license. The license number is even there. So the only bad thing is that in Edo State, you don't just put dead people in homes like that. It's forbidden in some areas. That would be against internationally. And just set up a mall. There are a lot of private malls in Benin. So actually, they saw those dead bodies modified and all that, but it wasn't rituals, it wasn't part selling or organ of testing.
But they are fetishistic in Edo State. We know that.
That one is everywhere in Nigeria.
We know. No, not in every because in every home, and I know several Edo people, so I have this on authority. In every home, there's always one room that nobody must enter, and usually it's the patriarch of the homestead that enters it. And the curiosity, he doesn't enter it frontally; he walks back into it. Why are they so fetishistic in Edo State.
But one it's not a bad thing now. It's not a bad thing now if we hold on to our tradition now. Sure, is it a bad thing?
To be mummifying
one
bodies.
man, have you seen where they sell okporoko fish?
I don't think I could eat a meal in Edo State, though. You don't know what they will feed you.
So it wasn't rituals. It wasn't. It was a mon. You know, this our brothers that want to make money. You know, it was a mon, and it was founded by vigilante, and people just took it to internet. You know, bloggers started say, you know, when I first saw, like, no, this cannot be true. But later on, the news started coming out. It's on the news. Everything is there. The owner is already in the station. Everything just. It's a pity though, the sad one. Everyone wants to make money, but it's a private money. It's not by organ, by staying, and all that. That's my take. Over, you can continue.
All right. Let me.
One
you know,
I was looking for a reason. You are looking for a reason to shit on our tradition. Now you have one.
No. You know, I've always been wary of Edo State because they're just so fetishistic. But let me move you from that space. Let me move you to this Dambazau. We could have been talking about the president of Nigeria, Dambazau, now. But then this coup that they are now telling us that they are plotted, only needing a full phone call to activate in 2010. This guy says it brazenly in an open forum, but is this not treasonable and should actions not be taken? Dambazau, president, could have been.
Yeah, but Mohammed, one man, the Dambazau is the angel here, though. Is the savior of the democracy we are talking about. He's not the culprit. He plotted
the coup.
No, he was the one that resisted it. He resisted the call for them to take over. He actually even met with the foreign delegate about that. He was the one, because all he needed to do is just a call. And it happened, but he was the one that insisted that Nigeria stand a chance. So I don't know why you are putting him at the center of he's the angel. In fact, I think there's a call for him to write a memoir. There's a call for him to write a memoir. Actually make sure the name of civilians who are actually pressuring him to take that acts. I think that's where we are now. Even the civil society of Nigeria are saying, by encouraging Buhari, the lawyers are saying, okay, they should make sure the guys speak up, which I know is not going to happen anyway. They should go ahead and mention the names, the people who were pressuring him to, carry out that. He was the one that resisted the urge to the call for him to take over. So, but I think my question is that why is this revelation coming out now? And that's it. My conclusion is that I think it's just a sound warning, because if you pay attention to that man's space, about 2 days ago also, he made a call that the coming election is going to be very difficult. Yeah, a lot of people are going to be differentiated based on the terrorism in the Northwest, the Southeast insecurity problem. It's pretty much on Nigeria that if action is not taken, that might actually put a dent on the election. So, and I think that coming out now is just like kind of a warning that if we misbehave, the military are always on ground to take over. I think that is the message they are trying to put out there for the revolution to become an award. 9 years. This happened like 9 years ago. When this man died, what's his name? This is when Yaradua died. That's when the whole thing take place. And if you remember, he actually ordered the airport road in Abuja to close, and when they were flying in the then president Shehu Yaradua, before he finally gave up the ghost. So I think the whole thing was centered around that place. So he was the one that actually said, no, Kole work, it's not going to happen. We have a democracy, and I think Nigeria deserves to give it a chance. Yeah, so it's coming out now.
Do you think the DSS should bring him in for questioning?
No, they're questioning. They're asking him to name the name. That's the only thing you are doing. If the send there, one man read there, I think you read more of that.
No. If it's by his own admission or by admissions of people that are within his circle,
no, this
it was partly to a coup. That was not successful. It was that not what Adia was kneeling to Abacha over.
No, but woman, this revelation took place during there's a newspaper, I can't forget the name, that they're having an annual general meeting.
Blueprint.
Yeah, so Dambazau is the main speaker there. But after him, there's another Haruna. I forgot the full name. Who actually Dambazau did not say anything about it. It was the other speaker that said, "This man deserves to be recognized as a champion of democracy." That is pointing at Dambazau. That Dambazau should be. If you are talking about people who actually are patriotic and hold this country with high esteem, that should be the man, because he was in a position to actually topple the government of the day, but he resisted it. He said no. And I think there is also
I think you are rebranding the story. He was party to a coup that did not then follow through.
Which newspaper you read that? I read in more than 3 places. You understand? Even the event that took place, they were actually the man that actually put out this confession. There's actually a call from other section of Nigeria that he should be awarded, that he should be given national recognition for actually saying this. But yes, but he actually go ahead and say, "Come, before Dambazau, before he die or whatever, he should write a memoir and he should please endeavor to mention the names, not just the military guy, even the civilian. Because the call was even more coming from the civilian space to topple the government. Then the international community get ahead of it. They actually sit down with the Dambazau himself, and he said, no, that is not going to happen." So it was that's why when I saw your headline, I thought you were just being one man that we just want to have fun with the space. No, that's not what happened. He is the real Jesus Christ of that moment. Because
all right. Go on, land that point. I want to give you a few paragraphs.
Because he was the chief of staff then. I had the guy that actually made this revelation was the PRO of the military, and they were always together. So he was the one that is speaking for the military at the time. So Dambazau is the man that the country should be hailing. I think that's what the picture they are trying to paint. But I think the most important message here is that if we did not do what is right, come 2023.
No, that's your interpretation. No, that's your interpretation. That's not. When
I question why are they bringing it out now? Because it's over 10 years. Why are they speaking up now? That's what I'm saying. And as I said, 3 days ago, he made a publication about security and election come 2023. So it's a story that is building on.
All right, that's how you
try to read more. Try to read few other publications. Maybe you get the clear picture of what they are trying to say there.
No. I think that's your interpretation, but because we can only go by what he has said, but not how. You may well be right, of course, but that is your interpretation. But let me give you what he did say. It says, Kukashika Usman, a brigadier general who served for years as army spokesman until his voluntary retirement in 2019, said he was, so listen to this part, said he was part of a closed group of officers who worked with the then Chief of Army Staff, Abdurrahman Dambazau, to manage the violent overthrow that was brewing amongst the military top brass. When we visited the 44th Reference Hospital, Kaduna, people were asking, when is the announcement going to be made about taking over the government? I am so happy General Akinyemi, the GOC 3rd Armored Division, is still alive. You can ask him. Mr. Usman said while speaking at the 2022 Blueprint newspaper annual public lectures and Impact Award. Mr. Uman said Mr. Dambazau did not execute the coup largely due to his so-called patriotism and entreaties of foreign diplomats. The international community showed concern to the extent that they had to meet with him, where he promised that he would not take over the government. Mr. Usman said, he said some politicians were also involved in the defunct coup moves, which had reached an advanced stage that only a phone call from Mr. Dambazau would have been enough to set things in motion. A simple phone call from him, General Akinyemi, to roll out tanks and General Dambazau would have been head of state, but he resisted that temptation, the retired Brigadier General claimed. So there it is right there. So the coup plot was at the advanced stage that only needed the command then to carry it out for it to have taken effect. So Dambazau was central to that coup plot. before pressure from the international community and a change of heart truncated it. So I'm not quite sure what patriotism you're talking about when he has plotted a coup to the advanced stage of rolling tanks onto the seat of power. This is treason.
One man, do you think that if that is really his mission, this revelation will be out? You'll be saying it in front of him while both of them are seated in this occasion? No. So, but we'll see though. I think it's a developing story because, as I said, even the civil society of Nigeria, the Writers Guild and whatever, are actually pushing for the man to actually speak up and mention names, which me and you know in that Nigerian space at that level, I don't think name would mention because, of course, no be ordinary layman like us that we actually be privy to that information as strong men too. So I doubt if the revelation will be made, but let's just watch out. But as I said, the story, because I question why now. This is a very long time. Why now? And I'm tying to the story that came before him. Everybody is concerned about the 2023 election. So, and I think it's for me that this is my interpretation now that if we don't act right, when I mean we now, if the election process did not go ahead and make sure things go well, the military are always on site to take over. That's just my own last interpretation.
And you don't think that this guy should be questioned for plotting a coup against a civilian government?
That would be great. At least we will know who is involved and to be wary of them. I think that would be great. But the country that me and you belong to, I doubt if that will happen. If it happens, great. It will be great for the country. We strengthen the country. We will now know who is the enemy of the state because yes, it's not. This is a good planning. This is it's not just one person, a group of people from across the length and breadth of the country. We deserve to know that, at least with the ordinary citizen, to actually know where we are as a country and where we are headed. We deserve to know these people. Because at the end of the day, the man is actually core of it, and he did not use if it's not pressure that actually make him think otherwise. He was given the Minister of Interior. Immediately he resigned. So you can see the kind of people that we are dealing with within the space, within the electoral space. As I always say, the military guys are still very much in charge of the governance of that country, progressing now better than they were now. But
all right, thank you, Ovie. So, Ovie, let me take you to a different space, but on the way there, let me implore that whoever has not clicked on the like button, then please do. Whether you are an obedient or a disobedient, you can still click on the like button, especially if you're an obedient, click on it. And if you are disobedient, click on it as well. So long as you click on it, get the numbers up. And
what about the concourse? What about the concourse?
Well, there's only one now, so I know you've already clicked on like. So
out of how many hundreds are watching you? You think there are no concourse who are just watching and just paying attention on one corner?
There are only two Kwakwanseas, you and Jafar. So those are the only two that I know. Nobody else, you know.
Let me tell you, you'll be surprised amount of people from the north who are actually watching this space. See, this is not a joke. This is not a joke. Just take this from me. There are a lot of people from the northern space who actually watch this show.
I know. You know. Actually, you know when you look at the numbers on your screen, those are not the numbers of viewership. With all of the views condensed together, it averages about 3,000 thereabout average views. So out of those 3,000, at least one or two from the north. At least we know Jafar is from the north, or so he pretends to be. I'm not quite sure if Jafar's is a booking light, is Diet Coke Mala.
A bonafide Alemajiri from the street who was begging for food just a couple of years ago. Yeah, I think that it's not Diaboki enough.
No. Jafar is Diet Coke Fulani. It's not full fat. It's Diet Coke. So let me take you to that space then. So just to tell you that the Kwakwansia space is not any consideration in the permutations. Analysis shows 2023 elections is a 3-horse race, but Tinubu will win. It says Femi Gbajabiamila, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, so of course he will blow up Tinubu's trumpet. But by his permutations, of course, Peter Obi, Tinubu and Atiku. And he's then saying that of the 3 horses in the race, 2 of them have governorship antecedents, which can be interrogated. And when records are perused, Tinubu will just sail through. So what are you then making then of Godabe Amila's permutation?
Oh, I don't expect anything less from him. He's a member, he's a strong member of the Tinubu movement. Eventually, let's say Tinubu become the president, he's going to have a very juicy position. So I don't expect anything contrary from him. I would say the same thing. Anybody who is in that position, if you bring Tony Okupe acting, he will tell you, he will discuss every other person that I say will be a win. Same thing with anybody that's on the Okupe side. So it's not I'm not surprised. He's a party man. Tinubu is his political godfather. So I expect him to insult him anywhere, anytime, anytime opportunity presents itself. I'm not going to take that to. I won't read any other meaning other than that. That is what is expected of him.
All right, but when we get to the phase of the elections and records are being interrogated, do you think there is anything in, because we already know Peter Obi's record, do you think there's anything in Peter Obi's record that will stand up to the achievements of people like Tinubu, Atiku, and maybe even Kwakwanso? So do you think there's anything, because we've thoroughly examined this guy's records, but do you think he has the record to present when we get to the campaign phase?
I think the obedience, they are doing a terrible job. If I have to market Obi, I think I'm not praising myself. I think I'll do a better job for these few reasons. Yes, you only been in the public space for just 8 years. So in other words, you know, to get much baggage. Let's say you don't achieve anything. You don't have so much baggage with him. So instead of them to be capitalizing on that, but they are going the other way around. Of course, that's 8 years of his public office. That is where they are going to scrutinize whatever. I mean, right from day one, right from before this political season will come, they went to they say Obi. That's when he started making headline from the platform that they made a speech that went viral that everybody talking about. I was asking, what did the man do that is still there concretely? What has he done? What has he done that we can actually reference to that is still very much in existence? They can say, oh, he has taken a secondary school from 24 to this thing. Then what next? Can you actually point out to anything that he has instituted or anything he has started from the scratch that is still there? He's saying that I want to turn Nigeria from a consuming nation to a producing nation. Can you say, okay, you have done that in Anambra? How many factories have you resuscitated? How many you have built on? When people say he has performed, I don't understand. If you cannot point out to the thing that he has done that is still in existence, that still stand the test of time, I don't think
those are just empty, vacuous words. Just completely lacking in substance and meaning that you consumption.
So his advantage should have been that to get many baggage, which is very much compared to those people who have been in public office for 20 years, 30 years. Even Tinubu that left the office after 8 years, people are still giving him credit for what his successors are doing. So those are baggage that they should be capitalizing on, but instead they say he's the best. The best of what? You don't tell me say he's best. What are the practical things that you can show me that he has done?
He saves money.
Nigeria, if you want to change a consuming nation to a producer nation, how? You must have done it in your state. You understand?
Even that money, he didn't leave it, oh.
The country they suffer, your people they suffer, say they save money. Save money for what? You don't need to save money. Use that money to turn that state from a consuming state to a production state.
Hold on now. Just what engineer said, he did not actually leave the money that he claimed that he left, because here his successor speak to that.
How much did he actually leave in the state coffers when he left as governor? And are you willing to publicly publish the bank verified statements to settle the matter once and for all?
Yes. Not talking. Yes. My predecessor left 9 billion cash, and
9 million or 9 billion?
9 billion cash, and 25.6 billion in script issues. These are sovereign wealth fund and shares in other banks. You know, if you put 9 million to that, you get 35.5 billion. Technically, you know, but he issued checks worth over 15 billion before he left, waiting for me to cross over before those checks started appearing. You know, so you can see it's timing and leading in accounting. That's what happened. So this is fact. We have published it already. It's already in the social media. It's everywhere. That what he left was 35 billion. Let me even tell you, if I were.
So VA, that narrative of him leaving 70 billion, that's just a total lie. But then, of course, we know that space for lying. He left 35 billion, but then he's cornered 15 billion out of it. So on the books, it shows 35, but in actual fact, it's 20. So all of that is a lie. But let's look at his record in security and listen to this bit as well, because there's plenty on this guy, plenty. Listen to this other chap.
While we continue to condemn SARS, we must also understand that the system may be complicit in it. Because in my own case, at a certain point, CSC James wife of Okusas had to tell my lawyer, Professor Namu, that he's not the one holding me. That is the P2B's administration. So, in as much as they commit atrocities there, let us not isolate the whole SAT development strictly on SARS, because it has to be a collective responsibility. That is what I can say on that.
Yes, I was just going to come in there because you mentioned that it was under P2B's administration. So at least from your own perspective, would you then say that the SARS issue, as we all seem to be appreciating now, is one that has transcended several administrations? It's not one that is unique to one administration?
Exactly. When you now talk about Anambra State, the whole what you might call activities of SARS started from the shooter site order P2B issued during the time of Masop. So he gave them the ample latitude to slaughter indiscriminately, killing without thinking, killing without investigation, because that shooter site provided a blanket cover for the killings. That was during the time of Ezu River. Ezu River, if you remember Ezu River. That Ezu River, most of those victims were Masop members, you know, but which was later suppressed. Yes, it was suppressed. I know it was suppressed. And so, like I was saying, it's not really, we say SARS, but there's always...
So there it is. So there's just so much on there. So if they are going to go by their records, which is what we're going to enter in September, then really it's bye-bye birdie to the Obi narrative.
I have been to Anambra before. I've been my ex-girlfriend then, Amaka O, make I look up Twitter, from Nkolomopia village, you know, Kaititi. After Nnobi, that's where you are going to Nnewi. Nnewi is just the most viable community there that has all these businesses and where all the billionaires actually start their business anyway. So if you say you are going to transfer Nigeria from a consuming nation to a producer nation, you had an opportunity to do that, to replicate that, even at a very small scale in the state. Because when you are referring to from, his phone was saying that from Borno all the way to Yobe to Kano, clean land that you can use as a factory. The same goes to this place that I just mentioned. I went to Open, if you are from Anambra, you know where Kolomiopa village is, not Kite. Why not use those places? That at least start an example. You the factory, you company that say, yes, this man don't do one small, so he can actually do what he's saying, but it's just thrown ready out there. But as I said, if I be obedient, for the fact that I only spent 8 years in public office, that is an advantage. There are no much baggage. You use that to focus on those that you actually been in public office for 40 years, 20 years. What have they done and all that kind of thing. But instead, they are just, I don't know. It's very hard to even have a conversation with obedient. They could just tell you it's the best. The best are what you save money. Your people they suffer the same money. It doesn't make sense to me.
All right. Let me take you from that space, Ovie, to a different space. there's a national debate being called around the petroleum subsidy space because every administration has tried and failed to remove it, but it looks as though it has to be removed because nobody actually believes that petroleum is being subsidized in Nigeria. It's all a huge scam, and it's not even me saying it. It was Buhari saying that in 2014. But if they remove the petroleum subsidy, they will use that as leverage to put up the price of petroleum at the pump. So either way, the Nigerian person is screwed.
Yeah, I mean, one would say is a good development that they are trying to have a constitute another committee on that. In fact, they say they are even bringing all the politicians, that the presidential aspirants, into the folks to actually have a general debate on how to remove the subsidy. But the question is that who is going to do it? Because it sounds so rosy that yes, if we come on subsidy, our problem don't solve immediately. It does not go to happen automatically. I think what every administration is scared of is more of can I succeed when I succeed in it? Because every politician, if you are coming as the first time, as soon as they swear you in today, the next day is how to win the second election that you'll be thinking of. That's what everybody is working at. Because one thing now I understand, my little knowledge about that subsidy, if you remove the subsidy, the benefit is not just going to start immediately. It will take a couple of years. I don't know how long. I don't have the exact number of that, but it's not going to happen over months. It will take years for Nigerians to start seeing the benefit of removing the subsidy. But within that years, the suffer will increase. So which politician will agree to say, yes, I want to sacrifice my first tenure to do that, knowing that the opposition will take advantage of that and chew you? They will galvanize the real Nigerians where they suffer and make sure you don't come back. So I think that's where the question is. So we are looking for that man, that person that say, you know what, I don't care even if I win the second round, I'm going to do this, and so be it. That's if they don't even kill you, because just as you said, is they will consume about 63 millions of a gallon, which me and you know that has scam. Yes, it might be on record that 63 million gallons of fuels are coming out, but we know that more than half of that 63 million, like good, the entire private banks and others. So if those people don't come after your life physically, they will make sure you don't come back. And now, if you are in your second phase of your presidency, you want to implement that, I guarantee you, your party members will not sign up for that, because now they go, what about us?
This is the good opportunity to remove it, because Buhari has 6 months left. He has nothing to lose. He's not begging anybody for anything anymore, so he can just remove it and go back to Daura.
I guarantee you, Baba, what's his name? Tinubu will not sign up for that. Every member of APC will not agree to that, because you are jeopardizing their own chance of winning election. So that's where the problem is. If anything to go by, the Obi who said that he's not desperate to become president, but he's desperate to fix Nigeria. If given the opportunity, will he do it? So that's the question. So, but those are just rhetoric anyway. Everybody will say anything just to get in power. But once you get there, you see the reality of things. Yes, that is the way to go. But the political will to do it, knowing that there's going to be a backlash, is where the problem is. I mean, Buhari make noise about this and just to win an election. But at the end of the day, when they come there, you know that the presidency is not just for you.
But the country cannot sustain the subsidy regime, is the question.
Yes, it can sustain it, but for them to agree openly that 60 million gallons of oil is going out, that should tell you a lot that people are making bans. All of a sudden, you want to take their food off their table. They are not just going to sit down. They will fight back, either fight you physically, or they will gang up with your political opponent and make sure you never succeed. I think that's where the fear is. But yes, I know that's the way to go. But the benefit is not going to happen overnight. That's where the problem is. But let's see how they go. Since they are going to include it, they are going to bring the politicians to come. Let's see how they will come and take their night and shining almost story just to get our votes. But we are in a very, very precarious situation here. It's not as easy as we put it, because that is why me personally, I'm against the political system we are practicing. It's just not going to take anywhere. We just move like snail. The progress is not just going to just going to appear overnight. It's a very dangerous political system that we are practicing. But I don't know. But let's see how once they bring it into the course of the conversation and see how it goes. It's always very because again, election season, one man. Election season, anybody will say anything just to get elected. But once you get there, you find out that even those that work from day and night, put their resources and effort together to make sure you get to the presidency. Now, them go there is a boss. Okay? Don't be so. If you want to leave us behind that, you want to spread our own chances of being future relevant in the political space by trying to do what you are trying to do. Yes, I believe that we need to go with that, but I don't know. I don't see the Messiah that will make it happen because of the political system we are practicing. Yes, Buhari is in a very, very, very good position to do it now. But the APC members will not allow it happen. That I guarantee you, one man. Tinubu will never agree that to happen because you are automatically too much dashing us his chances. Because instantly Nigeria will begin to suffer. That's how it's going to work. It will begin to suffer. How long will this suffering take us? It's going to be a month, 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, 2 years, 1 year. I can't say. So
because if they remove subsidy, then the price of transportation that goes up by 100% immediately. You cannot even afford to fuel your generator anymore at home. It's just,
and you can understand how Nigerians will act, will react in that space. And the opponent say, yeah, this is an opportunity for us to campaign.
All right, I think we are frozen somewhat. So it gives me the opportunity to acknowledge Kulata Super Chat. So it says, this is Kulata Super Chatting to the Peter Obi narrative that we were just going through just a moment ago. It says, Obi should have negotiated with Heinz to set up shop in Nigeria rather than indiscriminate importation. Rabiu and Dangote, etc., went beyond importation. And then you recall, of course, thank you for the super chat, Kulata. You recall, of course, that when Dangote, by the way, he came from a wealthy family, and his journey into wealth actually started from, I think, his uncle giving him either a loan or a gift of $1 million. And he set about importing, I think it was cement then. And off the back of that, he grew. I think we've actually lost a veer now. And off the back of that, he grew his wealth. So that is the trajectory of Dangote. And this is essentially what Peter Obi, by the way, he comes from wealth too. He comes from a wealthy family. So that's the trajectory of Dangote. But what Kulata is saying via this super chart is that same pathway opened for Peter Obi, but he just stayed with the easy money of importation rather than expanding to creating wealth and technology transfer. So all of that wrapped into that short commentary by Kulata. So thank you for that. I think Ovie rejoins us. So Ovie, a quick commentary on the E-naira space. I'm not sure if it's something you are especially paying attention to,
it makes it. That's exactly what I was saying. You don't even set up shop for Anambra. Do something within that manufacturing space in Anambra for you to now realize that yes, I've done this in Anambra and I can do it all over the nation. But you don't do that. You don't transfer Nigeria from production, consumer to production, which is only naive and somebody way don't know anything. We will agree to that. Yes.
Ovie.
Yes.
Okay, are you hearing me? Because I wanted to make sure that you're hearing me. I think we have flogged this issue before. I just think that we are just being cynical, or we just want to run away from the truth. In every economy, it must be dynamic. No country on earth produces everything that it consumes. So there must be importers and there must be exporters. If you know your lane, then you stick to your lane. The Dangotes you're talking about, I think most of us do forget the undue advantage Dangote had that built Dangote. You think it is Dangote's ingenuity that built him? Come on now, are we not in Nigeria again?
Joel.
There was a period. Let me tell you.
My problem with that.
Okay, let me tell you. There's something like a problem. There's no problem. We're having a discussion, right? But let me tell you something. Do you know that even you are talking about P2B? Do you know that Ibeto Cement was meant to compete with Dangote? What happened?
No, sorry, we are not talking about Ibito Cement, but
No.
sorry, hold on.
I'm telling you, one man.
Can you hold on, Ovie? Oh, Joel, you are missing the point, like Ovie said. The point is, what is being established by Akolata Super Chat is that Peter Obi's practice, it runs contrary to his ideology, because he's saying we have to move from consumption to production. And the perfect example, then, he has an established relationship with a place that is looking for an incursion into the Nigerian space. So he has that established relationship. So where was that philosophy then to build then on that relationship to build industry and technology and employment into Nigeria? Because it's very easy for him to just turn around money and continue to import and stockpile money.
Okay, so I will just answer this question. I will just answer this question very quickly. I will answer this question very quickly. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
To answer your point, he has opportunity to actually do small things as an executive governor of a state that has so many billionaires, a state that prides itself as businessmen. You have an opportunity to actually replicate what you are saying now. It's a very small scale. One company pointing out that this man started it. You couldn't do it.
Can I answer your question? Yes. The issue here is this, right? We tend to think that every state had the same priority. Production was not the priority of Anambarians then. We were producing already. There are ways, let me finish. There are ways you assist production in your locality. You can also assist them with road network to where they can sell their products. Anambra wasn't in the level, or wasn't in the state of Lagos getting all the federal assistance, or in Kano getting all the federal assistance when Obi was there. So what I'm just saying is this, see.
Listen, you are treating this issue as an attack. Just listen.
It is ignorance. It's ignorance. No, it's ignorance. It's ignorance.
You are a chief executive of a state.
Can I interject 1 minute?
You must start an Indomie factory in your state.
What do you mean? Hold on.
Can I interject 1 minute?
We're already producing something, but we needed those things that we're producing to get to where it ought to get to. So when Peter Obi came in, the first thing he did was to lead the inner cities or the villages to the cities. That was our priority as Anambarians. Not what you're talking about.
Let's hear from Ajan. Hold on. Let's hear from Ajan Lekoko, and then you have a final word, and then I'll move on to Engineer or Thomas.
One man, please. Yeah. One man. Can I get after Ovie so that I can go back to work?
All right, then we come to you. All right. Well, Ajan Lekoko.
Stop begging one man alone. Beg us too.
No, because
everybody, I beg you.
I salute you, my brother.
Go ahead, Ajalekoko.
I think I want to disagree with Ovie on the basis that it is not the responsibility of the government to build factory. In a capitalist economy like ours, it is the private company or private enterprises that should be building or setting up, industry and stuff like that. So the only responsibility of the government is to create an enabling environment. So it will be very unfair to criticize Obi that he did not practice what he is saying that it's going to do from consumption to production when he was what do you call it? When he was governor.
No, but it's
But
not
on the
when he
other
was
side,
governor. Sorry, Ajanle Koko. It's when he, as a businessman, yeah.
But what
Let me
Obie is
finish.
hammering
I'll
on,
respond to
what
him.
Obie is hammering on Obi on the basis that he did not practice that when he was governor. And that is why I'm saying it would be very unfair to criticize Obi that he did not practice that, because it is not the responsibility of government to set up industry or stuff like that. Government can never run any form of business effectively and efficiently in such a way that it can work well for the people or the masses rather. So, but if you want to criticize, you can hammer in on his importation business, particularly on his the hens that he imported to Nigeria several times. He should have made efforts to set up an industry that can create jobs and create wealth for our country. That is what he failed to do on a private, as a private businessman. As a private businessman, he failed to do that. We can criticize him, but on the government,
Yes, my point.
yes.
Yes, my point. As a governor, you are the chief marketing officer of that state. Your job is to attract investors to come either build a factory or set up companies. I am not saying you should go on the field. That's not his job. You are a chief marketing officer of your state. In other words, your job is to attract investors, both local and foreign. The turning around Nigerian economy from consumer to production state. How you want to, and I want to build a factory, you are going to make sure you attract people to come and do it. That is the opportunity.
Obie, do you know, hold on, Obie. Do you know that Innocent that we are talking about today, do you know who propelled Innocent?
Who propelled it?
Do you know who pushed Innocent? Chicasin oil. You're talking about. Do you know who pushed Chicasin oil? Sabmila and breweries. Hold on. Sabmila breweries that you guys say is a section of family business. Do you know who brought it in?
Okay.
Even this cable that is the best in Africa.
You guys, sorry, can I ask a question? Can I ask a question?
You understand? Now you are talking. If you are
sorry, Ovie, hold on, please. Let's take Saki Father's voice, and then you round off, and then I'll move on.
Ovie, the number one question I want to ask is, when you talk about production, is production only manufacturing? When we're talking about production, does it have to do with only manufacturing?
So no. Go ahead, I'm listening.
That's what I'm saying. Because when you're talking about, you said?
No, take him fully to where you want him to be so that you can address it head on.
Okay, number one is that we are seeing production only as manufacturing. And that is why we are criticizing Obi so much. Then number two again, if you watch what Ben Bruce said 8 years ago about the stewardship of Obi in office, he said that Anambra State is one of the states that is ravaged by erosion and other natural disaster, that they don't even have arable land. But because of something Peter Obi did in his administration, that very thing sparked up serious productivity in the rural sectors, to the extent that Anambra became the largest exporter of vegetables. That they exported vegetable worth how many $1 billion, per annum.
But hold on, those are just perfunctory duties. What are you doing, man? Those are perfunctory duties of a government now. What else is it meant to be doing other than that?
No,
That's
what?
not an achievement.
No, what I'm
That
saying.
day-to-day, those are day-to-day stuff.
No, then he went further that time. He was saying that, and he went further to say that Anambra is one of the states that did not get bailout funds. In that very same video, he was talking about that. He said Anambra is one of the states that didn't get bailout funds, but yet they were paying salaries. They
Stopping. It wasn't paying salaries. We know that, and stopping erosions is a perfunctory duty
I didn't say.
of a governor.
I didn't
What
say.
else would he be doing other than that?
I didn't say stopping erosions. I'm saying how he ensured that agricultural productivity was boosted in Anambra State. That is part of production we're talking about. He raised Anambra became the highest vegetable exporter during his
No,
regime.
those are still perfunctory duties. Those are perfunctory
What do you mean?
duties.
You're talking about productivity. You're talking about production. But the issue is that we come here and talk as if we are not learned. How can you be talking about production, seeing it as only manufacturing? What about services? Are they not part of production?
What about human capital development?
What about
Sorry,
HDM? What about human capital?
Sorry, now I get your point. Let me round up on two points here.
So the only thing is
Now,
that you talk about production. Wait, you talk about production as if to say it is only when you set up a cement factory that you are producing. What about services?
I get your point.
What about
Now,
financial services? Are they not part of production? What about insurance? Are they not part of production? What about farming? Are they not part of production? So is it only when you have a cement factory that you say you have set up production plants in Nigeria? So let's forget these kind of arguments we make at times, you know.
Listen. Okay, I get your point. This is no argument. I'm
all right.
asking
Sum it up in a short summary, and so we can move on.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm only asking question and pointing out the obvious, right? I agree with you, your definition of production. But what are based on my questions, based on what Obi is saying, I am going to turn this vast land of this to so. That's what he's been pointing at, and that's what I am focusing on. Now, I can have a debate with you. I are the only obedient I actually understand where I'm coming from with all my point. Every other one, I just you understand? That's why I went ahead to say, as a governor, you are chief marketer of your constituency. You are meant to attract all these services by your virtue of being an executing officer. That's the point. Now, all these things that you mentioned, and what Joel mentioned with innocent motor and all that, why don't you guys keep putting that out? And if you can back it up with a physical example, then you have a chance. People are telling listening to you, you are attacking them. But instead, when somebody point out the obvious, I will say, The one thing I see give it to Tinubu here is that even though when he was the chief executive and chief marketer of Lagos State, the federal government, by the extension, which Obasanjo was in charge, we all know denying his returns that he's supposed to get from the federal government. But guess what? That man went into a creative mood as a chief marketing officer. He assembled people that bring to make sure, say, how do we generate our own resources without the federal government? And he went to work, and we saw the results. That is how a governor should act. This is not just Obi alone. Every governor in Nigeria, as we speak today, none of them is being creative.
Sorry, I must move on. After VA lands, I have to move on. That bit of space, we can't
you are meant to be creative as a governor, market the states to foreign investors and local investors. In every aspect, you think that the state has a potential, agriculture, banking, whatever you know. Do that. That's your job. I'm not only will be as failed in that regard, pretty much every governor in Nigeria. So when you come and tell me, say, I want to do that and do this, and you've never done it in your own small capacity, then I disagree with you. But if you say he has done something, it is not left for him and the team to give it to Nigerians and show it to Nigerians.
All right, thank you, Ovie. So thank you, Ovie. Let's go on quickly from Ovie to Engineer. So Engineer, you're up next, and let's just take you to the space of Dambazau and his coup plot against Goodluck Jonathan. Should he be brought in for questioning?
Yeah, greetings, woman. Sorry, my speaker is a bit down. Can you repeat what you said now, please?
No, I was asking, the Dambazau narrative that is emerged into the space that a coup was actually plotted against the Goodluck Jonathan administration by Dambazau and some military functionaries. So should they be brought in for questioning because, of course, a treasonable act?
Yeah, but medicine after that. Greetings to everyone. Let me start from there, and greetings to my brothers as well. Is Joel still here or he's gone?
It's there, you know, but don't mention Obio because otherwise we won't live here for the rest of the day.
I'm here, brother. I'm here, brother.
Well, because he said he's going back to work, so if he can.
Oh yeah, sorry. I do beg your pardon. Yes, thank you, engineer. That skipped my mind. So to you, Joel. Apologies, Joel. I forgot what you just said.
No, you always forget when it comes to P2P, but I get it. I get it.
You are not P2P now. You are better. You are better than that. You are Joel of Nashville. So Joel, then the question to engineer, the act of treason admitted by military top brasses under Jonathan administration. So should heads roll for this?
How should roll? You see, I disagree a little bit with engineer. Heads should roll. Because that is how you keep, that is part of the, the deterrent, against such actions. That's a treasonable offense. In the time of, I don't need to take you guys to the days of VASA and IBB or the OCAS. Serious issues, serious business. So, you see, it still takes me back to the reason why I keep saying that power must return to the South. Because I see it that the Northerners have, the Northern elites, not the average Northerner, the Northern elites have seen it like, it's right. They can tell us whatever they want to do. They can do whatever they want to do in office. We have seen it. How many of them do they get to arrest? Even when you arrest them, they give them a presidential pardon, like they did in the case of Darie and Bonnie Haruna. People that stole billions, and just like that, with a pen, they came out. They are forgiven by the government. We still have people that stole common 10,000, 1,000 that are still languishing in our jail today, waiting for their date to be called, awaiting trial rather. So the issue here is bigger than how we see it. If we allow this to pass, which one is going to come next? Every Southerner should start thinking about this. And anytime, I think we should have a resolve in the South. If we have any of this issue again in Nigeria, where we have one of our own, for instance, let me say, Tinubu wins tomorrow, and there's a coup, Nigeria will divide. We should start having this mentality in our mind. If not, we are bequeathing a slave mentality to our kids, a slave mentality to our kids. Not even the mentality. If we continue at this pace, then we are going to be slaves physically. But it starts with the mental. So we have to start having this resolve in the South and know that there is North and South. North and South. And whenever it scratches you in Lagos, also remember it scratches the man more in the Southeast. It scratches the man more in the South-South. We need to keep that alliance. No matter what the fighting is, we need to start showing up. Wherever we have gone wrong, we have to forgive. Because, let me tell you, this is the thing we see in every sphere. Mama Daura cannot do that if it were from the South, or the atrocities he committed while on seat. So why should we allow this kind of things to go on? Because you allow it to go on. These guys are human beings. They are not spirits. Yes, we fought a war. You think if the war was between North and South, you think they were going to win that war? But we fought them 3 years. And they said it was going to be 3 months. That is my point, because this is the thing. The ordinary man in the North is not our problem. The Northern elites. And now, gradually, you can now start seeing them started stealing in their kids. So they started putting the, so we are under their spell, we are under their control. That is the reason why in a place like Nigeria, that a Buhari will be leading us, where we have a bunch of graduates in the South. Tinubu has to still come out to apologize to Nigerians for helping to bequeath Buhari on Nigerians. Because sometimes when we talk about how
first, Tinubu
no, Tinubu, I don't know who cares what Buhari says. I'm talking about Tinubu himself for helping to bequeath that man on us. That man has taken us, if we care to listen, Nigerians. That man has taken us 30, 40 years back.
Should the 18 million people that voted for him, should they apologize too?
No. He was doing his thing in the north because they know how to control those little Amajuris in the north.
The people that voted for him in 2015, they were both northern and southern. So should they also apologize to
the South gave him traction, whether you like it or not. Buhari had been contesting. He'd been maintaining his crowd all the while. And who were those that were following Buhari?
Yeah, but what I'm saying to you is that it wasn't Tinubu's singular vote that brought Buhari in. It was a structure. It was 14 to 18 million votes that brought Buhari in.
14 to 18 million, but we know how that number, those numbers came about. You cannot hide away from it. Do you understand? That's the reason why when we keep promoting this idea of strong men, it serves us no good. Let's take a look at the boys.
Why are we blaming Tinubu? Why are we blaming Tinubu when Nigerians vote for this man?
So why are we blaming Tinubu?
Why?
Tinubu, look. You cannot be smart by half. Tinubu.
Come on, brother.
Hold on. Where did Buhari get his largest vote in the South? Is it not the Southwest? So I beg, let's just leave this part. I beg. We know how he came into power. He had been struggling in the North with his northern voters all this while. Those people that have a southern and a northern connection were whooping his ass. But today we have this man show to us, we had this dummy show to us by Tinubu. And he used all the state machinery he has, all the control he has in the Southwest to make sure that man got what he wanted. What he got from the South was from South and Southeast was patry. So let's leave it at that. But my thing is this: as we go, because they say time is the greatest teacher, time is the greatest healer. As we move in the South, we may have fought each other, but we need to always understand that when you're talking about it is our turn, it is my region, it is my this, remember, have a southern mentality instead of a tribal mentality. And it goes to everyone living in the South. Because when these guys strike, they strike and they leave. They have the control of the army, they have the control of the police, they have the control of every security parastatal. Who is going to arrest them? Their boys? So one man, please. I mean, I don't want to get so emotional with this, because these are the things. These are the things that we normally see with these guys. And sometimes when we talk about it, and some people get angry about it, they say, "Oh, they're being aggressive." No, we have to understand these guys. These guys, their only stock in street is how to get power. And I don't care what you do with power. I said it the other day. If you're stuck in trade to get power, okay. They give us good power. The Yorubas delve into the media thing. They're giving us good media, even though a little bit screwed. But I mean, it is top notch. The Southeast is giving you trade. Whether you like it or not, they are doing good at it.
So if you're going to hold on to power, give us good power.
All right.
Let's
Let's move. Let's move you on. But to the next topic, no righteous indignation. Just straight to the point. Police in Nigeria find 20 mummified bodies in suspected ritual shrine. So this is in Edo State, of course, Benin, no other space. And I'm narrowing it down. I don't think I'm being unfair to say that tribalism, fetishism, and ritualism is very peculiar to that space. And it doesn't seem to be abating. 20 mummified bodies are found in Edo. And I think if you open up any household in Edo, you'll find similar.
Okay, one man. Sometimes we like to say the truth. When I think about the fetish thing, I think about my dad. It's kind of personal to me because my dad worked with the Nigerian Breweries 3-3. Yeah, I don't know if you guys know about 3-3. Rose up to be the technical audit manager, and they had to move into Ijebu. And my dad came out, and he was only there 3 weeks. He was in the Our Mama plan. Our Mama is in Imo State. So he was in Our Mama for over 20 years, and they decided that he was going to go head the branch in Lagos. But they had a plant in Ogun State. Then their administrative offices in Lagos. So one of those days he went to the plant to his quarters in Ijebu. So they gave him a maid. Then my mom was like, "Hey, let me give you somebody to go with so that you'll be sure of where you're going to, what you're eating." My dad said, "No. They were going to give him a maid." And my dad came back. He was, from Ijebu to Lagos. So what he was doing was, because we're staying in Lagos, so he would just, drive down. So that day he came back. I can remember seeing him. I still see him. He's dead now, though. But I can remember seeing him, like saying, "I'm losing my senses." So I was like asking him, "What happened?" He said, "I don't know." That he came back from work. He was okay, and somebody he said he wanted to eat, and his maid gave him some food. That when he ate that food, he found out that his mouth was kind of peeling, like his mouth started, feeling numb. Then he was like, he wasn't going to eat. Then he started having some, something, going on with his head and all that. Why did I take you to this space? I'm telling you this because the fetish capital of Nigeria happens to be between the southwest and the Edo. It is not something. I mean, I wish we used it in more positive way. And you see, whenever you see something bad, you see something good. Most of the greatest pastors that we've had has come from that area. Could it be as a result of all these fetish things? Yes, because if you have something bad going on, you want someone that will help you solve it. So it is natural for people in Edo to stick to that pastoral calling, to counter what is happening in the environment. So it's a reaction to what is going on. So those two places, it's not today. We've always known them. There's this other one they call in Edo State too. They will tell you that they will tell you that Asian. They will tell that Benin people they fear Asian when it comes to jazz, and it has been there. I just hope that I just pray that they use it positively or shit this thing. I mean, it's getting too nasty. It's not good for the optics. It's not good for our health. It's not good. I don't know, but it is what it is. I think
you know what really upset me, Joe. Let me share this screen with you. I'll share this screen with you. What really upset me, because we spent too much time on this sort of narrative within the Nigerian space. But if you look at where this article is coming out of, as you can see, this is the British Guardian right there. And it's talking about Nigeria. And they are saying
Oh,
police in
wow.
Nigeria find 20 mummified bodies in so you can say the UK. It's just globally, it's just the embarrassment. And if we go to Dubai, you see this fetish, this sort of clannish behavior as well, still wrapped around those sort of people. You know, with their using UTC cutlass, slashing all over. You know that they are not allowing Nigerians under the age of 35, if you're a man, into Dubai anymore. All
for real?
around, yes, now all wrapped around the Edo people. You know, I mean,
one man. Can I interject?
People, their excesses is getting too excessive.
One man.
Yes.
One man. Can I interject?
Yeah, come in.
Look, you know this story. You know what is going on in our country is lazy investigation and lazy investigative journalism and lazy government officials. Okay, because we have now found out that what happened is a mug. I mean, I was just reading it right now after I finished with you. What happened was that this man owned a mug. It's called St. Gabriel's mug. That's what they call it, like funeral home. Okay, so he was giving a quick notice from where he was. So the man was now building another place, right? So he stopped receiving new corps. Okay, so he was bringing this into a new site. Okay, so that was what happened. So and even the police and everybody, I mean, it's just a shame. The police could even do a good work. I saw ITV was there, you know, went with their camera. I mean, this is just a shame. They would have done a thorough job before they start saying, "Oh, we arrested this, we arrested that," you know. So I just want everybody to there's nothing like that. Just a mug. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Let me add a little to that, Drill and one man. It's not everything we will say on the social media, but I will, because the way one man is putting it, I will tell one man to certain things that is going on that we don't want to say here. That news you saw in the newspaper, it was just national propaganda from Obaseki because of the artifacts. Because Obaseki and the palace.
Hold on. You don't just go there. I don't want us to wrap these things. We have find out the truth. Don't bring government and the palace into this.
Hold on. This you see, I'm not just saying personally it's Obaseki, but it's their camp that was trying to put the narrative, because right now Scotland want to return on that like 500 artifact, which the government, they had their shenanigans, they are trying to get money, the restitution and all that, and they're trying to put the narrative in Benin that is going on. Not everything I can say here. That one you just saying there is politics, so mama don't get offended. And this other one that is happening is owned by Igbo man. I just said it. You guys already some funeral, whatever, good guy. He has 2 branches in Benin, and he worked with a federal hospital in Benin. He was giving quick notice from Aswen Hospital. He was giving a quick notice in Aswen Hospital to move his smoke to a different place, and he's just rushing his smoke to a new place. And you know, he was caught by vigilante. Like I said, most people we claim we are educated, but when things happen, you now find that we are even more backward than the northerners will say that they're not educated. Now they took it so high and they rush it. They took social media bloggers took it so high, and then anyway, police got involved.
Even the police spokesperson was there talking.
Yeah, police got involved
no
and all
that.
Nothing. Who they arrested was Igbo guys now and all that.
They were just the workers. They were the workers. The man wasn't there.
They have registration.
So the guys were scared.
Everything.
So are you claiming that it is the Igbo selling human parts in a
No, it's a mortuary.
It's a mortuary. They are not selling anything.
Sorry.
One man.
No, did you not see how they are trying to turn it on to the Igbos? Look at that.
Oh my goodness.
They are trying to turn it on to the Igbos. And I won't let you blame my Igbo brothers.
What piece? I'm sorry though, but you know the optics, the optics wasn't good at all. And secondly, it was the way it was presented to me. I normally wait. whenever I see a news to confirm it. So I'm just sorry. I will just put on the spot on that.
You know, like I said, bloggers took it. No, people want to get views these days.
Oh. It's okay. So one man.
Joel, sorry.
Go back to
Maybe
that
we
thing
just
about
scratch
proportion.
the
It's not
news.
human being like
Maybe we
this.
just
Not
scratch
people.
the news.
Mama,
So
not
far, we
okay.
have getting the original the version. Maybe we just not talk about it anymore. It doesn't worth it. Just my suggestion. Yeah.
All right. So we take that on board then, and then we move, especially out of respect for world peace. Who doesn't like people speaking ill of Edo? But let's move you on. Joel, let's move you to the national debate that they are looking to initiate around the removal of petroleum subsidy. So the suffering is about to be quadrupled upon the average Nigerians.
The thing there is that it still goes down to, you see, there was a period I was talking about sensors, our data system. How many are we in the country? How is it that a place like, I think it's Kano or so, is now consuming more fuel than Lagos? P2B addressed this issue and they asked him, how are you going to do this? He said, this is the issue. That the problem is that we don't really know how much we are consuming. So if, for instance, we're able to cut that amount, say we spend 18 billion on subsidy, and we're able to cut it down to about 5 billion. That is the actual thing that we actually need in Nigeria, right? They can skip subsidy. So that was the way he answered that question. He answered it in two parts, and I agree with him in total. If you remove the fuel subsidy in Nigeria, it will be so hard on Nigeria. It's already hard on Nigerians. I don't want it to be too hard. But what I am seeing in the fuel subsidy thing is that people are siphoning. People are making money off the back of subsidy. And what happens is that there has been a lot of smuggling going on, because immediately the fuel leaves the Nigerian border, you're sending it like 3-4 times the amount. So it's a whole lot of smuggling going on in the northern area of Nigeria, even in the southern area of Nigeria. There is a whole lot of smuggling going on. So we do not know. And sometimes so I think there was some people that were even putting claim to people even bringing in empty badges, and they pay them for it. So the issue here is, how many are we consuming? I would not say remove the subsidy, but if we, for assuming, I know it's not true, but if we are spending about 100% of our earnings on subsidy, and it is found out to be true, then Nigerians have to make the hard choice. It's either they become smart about it. They can give credit, take it off and give credit. That way, people will be able to really cut down on their usage as well. Give them credit, even if it is 4,000, 5,000 a month. Give it to them. There is no how it is going to get to that 100% of our earnings. There has to be some sort of idea on how to deal with this issue so that it does not get so hard on the people. Look at who was talking about, I think it was engineer talking about the credit they gave to them for power. These things can be done. But when we want to allow the federal government to be so big, then we just say, let's generalize it. No. Some people don't actually need the fuel. Some people don't actually need to travel to 5, 6, 7 places when they go home. You can as well just go to work and come back home and save the fuel. But because it is cheap, you can go from here, go to this first place, go to this place, as you're doing all those things, as you're doing, you are burning those fuel. In Europe, people calculate where they go to. I know a friend that will call me and say, hey, EJ, oh no, I bought my gas for this week. It is $30. I know where I'm going to. Wherever they're going, they plan it.
So it's not a jamboree. At some point, we have to tell ourselves the truth. But the thing there is that the things are so hard in Nigeria or Nigerians that I wouldn't want them to just take off the fuel subsidy. If you're going to take off the fuel subsidy and increase their minimum wage, then you create some sort of balance. Then we start living on that pedestal. But we cannot continue. We cannot continue spending everything we have on fuel subsidy when we actually know it is fraud going on there. So it is part of the issue. Buhari has been the petroleum minister for over 7 years, and we've not seen anything from it. So we need a new hand in that area so that we can just get these things going.
All right. And finally, to the E-naira space, E-naira records 200,000 users, 4 billion transactions value. So this is a nascent place that is evolving, not only within Nigeria, first in Africa, by the way, if not the only one in Africa, certainly of 5 in the world that have gone to this space to explore it. So Nigeria breaking new ground globally in terms of technology. So what are you then making then of the evolution of e-currency within the
I will congratulate Buhari because I know he doesn't know what it is, but
it's totally out of sequence, isn't it? You wouldn't expect somebody like Buhari.
He doesn't even know what E means. He doesn't. What are we talking about? But the people under him did it, so I knew when this thing was going on, and I really applauded it. It will put less pressure on the naira. It will also help us it will also help in tackling corruption to an extent too. Because you see, the problem we're having is, when monies are being given out cash, when there's so much, fluidity in the system, there's this temptation to pay in cash. But these days now, people will be making payment in their transaction through the e-money system. So we were able to, curb a little bit of corruption, whether we prosecute those that we found wanting is a business for another day. But that's it on the space. There is this space that I wanted to go to, and that is because tomorrow I'm not working tomorrow. So you're having woman, are you having a morning or evening session tomorrow?
No, I'm having both tomorrow.
Tomorrow, okay. Yeah. So probably I will see if I can come in the morning, and I will really want to, go through an article with you guys on obesity worship in Anambra State. And
can you send it to me via Instagram?
I sent it to you. No, I sent it to you to your Instagram, right?
But are you Matters Rising? Are you Matters Rising?
Yes, I'm Matters Rising. Yeah, Matters Rising. Yeah, it was a space I wanted to use for this kind of thing you were doing, but I still left that one open. Yeah. But the thing there is this, right? I always see it from this group. Whenever we're talking about these leaders, we keep talking, we keep generalizing. Oh, they are all thieves. They are all this. It should stop. That is not right. We have to stop and start looking at the past of these leaders, why they were in government. The attack on Obi or the investigation on Obi is getting so childish. That man worked for the state. He worked for the people. And today, I was listening to Frank Tietie on Arise News, and he was lamenting that even with the problem that state governors are having today, they are still flying private jets. We don't really know where our problem is coming from. That is the reason why we keep doing what we're doing. If we have, that is my fear with the APC and the PDP, because these guys are used to this kind of lifestyle. The lifestyle of being wasteful. When Peter Obi was the governor of Anambra State, if you see the article, do not read about the 250 million. It was the defense of the 250 million. But there were some people like the actors, the guild people that came to see him, even the opposition. And what were they talking about? Prudence. Watch what? Prudence. It is not that you're not going to do something for the people, or it's going to be austerity without sense, austerity without production. No, it's not going to be that kind of austerity. But we need someone that will tell us, hey,
we are going this way, and this is how we're going to spend this money. If we get this money, we put it in things that are going to uplift us. Not building a rail station, a rail line from wherever Kaduna to Maradi. These are the things that made us to. Buhari did some investment, but it was mostly needless. There is no way to checkmate, just like the way they're sharing 20,000 or 5,000 to people. This is like it's like we're living in the 1900s.
That money sharing is just open theft. So
that is what I'm telling you. So when we talk about people that have given their all, if P2B were in PDP, you guys would have still said, "Oh, PDP is them." He came out from there. Do you think that if P2B wanted it so easy that he will leave the PDP? He wouldn't leave the PDP. Peter Obi will go ahead and stay in PDP and follow, and just juggle it until probably the opportunity comes to him. But he left there and he is going there, and ever since Peter Obi has been campaigning or has been talking to people, he has remained on issues. And I disagree with you, woman, when you said that that people cannot disguise and present something like it's coming from the Obi camp. It happens. It happens. Right. Those people that were attacked dogs during the Buhari time, where do you think they all are? You think that they all died? They are still there. So Peter Obi, what he did with the Femi space was good, but Peter Obi cannot keep going on apologizing. The youths that are reacting today, they are reacting because of what they are going through in the country today. So we have to respect what they are going through. Ojus Okalu yesterday came out around 3 a.m. in the morning.
The Obi youths are not experiencing anything that is unique or peculiar to them. So
no, but they are saying no. They are saying no more. One man, they have been through it a lot. Some of us in our own time,
but not peculiarly the Obi youth. So how come it is only the Obi youths that are just so vile and vicious?
It is not the Obi youth. I can't tell. And this is the thing. You see, this thing comes in different perspectives. You cannot have a Sam or Master calling them obituary and you expect them to shut up. You see, so action and reaction are one and the same. So you cannot just go, Tinubu, nobody is talking about when Tinubu went to Osun State. What did he say? Leave those labor people, they will labor in vain. Is that not a troll? If people react to it, you not say, oh, you're attacking me. What do you mean? You attack them first. So we have to be balanced.
I don't think it's a leap from laboring in vain to saying that you burn down the shrine, kill Femi Kuti's family, kill Reno Mokri's family.
No. I've always said it. I've always said that when you threaten people with death, no threat is good. Even the trolling, even when you're trolling. But the thing is this: people will react to issues differently. And most times it doesn't mean that they're going to actually do it. I just feel like it's just one of those things you just say on social media. But Peter Obi has shown in his classiness that he is not that kind of person. He has been going, and you have seen the way he talks. It's not like he doesn't know anything about Atiku or he doesn't know anything about Tinubu, but they keep attacking him. Ojus Okalu, to run this up, Ojus Okalu came out about 3 a.m. yesterday morning. I was lamenting that they were talking about Manchester and they started attacking him. What did he say? He said that at the age of 25, that he was already a billionaire. And if you know how Ojus Okalu made his money, he made his money in the north, via the Buharis, the Maiduguris, and all that. I'm not asking Ojus Okalu, can you travel to Maiduguri today? Can you travel to all these places today? If you were, you guys were managing our head of state at the age of 25, 30, what are the youth today going to get? You guys are 65 and you're still there. So please, let us keep this thing real. We know that 2023 is coming. 2023 is going to be a decisive factor because my brothers and sisters, if Nigeria does not get it right and we're still going on and we elect someone that is not good for us, whereas we leave the people that we thought were going to help us, No problem. I am going to join the oppressors.
Hold on. That person that is good for us is quite subjective. Because of course, who you think is good for
based
us?
on their past, or based on their past, woman, based on their past, we can actually say, and based on what we are seeing, Peter Obi by a distance is better than the other two candidates.
No,
there is no two ways about it. He is better than those.
No, he's not.
We have a choice.
He's criminally corrupt. He's inept in government. There is nothing in his antecedents to suggest any level of competence.
One man.
Out of the three front runners, Peter Obi is the worst.
No, you can't say Peter Obi. You can't say Peter Obi is the worst because when he was the governor, all these things you see, Obi are not talking about. Did he build the airport of
Soludo is saying the same thing. Soludo is saying
what is he saying? What is Soludo saying?
Soludo is telling us that the 70 billion is a fallacy. And
it's not fallacy. It's not fallacy. It's a lie. It's a lie.
You know, Obiano is a senior auditor, far better educated than. And by the way,
Obiano is the worst. Obiano is the worst governor.
Educated of the three front runners. You know that.
Obiano is the worst governor Anambra had after Mbadinuju. We are going to tell you that in Anambra State. He wastes the money of.
The data tell you differently.
No. You can look.
Is the worst of the three candidates. The worst.
It's a lie. It's a lie because the thing there is that Peter Obi did the things that are unusual. Peter Obi
that is unusual. I did nothing.
No. Peter Obi. It's unusual. It's unusual for even a state governor to leave that amount of money. Even if let's leave it at 35 billion, for instance.
It's even unusual. Billion, it was 20.
Okay, 20. Even at 20 billion. It's even unusual.
It is not unusual. Every state governor leaves a starting fund for incoming.
No. How many do Obiano leave for Soludo?
I don't have the figures, but
300 and something million, and left us in how much debt?
Peter Obi has no record, though. He has zero record because we've interrogated the space.
No.
If you are saying to do what is best for the country, then the worst for the country will be to vote for Peter Obi.
No. The thing there is that you have refused to align yourself with the truth, or you just want to be cynical. The issue there is that no. You have not. You have not shown to have investigated the space of Peter Obi, and we cannot. You cannot keep going.
Should I give you 3 or 4 somethings that I have not yet?
These things you bring up are just stuff that you just put up on the internet.
Even his acolytes during his tenure,
look. Who are his acolytes? Who are his acolytes? Who are the acolytes? The acolytes are those elites.
If you want me to open the books, I'll open the books.
Hold on. Those tomorrow. I have time with you tomorrow. Those acolytes you're talking about are those elites that have helped to keep us where we are today. And Peter Obi said no to them. We are not sharing Anambra State money. The money of Anambra State, everything about me is going to go to the people of Anambra State. And Peter Obi did just that.
My brother. Sorry, let Joel land because I want to.
No, I just want to add something for me. Please, one man.
Go ahead, brother.
Joel, you said you're gonna bring something contrary to 250 million.
Yes.
And I know you are the man of your word. You haven't bring that. I kept quiet yesterday.
No, because the reason why is this, right? And Mr. Thomas, thank you very much. It's my own bad, but the reason why is that I've been having busy days at work, right? So the time I have to get up, the time you guys are, is the time I actually go to work. Like you can say, I'm at work right now, right? So I normally take my break early to be able to talk to you guys for 30 minutes. Right, so it's not conducive, but I have printed it out. Tomorrow, I'm not working tomorrow, so I am going to read it out and I'm going to make that defense. And after tomorrow, if you still continue to call on Peter Obi, then it just means that you're just being simply mischievous.
Let me throw this at you as a parting shot. So this Peter Obi is the worst of all of the 3 candidates. There's nothing. If you go through his records, it's just failure after criminality after failure.
Please.
So this is from 2011, January 2011. As Governor Obi as Governor Obi embarks on auto bonanza and bribery, Anambra court and universities groan under lack of fund and government neglect. It's the worst. Peter Obi, the worst. It's record.
One man. This
I can bring
headline
you
is
5
quite.
more. Do you want me to bring you 5 more?
It's quite misleading. It's quite misleading.
That was 2011.
Look.
You saw the
And
date.
today that same university is on while other universities are closed, right?
No, all the universities are not closed. That is also not true. Last week,
university was on strike. Other university was on strike, right?
That's not true. All universities in Lagos are open.
Okay, but I'm saying
they are open.
Lagos State University, Polytechnic,
everything.
Angelico, let me ask you one question. How was that possible? Why did they go on strike? Why did they go on strike?
How is that Anambra State possible?
Oh no! I'm asking you now. I just asked a question now. You can't answer a question with a question. How was that possible?
How is it possible? Is that the state government? I mean,
thank you. That's all. That's all I want to hear from you. Peter Obi had a plan.
Even you need learning, never strike. You need learning,
fine.
Never strike.
So, but majority of universities are on strike, right? Thomas, right or wrong?
You are right.
Can't give that to Obi now. There's a governor there now that make it possible for
These are See, the funds.
Government is a continuum. Government is a continuum. So you can. Obi has left. So what has he done that he keep the advantage?
Let me throw another headline at you because
it was the intervention of Peter Obi that made the university to be on right from even when he was in power. Where other universities were on strike.
Nobody's buying it. So drop the.
You cannot buy it because you don't want to buy it.
Let me throw another headline at you. Here is another headline. And I was saying even his acolytes do not rate him. Peter Obi's former aide faults him on claims of financial prudence. So this is another one that debunks all of the nonsense.
So what is he saying?
It says claims by the immediate past governor, when was this even written? This was in 2016, October 2016. So these are not contemporaneous. So these are not attacks on his presidential slot. This is a historical charting of his tenure as governor. So this is nothing to do with, let me highlight the date for the benefit of the audience. So you can see that this is nothing that they are throwing at him for his presidential slot. This was October the 14th, 2016. It says, claimed by the past governor of Anambra State, Peter Obi, that he ran a very lean administration and consequently left billions for his successor, Willie Obiano, has been faulted by one of the aides of the ex-governor, Benji Obi, saying his former boss was far from the truth. The former special assistant on inter-party affairs to Chief Peter Obi, who spoke during a telephone conversation with journalists in Abuja, queried his former boss on the use of public funds for private functions. He built the first helipad at the government house in Anambra for his personal use. Peter Obi used helicopters to travel often whilst he was the governor, and he usually traveled alone or with one trusted aide. It was not a secret within the administrative circles in Akwa. When he went to the burial of his wife's sister, he flew in a helicopter. He took off from the government house, he said. The former governor who was an Independence Day guest at a church program, The Platform in Lagos, had told his audience that he ran Anambra State successfully and left a huge amount of money for the incumbent governor. Peter Obi increased the money for his private kitchen at the government house to 2 million naira. And by the way, this was in 2010 thereabouts, to 2 million naira monthly, and increased the feeding for the police officers attached to him to 7 million naira monthly. So this is all that gray area of money looting. He alleged, saying the increase was never translated. He alleged, saying the increase was never translated to increased feeding. He alleged that his former boss lied when he said he stopped the buffet-style dinner being served at the government house. What he did was to sack all the previous cooks and butlers and employed over 30 cooks, butlers, stewards from Akwa Ibom and expanded the kitchen budget. The bill is still there. It is verifiable. The Akwa Ibom cooks and stewards were over 20. Who were they cooking for? Buffet was always there. Peter Obi purchased a bulletproof BMW for his wife and 2 bulletproof Land Cruisers for himself. He even bought an additional one for his brother, Damian. He was always using private jets to travel as often as any other state governor in Nigeria. The records are there and can be made public. Peter Obi should be careful the way he opens his mouth because we can expose him to the public. Because we can expose him to the public enough to put him behind bars. Obiano does not want to probe him, so he should shut up. We have information that is lobbying to avoid being probed. What he does not know is that President Buhari is a no-nonsense person. He does not take kindly to hypocrites and corruptions. According to Benji Obi, Governor Willie Obiano has asked Chief Peter Obi for forgiveness for any perceived offense known or unknown to him. Still, Obi goes round talking about Anambra governor with disdain. Dr. Cries Ngige did not vilify him the way he's trying. But this article was written on the 14th of October.
Look.
Should I bring you more? I have more.
Hold on. When you read an article, one man, hold on. One man. When you read an article, and you start saying shut up, I start saying, hold on now, let me talk now.
Yeah.
When you read an article and you start seeing someone saying he should shut up,
because it was irritated by the light.
Now, hold on. You think that if Obiano had anything on Obi, he wouldn't bring it out? He has. Do you want me to bring the evidence? He didn't bring any nonsense. Look, let me tell you something, right?
Do you want me to bring the evidence?
Peter Obi did not want. The problem is this: Peter Obi did not want Obiano to succeed
Out of the
him.
3 front runners, Peter Obi is the worst.
Peter Obi did not want Obiano to succeed him. And that is the reef both of them we are having.
We'll get all that. We have data.
If you can go to the interview gotten by Obi guy that was with Peter Obi when he was interviewed in Channel Television, that was after Obiano made a claim that Peter Obi left no money. Go and listen to that Obi interview. He came there with paper that he submitted to channels. After he made that claim and submitted that paper, all these things, everybody shut up. Look, let me tell you something. Nobody is hiding Obi. They have what they were going to use to criminate Obi, they were going to bring it out long ago. And the police, even with the 250 million naira you're talking about, it is all clear. It is all clear.
All right.
So, but tomorrow, I'm going to give you a practical defense on how that amount came by, and to let you know that it was an amount that was agreed upon by the whole local government in Anambra State.
That is to cash money and
no. It came out from their own pocket. It was a meeting that they had, and they made that money available from their own, and they, not Obi, they found someone that was going to pick up those, that was going to buy those cars, a private contractor. So it wasn't even from the same governor.
Should I throw another corruption at you? 2013, April the 4th.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
There's plenty.
Look.
I have a file on this guy, a file. So I know it's a fraud.
Look, it is okay. It is okay for people to say stuff.
That he is a fraud.
It is okay for people to say something, and when you ask them to prove it, and they start running hater-scatter, bringing up Sahara reporters and all those bullshit, it doesn't matter to us.
Let's leave Sahara reporters. Let's go to Vanguard. Governor Obi sued over alleged diversion of 5 billion naira state fund. This is April 4, 2013. So how many of it?
We'll bring it now. What is
we can go on and on, but I'm playing my mind. I'm playing my mind who Peter Obi is.
Hold on. Remember when all the accusation about Tinubu came by and he had to go defend himself, right? Right? And everybody that had everything against Tinubu then, what happened? When it came to proving anything, they proved nothing. They have nothing against Peter Obi. Peter Obi, let me put my face to it. Peter Obi is prudent. Peter Obi is the person that will take us from this doldrum that we are in today to the next level, where we are going to empower people in the north, the Amajiris in the north, empower you one man to come back home and do what you are doing, empower Nigerians that are in diasporas or lure them to come back and help our country. This is what we should be talking about, not about some people that say that they stole 1 million, 2 million that are not verifiable.
Those are just the light ones. So I have reams.
You have reams of nonsense. You have reams of nonsense. Nothing is.
Do you want me to take you back to 2012? Do you want me to take you back to 2012?
Hold on.
We take on the spot, on the moment sampling. We'll travel back in time and take on the moment sampling of the experiences of Anambrians of Peter Obi. They were speaking at that time, and I have a stream of what they were saying at that time.
No, you were talking. The guy you showed earlier on was talking about Masov.
No, not the guy. I'm talking about a chat
Hold on. Look, let me tell you, the issue of SARS and Masov, that extrajudicial killing, like dumping. I don't know if it was the body because they could not identify those guys. But however, the idea that he said shoot those guys on site was right.
All right.
It was right. Do you know how many people those people killed?
Indiscriminate killing, Abi.
Hold on. Do you know how many people those people killed?
No.
Do you know how many innocent Nigerians?
The governor was right to ask operatives to kill people indiscriminately.
It's just like today. It is a shoot on sight on unknown gunmen.
Unbelievable.
The unknown gunmen.
You heard him say it, though.
To kill his people.
Indiscriminately.
No, why not? Who are they killing? And who are they killing? Those people that you're talking about. Those people you're talking about. Adele Koko, let me ask you a question. Adele Koko, just be reasonable with me. If this Oduduwa nation, as we stand today, start maiming, killing ordinary Yorubas, innocent Yorubas, you cannot come to Beggar. I don't know if you know Beggar in Lagos. Or let's say Maza in Lagos, and you go there and people cannot even, immediately you would drop from the bus, they have ransacked you, and if you don't know, they stab you, and you say, what? Who are you as a governor? The chief security officer of the state. And if you're a criminal hiding under any guise of any ideology, and you feel like killing people, it's your hobby, then killing you should be the hobby of the government.
All right, thank you, Joel. But Joel, anyway, let me just leave it.
No, go ahead. I can defend. I can go. Look, one man, I can go with you because the system is down. I can. Any how you want to bring it today, I am going to face it today. One man, the battering of Obi's image, has to be stopped.
The battering.
We are talking about Nigeria. We are talking about Nigeria. We are talking about who is going to take us to the next level. And I'm telling you here,
Joel, are you denying all what one man has read now?
Oh, yes.
Are you denying it?
Oh, yes.
Come on, brother. Let's just move on, one man. Let's move on.
Thomas. Look, let me tell you something. I don't accept you because you don't even know the way to the East. You've not been to the East before. So why should I even have an argument with you?
Let me tell you something. Do you know where I've never been to the East?
Where? Right.
When I was young, my mother told me not to go to the East because they are eating human beings. Because they are eating human beings.
Thank you.
That's what my mother told me.
Thank you so much. And thank God you didn't come.
No, I'm not joking. I'm not joking. I'm not joking.
Human beings. I understand. So your mom.
No, I'm not joking.
I understand. I get it. I understand the kind of family you come now. So I don't want to talk about it. Let's not talk about it, please. Let's talk about some serious issues. I mean, but the issue here is this, one man. I stand by what I say. I am never going to say Nigeria a dummy. I am always going to tell Nigerians the truth as it stands pertaining to this election. Peter Obi is here to stay. If whether he loses or he wins, we, the obedience, we are going to have a better dialogue, which whoever that is going to be in government, and if we are in the government, it will only exponentially take us to where we want to be. Me and you talking here in a foreign land, we will be able to go home, go and invest, help our place, build our home, just like we are building other people's homes here. That is what we ought to be doing. Then we build ourselves from Nigeria, then we can now go other places, and we start seeing if we can conquer or we stay in our place and develop our economy to the envy of the outsiders. But in order to do that, we need someone with the capacity to take us there, and Peter Obi is the one. Thank you very much, one man, and thank you everyone.
All right, as ever, a spirited defense as ever from Joel. But Joel, they're still prodding at you. Joel, where's the debunk? The boys are waiting. So that's Kolata. Always.
Kolata, I will see you in the morning. Please make sure I'll make sure I'm getting up around 7 o'clock in the morning. I don't know, one man. I don't know when you're starting your morning session. But Kolata, I would like you to be there because I'm going to. It's going to be feisty if you want it to be, but it's always going to be educational and a place where we can have some dialogue and have some change of mind on how we move forward. Thank you.
All right, brilliant.
Jer will the Shukumerije. Jer will Shukumerije.
All right. You put engineer to sleep. So let's leave engineer to carry on with the sleep. But let me go on instead to Thomas. So Thomas, let me come to you and to the space then. Let me start you then from the Dambazau Coup. Your thoughts on that, Thomas?
Thank you, one man. They have been attacking me in the conversation. I don't care. That is what my parents told me when I was young. Back to the matter. To me, at least we should give the man kudos. Because if the man really want to carry out that coup, they will do it successfully, one man. I don't think anyone has been punished for planning coup in that country. If there is, it could be, but I don't know one that has been punished for coup in that country. Even though staging a coup is a treason felony, but for the man to voil that space, it's a very good thing in a good direction. I gave the man the kudos for voiling that coup. But in another way, let's just thank God that they didn't succeed with that coup, because if they really planned the coup and it was successful, the military junta or the military regime, we could have taken us another maybe 10 years back or 5 years back. But thank God that they didn't succeed in that coup, so that we can continue this democracy we are practicing. Even though we don't see the dividends of the democracy, but at least it's still a little bit better. And one man, I was thinking one day, even Abacha time that we are talking about, if they ask Nigerians now that, do you want to go back to Abacha regime? Some people will even say yes, because even we are better off then compared to now that we said we are practicing democracy, quote and unquote. So I give the man kudos for doing that, one man, just to save time.
All right, brilliant. And to the space of, okay, no, let's abandon that, as you said. Let me take you then to the space of the E-naira that is evolving slowly within the Nigerian space. Somewhat of a bit of a good news, Thomas, would you say?
Yes, it's a good news, but I still don't really understand what the E-naira is all about. Is he a credit card? Is he for people to not carrying cash? Because everybody already have their credit card. We don't carry cash around. But I think if you can have anybody that can even explain, I don't understand.
It's not a credit card. It's more. It's like it's sort of like a paperless money. So it's still a naira, but it is digitalized. So it doesn't actually come in physical form.
But what is different from our normal bank accounts and E-naira? It's still, to me, it looks the same thing, isn't it?
You don't need a bank account. You don't need any physical structure for it. It's a bit like a cryptocurrency.
Oh,
which you just have so you have a virtual wallet where and the two things that struck me in what I read out is that they have merchants already signing up for it, and they have users signing up for it as well. So if the merchants are so it's essentially you can just download a wallet onto your phone, and then you can just by just that phone pay your money, you know. So you don't it just removes the physicality of it, the naira. And within that system that they are developing, they can build so many layers. So it allows for probity. And then, you know, all these monies that we are seeing Sadia Farouk claim that she's giving people all over the space. So that money goes out of physical cash. It goes into a digitalized space, which then makes for auditing. So a lot of people that are untouched by governance and untouched by the system, and Nigerians, most of them have a phone. So it opens up such a vast space that can be explored.
One man, it's as you have rightly explained now, it's a good thing. Even if we in diaspora can have one, at least we can, if we can tap into that space, because anytime I'm traveling to Nigeria, I love to have money in Nigeria, so you don't need to carry cash, because here you have to change your money to USD, change Australian dollar to USD, so you can spend the USD, American dollar, in Nigeria. Because if you carry Australian dollar out of Australia, when it gets to Nigeria, the value is not too good. So it's very good thing. As you have rightly said, I will try and get into it if it's something that somebody can have, and it's a good thing, one man. At least we say we don't have good news in that country. At least we can take this as a good news, somewhat, because it's not because he has been just now, he has been there, but now at least they have made progress. Almost 200,000 people have keyed into it, and billions of naira has been in that space. One man, that's a good thing in a good direction to me. Yeah.
All right, and to the petrol subsidy space, are your thoughts?
Yes, that is the one I'm even happy to take more. One man, to remove fuel subsidy, it's gonna cost. It's gonna be hard on Nigerians. But if they remove fuel subsidy, what is gonna cushion Nigeria? What is gonna be like? What is Nigeria's gonna gain? Are they giving us how many years that we are going to suffer? The money they will stop in paying for subsidy, are they truly going to put it in making our refinery works? Because, one man, this money you are mentioning, this is something that can make a modular refinery, even make a bigger refinery. So if they are not going to use that money to give us refinery, they are saying they want to be paying 5,000 naira as president is doing all over. That is not going to leave people out of poverty. Even now that subsidy is still there, you can see, if they tell me how much they are selling food in Nigeria now, I said it's still same Nigeria we are living before. So it's going to create more agony on our people. But if they remove it, what is Nigeria going to gain? How much do we need to suffer? Because before everything balance, and even if you want to remove it, Buhari could have removed this subsidy when the crude oil really crashed, that they are selling crude oil in maybe $40 or $50 per barrel. But not now, they are selling it back maybe 120 or 110 or $100 per barrel. So it's going to create more problems more agony on our people. But how long are we going to suffer it? So removing it is good. I remember when Goodluck Jonathan want to remove it January 1st, I forgot the year. People took to the streets, everybody go gaga. We understand that. But what is the gain? What is the light at the end of the tunnel for removing the subsidy? If it's gonna pay us, if it's gonna bring succor to our people, I would say they should remove it. But if it's gonna remain giving our people more agony, one man, I don't subscribe to that. Because it's gonna create more, even it's gonna create problem for us in the diaspora, because we send money to our parents, to our family. Even the money we send to them it's not gonna get any value anymore. It's not gonna get any value. So one man, who is laughing?
I think it's Joel, but Karen, yeah, go on. It wasn't laughing at you. I think you're muted and it was in private. Go on.
Private, yes, yeah. So if it's gonna bring succor to our people, they should remove it. But if it's not gonna do anything to us, I don't buy the idea. They should continue paying it until we have a president that can give us functioning refinery, so that we don't need to export our crude oil to bring out fuel to that country. That is just my submission, Wama.
All right, brilliant. So can I call on people who have not yet hit the like button to click on the like button, especially if you are an obedient. So this is a special call. It's only to the obedience. Make sure you click on the like button for all of the support that we are giving the OB movement. So if you appreciate the support that we are giving the OB movement, then click on the like button. So as you said about clicking on that like button, let me take Thomas to another talking point. But Abia Miller's commentaries, 3-horse race with Tinubu coming out on top. He's saying that their record of achievement will be the deciding factor, and Tinubu stands shoulder and above the rest of them on that score. Do you agree with it?
Yeah. One man, what do you want Badamia Bila to say? It's one man, Badamia Bila is Tinubu fans to the core. If you remember when they have their primaries, when Tinubu ignore Oshibajo, you can see, even though Badamia Bila is Tinubu is senior to him, Badamia Bila walked to Tinubu straight, whisper to him, you didn't greet the vice president. And you can see Tinubu obey him straight. So Badamia Bila is Tinubu fans to the core. And what he's saying, that is what you expect him to say. Even though, let's say Tinubu is not even competent, he doesn't even have the record, he doesn't even have the antecedent, he doesn't even have anything to offer Nigeria. That is what Badamia Bila say, because he's the APC man, he's a die-hard fan of Tinubu to the core. To the core. If we say people that will listen to Tinubu today, you will pick him as one of them that will listen to Tinubu, that we need to listen to Tinubu, that will give Tinubu advice, then he will take to it. But Jamila is one of them. Femi is one of them. So it's what he's saying is right. Then in another angle, Tinubu has showed the antecedent, one man, that he can really hire people that can work. They are claiming Tinubu is holding Lagos till now. But holding Lagos till now, we can see the work. We can see what is going on in Lagos. It's not to the 100%, but Lagos is still working. Lagos is working. They are working project upon project, infrastructure upon infrastructure. Is it 100%? No, but they are still working. If Tinubu can hold, he has been putting governor there since 2019, after he left, and they have been working. Why not? So I give it to Tinubu that he can hire competent people, and we see it in all the governors he has. One man, I still like Ambode. I would still like Ambode. Ambode to come back.
That man, I love him. That man will do a great job in Lagos. Even Sanwo-Olu now is doing a great job. Even Tinubu, one man. I remember when the first time I went to Lagos, Oshodi Sale, you can't even walk. One man. No vehicle passed through under that bridge before. I witnessed that. But you can see Lagos now. Lagos is one of it's not to metropolitan city, but you can still say it's good. Lagos is moving. Lagos is working, not to the 100% standard, but we can still say Lagos is working. So I give it to Tinubu. Tinubu will hire people that will work because he has the antecedent. That is my submission, Wama.
All right, thank you, Thomas. So, Thomas, let me go on from you to
Thomas. Woman, can I just ask you one question?
I don't want to stretch it for too much longer. But
no problem. Okay, Thomas, you have said about what he did in the people that he put in Lagos, which I think, yes. I mean, if somebody didn't want to work, he wouldn't work. If Pashala didn't want to work, he wouldn't work. It's not like he put a rope to their neck to perform. But if we can go to other places where he put in people like the Ekitis, Oshun, and other places, had those people over there been able to perform? Buhari is there too. Is Buhari performing? So I think that space is being
we're going to leave that. We leave that question rhetorical because we are coming up to 5 hours and I need to steam through. So let me go on to Saki Fada. So Saki Fada, are you still there?
Yes.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Saki. So, Saki, let me take you to the Dambazau space, opening up that he was plotting a coup against Goodluck Jonathan, saying this in a public forum. Should he be arrested?
I wouldn't think he should be arrested. To me, thank God that the coup didn't happen. But this goes a long way to tell us the mindset of the vultures and the political vultures in Nigeria, who are ready to go extra mile just to achieve what they want to achieve. But that very news is a very bad news. I wouldn't expect Nigeria to go to that very extent of thinking about Q, in this 21st century. Thank God it didn't happen. So for him to open up now, I think, like Ovia said, he's trying to pass a message, so that these dispensations and every other person we sit with, we be very careful to know that if crisis is not quelled in Nigeria, there is every tendency that the military people might use up power. So that's my submission there, one man. I don't want to talk too much on that.
All right, brilliant. And to the space of removing of petroleum subsidy. So the petroleum subsidy is a scam, of course, we know. So if they remove it, they will look to steal the money somewhere else only by quadrupling the price of petroleum. So either way, the Nigerian person still gets nailed down.
Well, it is very, very certain that the petroleum sector should be totally deregulated. It's saying that petroleum subsidy should be removed. But my advice is that it is supposed to be something that has to be done gradually. Do you understand what I mean? So if, for instance, the petroleum subsidy was like maybe $4,000, for instance, I don't expect them to remove it once. I will expect them to take it gradually, because Nigerians have always been used to a state of nature where we have petroleum subsidy for a very long time. So if we just do it totally, immediately, right now, it will affect Nigerians very well. So I feel Nigeria, they should do it gradually, like it should be a sequential process that doesn't happen immediately. It has to take phases, gradually until it is totally removed. so that by the time it is totally removed, Nigerians will begin to adjust, and then such money should be channeled to other things. It's not only petroleum that we have to subsidize. There are other things that can be subsidized, but let it be an honest subsidy or honest deregulation process. Government cannot claim to be deregulating and regulating at the same time. Free up a lot of spaces so that there could be enough competition in the system that will naturally bring a kind of efficiency. That is what I think in that space.
And to the E-naira space, are you following the space, and is this a good development? Somebody is saying, go on. Yeah.
I'm not following it, but I think the E-naira, the only thing it will do is just to make transactions faster. And if transactions are faster, it can also impact somehow on our GDP. That's the only thing I see, But it is a space, it is a financially evolution. People should start buying into, for a faster transactions and other things, So I think it will create more financial inclusion, and in the end, it might expand our GDP frontiers, because transactions will be very fast and faster. So I think people are now buying into the idea, given the data they give that certain thousands of people have downloaded and they are using it. So I think it will be, yeah. So that's my.
All right. All right, thank you. And to the Femi Fanikayode space, going around the television studios,
I don't want to talk about Femi Fanikayode. He's just a clown. Where I wanted to talk very well is the space of the violence. You see violence from obedience and so on.
Okay, let me build it up for you then. So it's Peter Obidien that has somewhat fed up by the constant prodding. Peter Obi blows hot, accuses APC PDP of launching calm money campaign against him. So this is the space then of the whole of the political space identifying that somewhat a viciousness coming out of the tagged obedient space. With all manners of made-up story and viciousness against anybody that is not on board with their narrative. So Peter Obi has been put upon by this narrative so often. He's now saying that it is actually the opposition parties putting out false narratives and then making the attribution to the Obi space. Somewhat of a convoluted spin, but are you buying that,
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm buying that. I'm not saying that there are no obedience. There are no. I'm not saying that we don't have some of obedience who are sounding violent. I'm not saying that, but at the same time, I want to believe that this is election season. This is a political strategy. This is a game of strategy, and people come into a space, to discredit a space. And the way they can achieve that is to use the opportunity, because they know that any violence that come on Twitter now, they will say it's obedient people. Some people can create fake accounts, who are those people might not be supporters of Obio, but they can create fake accounts. And anything that happens, they will just, issue threats on that very space. And people might think it is coming from Obi people. But then another thing I want to tell Nigerians, we are educated here. If we are making analysis, let it be comprehensive analysis. If we make analysis from this angle, let us also see it from another angle. We cannot keep saying that every violence on Twitter in this political season is obedience. And people keep having this narrative that it is obedience. I will cite two examples. Just today in Lagos, a northerner who is not just that he's a northerner, he is a crippled, he is deformed, and he's on wheelchair. And this guy is supporting Obi. He said he's totally obedient. And he wrote vote for Obi, all those kind of things. He wrote it on a paper and pasted it in his bicycle. And some people, some opponents who are supporting other candidates attacked him today and even spoiled his bicycle and even attacked him, and he sustained wounds. He went to hospital today. Somebody sent him to hospital today to take care of him. He sustained wounds. So the guy was almost complaining bitterly publicly. You can see it on YouTube. It's open. That Northerner was saying, is it wrong to be supporting anybody? Is it because he's supporting Obi that he bested Obi something on the bicycle, and the other camp attacked him in Lagos? So won't we now say that this other camp is also violent? Then I'll give you another instance. If you are very, very visible on Twitter, one guy, a Yoruba guy, I will call his name on Twitter, because will be people, they are planning to do some rally on October 1st, in Lagos. They have already fixed the time and the date before Tinubu camp fixed their own time and date. And it's now they have fixed the Tinubu camp came and fixed the same time, the same date, the same venue. So it was like a confusion, Then one guy who is supporting Tinubu, his name is Kudus Akabi Elei. That is what he's answering in Twitter. Go and see it on Twitter. He started in Twitter issuing threats, about the planned rally by Obi movement. That if people should come out on the 1st of October, the Obi camp, that they will see a lot of things. It was a serious threat on Twitter. So why don't we now say that these supporters of Tinubu also are violent? Why is it that any violence that comes on Twitter, people will say it is Obi, it is Obi people, it is Obi people? So this is political season. Violence comes from every round, and political strategists are using this to demarcate a particular person. If you are very visible on Twitter, you see all these people threatening. The threat is coming from everywhere, not only Obi camp, not only on Tinubu camp, not only on Atiku. I've seen some Atiku people who are also issuing threats. But when I saw that guy in Lagos today, who was beaten up in Lagos, a crippled guy, his bicycle was damaged, and the guy was like shouting. He not done for that matter, for placing Obi's banner on his bike, saying that you should vote for Obi. Obi is what we need for Nigeria. So, but these things, people will not talk about it, but they will only focus on obedience and say obedience are violent. And let me tell you, most of this violence you see, we are here talking about Obi people. Obi people have always been used as victim of circumstance. They are always on the defensive. They are not on the offensive. They normally react to actions. So, like for instance, the guy that wrote obituary, he attracted an action. Another guy today wrote an article. The guy is called Segalink. That Segalink wrote an article. He said incitement and something, and then put Obi's picture there. What is he expecting? Is he expecting that after reading that article, that people will not react to that?
Yeah, no, you can't violently react to anybody that is critical of your.
I'm not talking about, I don't know what you mean by violently reacting.
No, the endless abuse, the threats of harm, threatening to burn down people's place of business, to harm their family. This is how they react.
Wait. You were here, one man, here, I've heard you one time saying here that Peter Obi is too gentle for this political space. That this political space is rough, and you see a lot of things. People can even lynch some attacking statements on you. That Peter Obi is very soft for this kind of Nigerian politics. So This thing is happening in the season. It is coming from every camp. So my thesis is that we shouldn't say that violence is only Obi people that are doing it. Other people are also doing it. I've given you 2 instances that just happened. You can imagine somebody on Twitter saying that if Obi people should come out on that very day of October, to do rally in that very, what do we call that place? The Lekki to it, because Tinubu people also put the same date, So the guy said, if Obi people should come that very day, that we see a lot of things, a lot of threats, So why are people not also talking about that? Why is it that it is only Obi people that will be saying Obi people are violent? They are violent. Violence is from every of these supporters. There are people who are cult followers of Obi. There are people also who are cult followers of Tinubu. There are people who are cult followers of Atiku. That is what you see when you observe something like some cult followership. So that is my analysis. That is my take on that very space.
Zaki.
Yeah.
Zaki.
Yes.
You see, this is the reason why people like me and others are saying, let us do away with all these 3 candidates that are not that
Fit
are
for
not allowing
purpose.
peace, that
Fit
are
for
not
purpose.
allowing peace to reign in that country. That's why we are saying, let us go for a different candidate.
Yes, I
that
understand.
is peaceful, that is ready to take us to the problem. But all these violent candidates, candidates with violent supporters, toxic supporters, why can't we just do away with them? And let's go for somebody else.
Yeah, I understand.
We cannot continue like this.
I understand.
We cannot continue like this. That's your rest message. We can't continue like this. You can't continue to play politics like this. Why must we be killing each other or calling for each other's head because of we are marketing a candidate, or this is just not good.
Adeleko, stop the generalization. Stop it.
Stop
generalization.
What?
Stop
Now
the
you want to
generalization. You
come with
generalize
your
a lot.
defense.
You
Now you
generalize.
want to defend.
You generalize a
You are
lot. That's my
expressing
problem with you.
You are expressing the
That's my
aggressive.
problem with you.
The
That's my problem with
aggressiveness. You
you.
are expressing this.
No. But okay, why was
Don't express violent nature
Showore?
that you've been called now.
Why
Why
was
are you
Showore?
trying
Why
to
was
express
Showore?
this violent nature that we are talking about?
Hold on. I forget obedience.
They want to exonerate him. They want to exonerate him.
Nobody's exonerating anybody. What I'm just saying is that action and reaction are the same. However, trying to blanket
It's you
everybody,
people that started this violent campaign and calling for other people's head.
It's a
It's
lie.
you,
It's a
Obedient,
lie.
that started it.
Obedient did not
It's
start
you,
it.
Obedient, that started it.
It's a lie. You're just being economical with the truth, Ajele Koko.
What is a lie?
Obedient.
We have all
When
the
they
facts.
started, when Obedient started, they were going about with their mistake. Then the Tinubu era dogs started attacking them. And you can see them on
You
TVC.
people started
the only one
brandishing
that is
gun on the internet that you're going to permit somebody that does not support to be. We watched the video. We watched the video.
Who is that guy?
And the guy is an Easterner. We watch it. What are you talking about?
Joel, you are a member of the platform, so you are able to see.
I remember vividly.
We watched the video.
I remember vividly.
We watched the video of Obi supporter brandishing a gun like this. It's the guy from the East saying that he's going to permit people who not supposed to.
All right.
In a normal country,
if you want to be coming to attack every commentary about Peter Obi, we will never live here. Because
no. What I'm just saying is this. Right?
that person in a sane country, that person that brought out a gun is a criminal. You address that person
Hey,
as
who
a
is he
criminal.
supporting? He's
But
supporting your candidate.
But no.
He's supporting your
Obi
candidate.
doesn't know who he is. Obi doesn't know who he is.
Okay,
Right?
this is it again. You want to spin it around again.
So the guys
Obi
that
doesn't know
attacked
who
the
he
guy
is.
on the bicycle
Does
today,
Tinubu know
Tinubu
who's
send them?
does
Did
Tinubu
Tinubu
know
send them?
does Tinubu know those people that went to attack that
He does
disabled
not.
that
He does not.
Also, sorry, Joel. Sometimes you
Father
just
is
have to
telling us?
allow it, because if you do this all the time that Peter Obi is mentioned, it is just going to spiral out of
No.
control.
But you cannot be
Please, no.
you cannot be slandering.
All right,
You cannot be slandering his name.
all right. Thank you. Enough of that. Let me go from Saki to what?
I think Bratish is still on. I think I just interject him. Maybe you want him to.
All right, back to your thoughts, Saki.
Yeah, Ajele Koko, in a same country, just like you say, for me, Shore is a very, very, very nice candidate. He has everything it takes in a same country. He has, from everything he has done, he looks very stellar, in all facets of life. So if I'm the one that is voting, it is one of the kind of people I want to vote for, But the only thing is, like right now, we are not seeing evidence of the possibility of him, going to like gathering the needed votes as of today. It appears that his message has not he has not have wider followership across the country, But if you tell me, if you bring all the candidates, and say, who do I want to vote for, or who will I like to be president of Nigeria? Somebody like him is well educated, is exposed, is making a lot of policies. I was still aligned with such kind of person. I'm not debunking the fact that he's not very stellar. That's that. So that's my point on that.
All right, brilliant. Well put. Always well put by Saki Fada. So thank you, Saki Fada. So for time, let me go on from you to World Peace. World Peace to the conversation and to the Dambazau coup, which never happened, but nevertheless, the plotting of it only needed a phone call. I see it as treason. How do you see it?
Well, one man, people have said a lot about the Dambazau, this thing. For me, sorry, this first time I'm hearing this coup matter from Dambazau. Well, now we cannot know who is the villain, who is the hero. But from what he has said, I think he is the hero right now that saved the day for not allowing coup to take place. But I won't be surprised if coup happened, because there'll never be a time when there's Southerners in power that the Northern people will be comfortable. Is when there's Southerners in power, we already hear about coup, skirmish, and here and there. But when Northerners in power, even though the country is as bad as it is now, like Buhari, you don't hear coup. But when Southerners in power, they want to come up with coup situation because they are never comfortable with the Southerner person in power. Well, thank God, let's thank him. He saved the day. That's what I can say about that one, man.
All right, thank you. And to the fuel subsidy space, it has to be removed because it doesn't even exist. But then, of course, that will lead to an increase in the petroleum pump price. So they continue to hammer down on the Nigerian person. What is?
Yeah, they should remove it. That thing is sucking our money. Like as the engineer said, yeah, bloodsuckers. That thing is sucking our money badly, sucking the economy dry. But when they should remove it stage by stage. If they just hit it head on, it will cause a lot of hardship for the poor citizens. So like you said, it never existed. One might just imagine you and I have a contract. We are one of the contractors that supply subsidy to Nigeria. We won't be here talking about how to restructure Nigeria. That 18 billion they share every day. A lot of money that is going to private individuals.
It's unbelievable, isn't it?
A lot of money. So you imagine these people will not want it to be removed. So this kind of people can topple any government. Those people, they are so rich, they're richer than the states. So it's like they feel their entitlement. So, but they should remove it because it's sucking Nigerian dry. They should remove it and channel that money to something else. But how they're going to do it is another problem. That's what I say about that one, man.
All right, brilliant. And to the Peter B space, who is now blaming all the what people see as the waywardness of his fans on other people, saying that it's actually fifth columnists attacking themselves and then blaming it on Peter B. So what are you then making of this rather fanciful defense by the man from Anambra?
Yeah, well, it's politics time. Everybody will do the blame and attack game, play the blame and attack game. I think he feels that the only way he can really defend that space to show that it's not always a supporter that is giving it to other people. He's still coming out to take the to act like he's still receiving the how will I say it? That he's still on the end side of the tunnel, still taking attacks too by coming out to say he's they are attacking him too, and people are hiding under his obedient supporter to cause problems. But it's a game of politics, how I see it. I don't think, from my own opinion, I don't think he received more attack than the opposition from his obedient crowd. Because if you go against Peter Obi, they'll call for your head. Anything you say, they'll call for your head heavily. Like Atiku camp and Tinubu camp, those ones will engage you ideologically, to speak with you, But the obedient camp, the insult you will get, you won't believe your life, So I think he's trying to play the defense, just be on the defense, That's how I see it.
All right, brilliant. And to Femi Fanika, they're saying that he's now with the Tinubu campaign train. But is it even worth any attention, Femi Fanika, there anymore? Who does he sway? Who listens to his words and who is guided by him? Just an empty vessel making loud noise. What is?
Femi Fanika is a wasted data. To speak that name on your platform is a waste of time, man. That man is not to be taken serious, That guy that is a complete definition of a political prostitute. It goes anywhere, any direction that pays his bills. So I won't be surprised he's pitching with Tinubu camp right now. So I think they have paid his bills and his drugs running out, so you have to refill.
All right. He went to Ghana to get off drugs for once upon a time to rehab, That guy is just, I cannot bear him, There's just something about, it's just one of those people that, there are certain people that you just instantly find unlikable. I think he's one of those for me, just instantly unlikable.
Yes. And if that guy have got himself right, that guy would be a fine, sharp, intellectual gentleman, how to put it in English. That guy is well schooled and I don't know, polished, but I don't know why he went this route with all those things he has. I cannot make good use of it. Anyway, take me to the next topic point, and so the next person can go on.
All right. And to the space, Femi Gbajabiamila's permutation of the upcoming February space. By his permutation, Tinubu lands in Aso Rock, but then, of course, you'd expect him to say that. But what he's saying is that the records of our people will be brought to the fore in September when the elections kick off. And there are people like Peter Obi and Atiku, they cannot hold a candle to Tinubu's achievements and pedigree. Do you agree with him? What is?
Of course, Femi is a party man and Tinubu loyalist to the core. What do you expect him to say? He will always pitch tent with his party and speak good of his candidate. What he's saying from his candidate is what anybody would say from any from any camp, What he said is his opinion, and he's right what he said. But 2023 is still far. Let's see what happened. He's just saying his own opinion. His campaigns for his man. You know, Tinubu make him the Speaker of House of Assembly. You know, so he will always want to pay back. You know, so I don't say anything big about that. It's a good speech from him. The party loyal party man. You know, that's how I see the man.
All right, and to the E-naira space, do you see it as a good development for the Nigerian
There's anything
space?
good come out from Nigeria? E-naira. I bet one man will live with E-naira. If it is good, you and I would have it by now in our phone.
I'm going to get it, certainly. I'm going to get it, no doubt.
Let's see, because you know anything in Nigeria, instead of to look for the good, to look how to make use of it to help people's life, rather they'll be looking for ways to scam people. Don't be surprised one director is putting it to work how you can scam Nigerian money from that E-naira. One day you hear that 30 trillion or 12 billion is missing. That'll tell you maybe it was computer glitch, that's why the money just disappeared. That's my fear about those people. You know, that's how I see it. Anyway, thanks for having me on your show. You can move to the next panelist. I'm taking care of my kids. They are eating now. And,
yes, I can hear in the background. What are they having? Is it fish again?
No, they're having what's this food? Yakisoba. It's kind of Japanese rice, like noodles with cabbage and other things. But she didn't put sausage. So my third daughter said she's not going to eat without sausage.
But the Japanese diet is rice and fish, isn't it? I think that's the only thing you eat, rice and fish.
Yeah. And this yakisoba too, they eat it a lot. Like it's still rice, so that long Chinese rice.
Sorry, what piece? Do you speak the language?
I speak, but not that fluent. It's not for me to get my direction. But I understand very well.
Yeah, but it appears their language is very difficult to learn.
Yeah, so even Japanese cannot speak all their languages. Even the Japanese cannot speak all their language. There are two types of Japanese language: kanji, hiragana, and kitagana.
So, but for all of the time you've lived there, I mean, surely, how do you communicate day to day?
I think, like I told you, my wife speaks English very well.
Yeah, but day to day, when you go about your day,
I speak Japanese. I don't speak. Yeah. I speak, but not as much like that fluent. I can speak to my direction, what I want. I can talk. I can make conversation. I understand very well, but I cannot communicate that.
Do you still go into shops and you point and point? Are you still pointing?
Yes, I do that. Sometimes I do that. I still do that. I just point this one. They say, yes, this. That's what I do that. If I don't want to explain that much, you know. Yeah, I do it, but it's okay. We are already here.
How widely spoken is English in Japan?
No. Zero English. Zero English.
All right, but you've lived there not long enough to have mastered the language or what is?
Yeah, I suppose. I told you why now. My first wife, my doctor, that one speaks English. So because I was speaking Japanese, I was speaking the street Japanese. So she was like worried, how am I learning this street Japanese? So I started learning to unlearn the Japanese I learned. So that really affected me. So I was not speaking Japanese. And my second wife speaks English very well too. So I ended up I was not really using Japanese. It was when I was doing my club business, I was really speaking, because then I engaged people, you know.
Why did you stop the club business? I would have thought it's very lucrative.
Yeah, it's good. It was good, but so many things. My wife don't like club business at all. And in my area, just one time, Japanese government was clamping down on club in my area in Japan. They stopped a lot of things. They stopped club business. It was really, they shut up the time that to 1 o'clock, 1 a.m. at night. You cannot play certain music. So club business was really going down. So a lot of people shut down. That's the time I pulled out. Now they removed the restriction 2 years ago, or the last year.
Are you going back in?
No, my woman will not allow me.
Do they still have the triad gangs? Do they still have the triad mafia in?
No, Yakuza. Japanese have one of the best mafia in the world that is very organized. Only Japan you see Yakuza that have a cosmetic card. They have office. Your gang have office, have a cosmetic card. Can you imagine that? They can't write, I'm a mafia. This is my office. Can you imagine that?
Sorry. How is their marriage like? Do they like, this our African culture where a woman has to be under a man? or do they preach this equality?
In Japan, your woman is supreme. Oh. Do you know that the only fight me and my woman has is that she don't see my money? In Japan tradition, your salary is supposed your wife receive your salary.
Hey.
Hey, Jesus Christ.
Begin come back. No.
What sort of crimes? What sort of crimes do they have there? What's the common crime that they have?
Common crime is what's the common crime here in Japan? It's so common. Crime, the common crime, that everyday crime we see.
That means you don't have crime. If you have crime, you will know
Japan.
straight away.
Yeah, don't really crime. But the crime they have like suicide, sure.
No, that's not a crime. That's not really
that's
a crime.
Stealing.
Do they have pickpocketing? Because I know that's commonplace in China.
No. Stealing. No pickpocket here in Japan. Like stealing. Any stealing here?
So your wife receives a salary.
Yeah. So hey, young man, let me tell you one thing that is common here. Is young men or old men stealing young girls' panties from. Is
that some sort of you know there's a fetish around that sort of space?
Yeah. Japan is highly they pay up to $10,000 for young girls' pants.
Yes, unwashed, Abby, unwashed pants, Abby.
Your washed pants, yeah, unwashed pants. They steal it a lot. These are big police on TV every day.
Because and they like to sniff it. They like to sniff it.
Yes, and they'll sniff it and go and preserve it. They'll put inside it and preserve so that smell does not go. I'll bring it out.
For real?
Yes.
One man, have you done it before? How do you know?
No. I know that culture is also in Europe, by the way.
Yeah.
You know?
Wow. Japan is heavy here. Japan is heavy here. That they show on TV that people stealing people's pants or arrest them. It's a big case.
Even there's a culture, which I think is also Japanese as well, of men. It's like a dominatrix sort of a thing. Then they dress them up in nappies, and then they put a dummy in their mouth. Do they have that?
Yeah, I think I know what it is. I think it's like a festival thing. They'll dress weird.
No. This is a fetishism, some sort of sexual perversion.
Yeah, I don't know. There's so many things going on. I told you in my city here, Kawasaki, they have a dick festival. If you've not seen it, it's biggest in the world. They celebrate dick, carry this symbol. You will laugh. We all go there.
But Japanese
what about racism to blacks?
No. Racism, like I said, every country has racism, but just that Japanese are traditional people. They don't accept anybody. The old Japanese. It's just the new ones. They don't just both white, black, anybody. They just accept. They accept. But don't they show it to you. They keep it to themselves. They just. I know. I just told them you got to invest.
But Japanese are workaholics. They work a lot.
Crazy like robot. That's why they kill themselves now. The guy is so rich. You just go and jump on the train, and they're not because he doesn't have money. Because he's working inside like a robot. Does not have free time. He go and kill himself.
Hey.
Are they sexual beings, Japanese? Are they sexual beings in the way that black people are?
These people. Let me ask my wife. And Yuka, the Japanese people sex freaky. Kuzuko. No, just like sex, like crazy freaks, like the way black people like sex. Yeah. I think Japan is the best predators in this country.
Woman.
Yeah.
Can we host them? Can we host a one-man show in Japan?
Why you say so?
I don't know. They know those samurais. They will come on top of your head.
No, they don't.
I mean, we can host a one-man show in
There's no fight in Japan. No. Two fighting is worse than murder case. Though. Two fighting is more than murder case. Nobody fights. Two things that does not happen in Japan. Accident, like now you want to say something, you get missed, like come and swear, you do. You say, okay, now make this on your go kill. In Japan, the key person, and in Japan they don't fight. Not like there's no accident, but the ratio of accident in Japan is very low, very low.
You know that rice-based drink sake that they have.
Oh,
is it like wine or is it like spirit?
Oh, one man, I wish I can post. I would have sent to you guys. It's good. It's
Yeah,
good.
but is it like wine or is it like spirit?
They have different flavor. They have whiskeys on. They have wine on. They have different flavor.
Can you drink it straight, or do you need to use a chaser?
No, there's different types. There's one you drink with warm water. The one you mix with warm water. There's one you drink with. They're different. It's very. They're different flavor.
Can you get drunk on it?
Of course, it's beer. It's alcohol.
Do Japanese people get drunk? And what sort of drunk are they? What sort of drunk?
Do you see? I wanted to send it to you, but I was like, it's on CNN yesterday. Japan. You know, the funny thing is Japan. Now, if you get drunk and go to work in Europe, you probably be fired, right? In Japan, if you get drunk and go to work, they say, he's a good man, he's just stressed, he's killing stress. They appreciate you more if you are drunk.
What sort of drunk are they? Because when the Europeans, when they get drunk, they get silly. But when black people get drunk, they get aggressive. So what sort of a
Japanese get drunk and sleep where they are. They just sleep over there.
They don't harass other people. They don't put their drunkenness on.
No. Japanese get drunk faster than anybody, but they don't just quit. They just keep drinking. When Japanese man take a bottle of beer, he's already drunk, but you still see him there the next 6 hours, still continue drinking and drinking and drinking and drinking. He will not stop. That's why club business is a big deal.
What's the average? What's so good?
Okay, what kind of business? What kind of business is in Japan?
Everything you can think of. Japan make everything that you use. Don't forget that. Everything you use. If they don't make the car, they make the robot that make the car. If they don't make the robot, they make the parts that they use to make the robot. So there's job here.
Do they have made in China products in Japan?
No, they bring it in here. Anything we use inside Japan, you buy inside Japan is made in Japan.
How is labor there? Is it very cheap?
Chaka's labor be cheap. The cheapest starting head in Japan is $2,500. Any factory, $2,500. In any factory.
Monthly or fortnightly? Monthly or fortnightly?
Monthly. Japan don't pay. Japan pay monthly.
We pay fortnightly here.
What's the average height? What's the average height of the Japanese person?
That's what people don't understand. People think Japanese people are short. In Asia, Japanese are the tallest. So Japanese are tall. For the men, they are tall, like normal height. Like 5, I don't know how you say in London. It's like 5'11", 5'10", 6'1" is it for the men. But the women are short. The women are not that tall. And Japanese men don't like. See, funny thing, Japanese men don't like tall women. Tall Japanese women. If you are tall, you just count yourself. You will not have a boyfriend the rest of your life. And they don't like their Japanese girls that have big ass. If you have big ass, just count yourself. You will not have a boyfriend. They don't like their citizens. Their men don't like their Japanese women that is fat. If you are fat,
you African go carry that one now.
But they go follow you.
Not the one where you get young. You African go carry now.
Look at now. Every day I mock my wife and sister. My wife's sister is getting very big, and I'll be telling my wife to tell her sister she should switch the hand from her boyfriend to a foreigner. But she is the type that like Japanese boys only, right? Yuka. See, her sister like Japanese boys only, but she's big now. Like if Thomas see that girl, Thomas relocate from Australia. Nice.
One piece. I'm married. But with their female don't get offensive. You tell them they are fat because they get offensive.
No, they get offensive. Don't tell them they are fat. They do anything not to be fat. And when they are fat, tell them you are fine, you are beautiful, you're not big, you're not fat at all. No. It's only me that tell my wife she's not fat. She's telling me she's fat. Like you fat. Come on. She's still going to gym. Skinny as she is, she wants to go to gym. In my mind,
what is? Can I get your contact through one man? Maybe let's talk some. Okay, please, one man. We can talk about. I'll get his contact via you, please. Let's talk. We'll talk something.
People have this toilet of police that flushes and wash your ass and warm your ass. You have
a bidet system. You have the water that shoots up. You don't have toilet roll, do you? You have water that shoots up.
Yeah, water that shoots up, wash your ass, warm your. Like now in winter, toilet will be warm. Your toilet bowl will be warm. When you sit on it, your ass will be warm. Then some toilet they will play some toilet in public toilet when you enter, like all this month, you enter the toilet, the sound of the toilet changes that enable you to easy yourself to poo very well.
What piece? Where I will relocate to Japanese Japan.
I'm telling you. It's good stuff over there.
This guy don't market Japan well. As the market to be.
Let me tell you that thing. Okay, let me tell you that thing. If you stay in Japan, or anytime Japanese citizens come to America for visit, they always get problem with their taxi. Do you know in Japan here, you don't open your door for taxi. The door open for you automatically when the taxi stop. It's open by itself.
Oh, Paris.
No taxi.
Oh, Paris.
You open your door.
Oh, Paris. They go they make mass for America. Yeah, say they be America. They get everything. And you see how they go fight.
We don't get
It makes everything so easy that you can do your transaction, everything for a convenience store. A convenience store. Japanese man phone is his life, his bank, his everything is on his phone. It pays everything from the phone. Convenience store. If I want to make transfer to you now, I just go to my convenience store and do it there and come back. A convenience store, I don't need to go to bank. I don't need to do all these things about doing e-money. No, it's convenience store. I do everything.
All right, brilliant.
But the biggest challenge in Japan is the language.
The land what?
The language is gonna be the biggest challenge.
Yeah, the language is a very big problem, and there's no land here too. Man, your house, is like 5 of my house.
Are you allowed to own property as a foreigner in Japan?
Of course, yeah, it's difficult. You are allowed, but it's difficult. It's expensive. But they have a system that.
No. Is it more expensive? Is it expensive in general, or is it expensive for a foreigner?
No, it's expensive in general. There's no land.
Oh, okay.
It's expensive in general.
That wasn't the question though. As a foreigner, can you own property just like a Japanese can?
Yeah, you can. Once you have a residence, you have a resident, you can own a land. You are working. That's a good this thing they did in Japan. Once you have like a resident that allows you to stay here, a permanent resident.
Because I know in the Philippines you cannot.
No.
If you want to buy, a foreigner cannot own property in the Philippines.
No. You know, in Japan, once you have a resident, you are working earning more than $2,500 a month. You are good to go to buy a house.
Do they have a mortgage system where you?
Yeah, they have a mortgage system. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Once you have a, and again, before I forget to tell you, do you know we don't buy phones in Japan?
No, we don't buy phones here in the UK either. You just get a contract.
Okay, and do you know our phone cannot be used in the UK? It's CDMA.
Yeah, because it's locked. Is it because it's locked? Yeah.
It's a CDMA. We just get phones. Walk into a shop and get any phone. It was like for 14 that just came out. You get it. It is 10. But their billing system is zero for you guys. Billing system. Ours they collect like $100 from your account, use or don't use. So that's why you don't buy the phone. Use or don't use. They collect it for like 2 years contract, and the phone is yours.
Yeah,
it's almost the same thing. It's almost the same thing with you. But I mean, I think in the US you have to pay for the phone though.
We don't pay here. You don't pay here. You just go into the shop,
pick up the phone,
and start using the phone. That's your phone.
All right.
Then you don't use car. You cannot use cars to impress anybody. Car is just you walk into any place and get a car.
So do they have
but if you're not a Ferrari though, you can use a Ferrari.
No, a Ferrari.
A Ferrari. Do they have a welfare system for unemployed people?
Who is not? Japanese don't want you to be unemployed. Japan wants you to be employed. Who will give you money? Government not give you money. They want you to work. They have so many space that people are not feeling. Do you know a madman in this country still have a job? A madman that is mad, they still give him job. That is what he's doing. They want everybody to work now. But they have their employment system. If you lose your job for 2-3 months, they'll give you money. Then if you apply you're fit to work, then they'll give you money for the next 6 months. But it's going to affect some other things about you. So why going that route?
What impresses the Japanese girl? What impresses her?
Oh, one man, I cannot say. If Japanese guys see you now, see you as not
just me being black, but just in
that's
general.
What I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Let's just assume Tyson Fury. and you just walk out of the shop and Japanese guy sees you and said, "Oh, you remind me of Chachikiri," you become a demigod. Anything impress them. You cannot just anything they feel that you are a symbol, that you portray that symbol to them impresses them about anybody, in any foreigner or anybody. Japanese people
are they part of that? Are they part of that K-pop culture craze? Yes.
K-pop. Look at K-pop culture is still very high in Japan. K-pop, Korean is very high in Japan. I can rather say like she is very into one Japanese Korean artist. I told her to go marry the guy so I can have freedom.
Gangnam style.
You are not serious. I keep telling her every day. She's like, "Oh, I like this guy." I said, "Go and marry. Go. I beg.
No. You know, people. The one rule in relationships is you're allowed to fancy a celebrity because you know it is unattainable. So, but there it is. But thank you, Warpeace. So let's go from Warpeace to Ajanle Koko and take him through the talking points. So Ajanle Koko, Dambazau are boasting that he could have been president. Should he be in jail just for that comment?
Thank you, one man. And let me use this time to urge our listeners around the world to please click on the like button, share, and subscribe. I think Dambazau, was he aware of the coup, or was he the one behind the coup? What really happened? What role did he play? I didn't get that.
All right. Let me give you. Let me give you the readout again. It says a retired Nigerian army general has admitted knowledge of an attempted coup d'etat to overthrow President Goodluck Jonathan in 2010. A disclosure that underscored the specter of a brutal power play that loomed over the country's first president from a minority ethnic group. Kukashika Usman, a brigadier general who served for years as army spokesperson until his voluntary retirement in 2019, said he was part of a closed group of officers who worked with the then Chief of Army Staff, Abdulrahman Dambazau, to manage the violent overthrow that was brewing amongst the military top brasses. When we visited the 44th Reference Hospital, Kaduna, people were asking, when is the announcement going to be made about taking over the government? I am so happy General Akinyemi, the GOC 3rd Armored Division, is still alive. You can ask him. Mr. Usman said whilst speaking at the 2022 Blueprint newspaper annual public lecture. Mr. Usman said Mr. Dambazau did not execute the coup, largely due to his so-called patriotism and entreaties of foreign diplomats. The international community showed concern to the extent that they had to meet with him, where he promised that he would not take over the government. Mr. Usman said, he said some politicians were also involved in the defunct coup move, which had reached an advanced stage that only a phone call from Mr. Dambazau would have been enough to set things in motion. A simple phone call from him, to him, General Akinyemi, to roll out the tanks, and General Dambazau would have been head of state, but he resisted the temptation. So it looks as though he was central to it, from what is being said. Ajanle Koko.
Woman. I think it looked like he played a good role, but in the reality of it, it looked like he was complicit in it. As the chief of army staff, what he should have done then is to round up all those people that were planning coup, or rather making attempts, to truncate our democracy, So, but his failure to round them up and court-martial them showed that he was complicit. But for one reason or the other, maybe as a result of, as you read it out earlier, that diplomatic, some diplomat had a meeting with him and told him that he could not do it. Maybe that was why he couldn't enforce that plan. To me, he is not an hero, because what he should have done when it was clear that some people were planning coup, he has a chief of army staff that he should have rounded them up, court-martialed them, show some court-martial those ones in order to serve a deterrent to order that they are submissive, military are submissive to the civilian rule, and they are not supposed to, play any role as per, taking over the governance of the state. They are, to serve under, the democratic, governance, and be reliable and be loyal to democratic governance, and then defend it when it is necessary. So he didn't do well enough to me, but at the same time, we have to give kudos to him that he did not allow selfish interests or rather greed, to take over his sense of reasoning and and take over and terminated the democratic rule. So for him not to make that effort to terminate the democratic governance, I think we still have to give kudos to him. But he should have done better by rounding up those ones that are planning or making moves to truncate that democracy. He should have rounded them up and then court-martial them so that they can serve a deterrent to order. That's
you don't think it should be made to answer for treason even now, off the back of this admission?
Yes, I think that he played the role of a complicit in that plan, but one thing held him behind or held him back not to carry out that that coup. I think he has some question to answer. He didn't do good enough. He didn't do good enough as a chief of army staff. He should have, not even hear it that some people are planning, and some people were expecting him, to give a go ahead. So it shows that he's involved. He have an intention of doing that. He planned it. He was in the know of it, and he was part of the group of men or officers that were trying to do that, but something couldn't let him do it, and that is enough to call him to question and make him to it is an attempt, or any attempt whatsoever in that kind of plan or process, it's a felony. So it should have. I think it has some question to answer. Yeah, we should have make effort if we are a country that really love democratic rule, democratic process. I think this kind of man should have been called for questioning. It should have been interrogated, and so that we can know the in depth of this crooked plan that they had then, so that we'll be able to prevent reoccurrence of such plan in the future. So that's the way I see it.
All right, thank you, Ajale Koko. So Ajale Koko, to the space then, the fuel subsidy, that controversy continues. So the controversy continues. Bear with me. So they are having thoughts that it's something that now has to be removed. So Buhari told us in 2014 thereabout that there is no such thing as fuel subsidy, but every single administration that comes in continues to tell us that there is, but the country cannot afford to continue on this trajectory. So what do you think then should be done? Should the subsidy be removed and the country take the pain, or should they just continue with the subsidy regime?
And let me tell you one man. Nigeria don't enter second chance. Either way is not good for the country. The subsidy regime that we practice now is not good for us. It's not good for the economy. It's a waste of resources. And at the same time, if you want to stop it, we're going to run into very, very serious economic calamity. Nigeria is like a country that is, with the subsidy that we are enjoying now, as being claimed by them, we are like a country that is dying, but only living on oxygen. So that oxygen keep that country look as if it's still alive. So removal of subsidy is like you want to pull up the subsidy. I mean the oxygen, and once that is done, that's the death. That is the end of Nigeria, because Nigeria doesn't have anything. They don't have the capacity now we don't have anything to replace it, that subsidy. What I mean by we don't have anything to replace it is that it is solely going to be individual. It's going to be, I mean, we're going to have a system where individual businesses responsible for importation of petrol and other petroleum products to that country. And with the current rate of dollar against our currency, I think it's going to be very, very unbearable for Nigerians to pay for the price that going to come at the new price, because that means we are liberalizing that space Government have no control over it. Government have no subsidy anymore. And I mean, that is number one. And number two, if we even want to do that, Nigeria does not have the forex to allocate to a potential importer of those products. We don't have it. Nigeria does not have forex. So this is an imported product. We have to pay for it in dollars. And your federal government and your central bank have to facilitate the payment of that when private businesses or importers are trying to import those products into the country. Nigeria doesn't have it. For example, Nigeria is owing several airlines, among which is Emirates, who is one of our major.
About $400 million they are owing them. You know, they suspended operations to Nigeria.
So they said that they will permanently suspend it. They are still running on a partial operation now. They said they're going to permanently suspend it indefinitely from the 1st of September. That is the latest news. So Nigeria doesn't have the forex to pay them. So where are they going to get the forex to settle, to allocate to importers of petroleum right now? They don't have it. So stopping that petroleum subsidy, that will kill the economy completely. The price of oil that you are talking about, the price of petrol that we are talking about, this thing, it will go, maybe you're going to be buying a liter for 1,000 naira. The diesel that was around 250 in January, February is almost 800 naira now. The what do you call it? 850. The aviation fuel that was around 200 naira at the early, in January of February of this year, it's about 700, 800 naira as well now. So now that is with the subsidy. No, those ones don't even. But the gas. Let's talk about the petroleum. The price now is not the price. The price of petrol in Nigeria now, we are having different prices in different states because of the cost of transportation and some other logistic involved in that respect. So it is not the price that you see in Lagos that you will see in Edo State and this thing. Though the federal government is trying to force them to pay it, but some of these people are complaining cost of transportation, the danger on the road from transporting this thing by trailer, moving it from Lagos to other parts of Nigeria is too enormous. So they have no other choice but to increase the price. So if they finally take out the subsidy, it's going to be calamity. It's not going to be attractive for people to jump into that business because of unavailability of forex. So that is the problem. We are in a real economic disaster right now in that country. So the what you call this thing, the subsidy regime is being manipulated by some fraudulent people in charge of it. They are using it to loot a lot of money every day out of the system. They are sucking the system hard. For example, one man, last year, the total number of vehicles that was purchased in Nigeria, total number of vehicle bought in Nigeria, sales of vehicles that were purchased by individuals across that country are 400,000 vehicles were bought, both new and used one. Among that vehicle, the new vehicles, among them, total only 40,000. But you have in totality with new and used and whatsoever you want to call it, 400,000. So look at it from that perspective. Do you want to say we are consuming up to that when we don't buy Nigerians with 200 million population? Some people will be saying Nigeria is very rich. With 200 million, we only sold 400,000 vehicles last year. The records are there. So it's just that country is hemorrhaging every day. We're in a serious economic disaster, and whether we stop subsidy or not stop subsidy, both are big problem on our head, and to escape it, either action, either one that we want to adopt, we surely put us in problem. Whether we stop subsidy or we don't stop subsidy, we stop it, we are going to run into serious economic hardship. If we don't stop it, we are just suspending our doomsday. That's the way I see it, one man.
All right, brilliant. And to the Gbadabiamila space, his permutations of the politics, narrowing it to a 3-horse race, but saying Tinubu will emerge as on top. He's saying that when the politics fully opens up, people's performances will be interrogated, and he cannot see in the landscape anybody's record that matches Tinubu. So he, of course, speaking from a partisan point of view, but is there any veracity to his assertion?
Well, he has to do what he has to do. Tinubu is his political godfather. His political godfather is in the contest. He has no other choice but to market it, and that is what he's doing. So, Tinubu is a strong contender, so no doubt about it. And if things work out well, the way they plan it, it's possible that he will be the next president. So it's between him and Atiku. Whether we like it or said, we want to deceive ourselves, because they are the two parties that are governing this place. I mean, the space, they're everywhere around the country. They are the parties that are well spread geographically to every nook and cranny of that country. So it's between two of them. So for him saying that, yes, his party, his father is going to win the election, what else do we expect him to say?
He's saying that he will win it on the basis of his antecedents as the governor of Lagos State. Because what he's saying is, if you invite the records of the front runners, Atiku, Tinubu, and Peter Obi, that there is nothing, certainly in Peter Obi's antecedents or Atiku's history, that can match what he describes as the achievements of Tinubu. So do you think that is a winning argument? Do you think that's a winning argument?
Well, it's an argument from their own side. Obi's people have a record of antecedent of Obi that they're campaigning on. Atiku as well have antecedent of what they are campaigning on. So that is their own campaign strategy. So the only problem they're going to run into is people going to ask them question. Your party destroyed this country. That is a question. It's a legitimate question. And I'm asking that question as well from them. How do they want to answer that question? Your party, Bajamea, you are the Speaker of the House that turned that the engine of democracy, the legislative arm, which is the engine room of democracy, you turn it to rubber stamp. You surrender your power to presidency and you sign off everything that they brought to you. So your party killed Nigeria. That is the hard question that Tinubu is going to answer, whether you like it or not. He cannot escape it. They can defend it in any way they want to defend it, but it's a legitimate question. So as they want to play the hardball on, oh, they have antecedent, then others can play the same hardball against them, that they destroy the country. What antecedent do you have as a group of people in the same party? Tell us the antecedent of how you run Nigeria well. That is the question they want to ask them. And I bet you they won't have a good answer for Nigerians, because all the data shows that they fail on all fronts. Everything they promised Nigeria on running the economy well, they fail. On security, they fail. On which one is the third one?
Economy.
No, economy, security, and what's the third one?
Diversity.
Yeah, maybe. They won on 3 promises for the country when they're running in 2014. Economy, security, and this other thing. But corruption. Thank you. Corruption rose to the highest, to the highest level that we never seen. To above the sky that you can never even see it. They bankrupt Nigeria. They cannot answer that question. That is the hard question they will struggle to answer. So they can say whatever they want to say, that yes, antecedent. Which antecedent? What is the antecedent of them as a group of people, as a party that governed the space for 8 years? They owe so much. They have borrowed out that country in entirety. The country have nothing to sustain the country. Again, we don't have nothing to sustain that country again anymore. So what is the antecedent? I don't know. But when the campaign starts, everybody will be ready to sharpen their mouth and carry out that campaign hard against each other. So that's the way I see it. I mean, APC should, if we have a condition, they should bury their head. They should not be out say anything for what they have done to that country. They have destroyed that country in entirety. They cannot blame Buhari alone. They did it together. So that's the way I see it, one man.
All right, brilliant. And to the E-naira space, any thoughts on that? A brief commentary on that.
E-naira is one man with the state of our economy. that E-naira will not achieve the desired result. It can only work well in an economy that works, economy that, progresses. But our economy is not working. Our economy is not attractive anymore to international investors. That e-money is for enlightened people like us that always try to do everything online, to transact our business. And it will have been the best choice. Form of payment of doing and transact business, for those of us in diaspora, but do we really believe in that system? Do you want to go into something that, something you are not sure about when you have an economy that is not stable, when the central bank itself appears to be unreliable? The person that runs the central bank is very incompetent and a liar and a man of no integrity. Do you think what is introducing to us can be that carry some element of trustworthiness in it? I don't see it. It's not going to achieve the purpose right now with the state of our economy. The state of economy is very poor. It's not looking good. It's not attractive for investors, and businesses in Nigeria are struggling. It will have been the best space for businesses. People that are running, big business and not small business, big corporation, to operate with, in their transaction with international transaction of international businesses. That would have been the best space. But the way it is, it's just a joke. One man, it is a joke the way it is to me. It looked good, but the atmosphere is not good for anybody, it's not attractive to people right now because the state of the economy is not good. Look at even the product where we have the comparative advantage over others, which is, oil and gas. Between 2015 and 2019, in Africa, do you know that the investment, international investment in Nigeria in that sector was just 4.5%, and we are the highest producer of oil in Africa. And you are seeing in the whole of Africa, you just see international investors investing in the amount of investment in that sector from international investor 4.5. That shows that we are not an attractive economy to international investors anymore, even in the area that we have comparative advantage over other countries in Africa. So what are you talking about? The country has failed. It's just a matter of time. Let's just keep watching. The country has failed, man. 4%, 4.5% of international investors. You see Chevron leaving that crap. They leave the mess behind for Seplat. This kangaroo company that politician and their friend grab up together. Wherever you see Oyibo company living, wherever they are living, you know that place is no good again. That is what is happening to Nigeria again. All meaningful businesses around the world are leaving. They don't want to run business because it's a very difficult place to run business. It's an anti-business country. It's a place that you will invest on and you get choked up. You will get headache, and you will get hypertension, and you will run into serious problem. So when people invest there and they cannot get remittance of their money at the end of the year, when they declare profit, they cannot remit their money home due to corrupt practices of our government official that make it impossible for forests, not to be available for international business to remit their money. Who want to go and invest in such economy? That is the problem we find ourselves now, woman.
All right, brilliant. So thank you, Ajale Koko. So we're 6 hours, 10 minutes into it. So I'm shutting down immediately. A very rapid closing remarks, no more than 10 minutes left to shut it all down. To land on Ajale Koko calls, we kick it off with Saki. Just wrap it through it. So Saki, closing remarks. All right, we don't appear to have Saki. So from Saki, we go on to World Peace. World Peace, closing remarks.
My country people, we don't reach the closing hours. We will not get much time again, but I quickly thank one man and just for the rest of this. And people within the comment section, I thank you. I'm gonna click like, share, and thumbs up on this program. I'm not going to PVC. I'm gonna vote on our candidate. I'll see you tomorrow morning. Peace.
All right, brilliant. Well said. Thank you, World Peace. So from World Peace, we go on to Thomas. Thomas, closing remarks.
Thank you, my country people. We have come to the end of the session today. My word is, vote your candidate. Thank you, one man. Ajale Koko, thank you. God bless you for us. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas.
All right, thank you, Thomas. So thank you, Thomas. So from Thomas, we go on to Joel of Nashville. Joel, closing remarks.
Are you hearing me?
Yes, perfectly. Carry on.
Okay. Yeah, we've come to the end of this. If you've not liked, shared, or subscribed, please do so. It's been a good day. It's been one of those things. Just a quick one. One of the reasons why I like the electronic thing going on is because it's going to cut down the cost of printing the naira. I think that's a huge one, and considering the amount of money we use in printing the naira, so I think it's a good step in the right direction. However, most of the things that we have said today, most of the problems we have said today, has been enumerated by Peter Obi. So please, as we come here, let's try and listen to him. I mean, I'm talking about speeches he made in 2015, 2014. These things that is happening today were really, really addressed, including the dire state of our economy. It was predicted by him. He was talking about this, but no one listened to him. But as we move forward, towards 2023, I hope all of us will, do our due diligence, listen more, be a little bit open-minded, and vote for the candidate that we feel will move Nigeria forward. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Joel. So thank you, Joel. So from Joel, the final voice, of course, the mighty one, Ajale Koko, closing remarks.
Thank you, one man. And let me thank everybody that came on the platform today. Your contribution was quite meaningful. Well purposeful as well, and well educative as well. And I hope you will all be back tomorrow so that we can do it again when one man bring another round of news from our country to us. So I thank those of you at the commentary section for the good job you are doing there. You are the strength of the platform. from our brother Alessandra Gomez. Alessandra Akashi, and others of God, everybody. Thank you all. You are the strength of the platform. Please come back tomorrow. Do it the best you know to do it. And the greatest thanks we go to one man for bringing us together again this evening. I hope tomorrow as well he will come back and bring some another round of news from Nigeria. And by the grace of God, we shall all join him to thrash it out. And before we go, if you are still listening to us, do it a favor for this platform, for the YouTube algorithm to keep going up higher by clicking the like button and share to your friend, and subscribe if you have not done so. So other than that, let me say thank you, one man. Tomorrow, by God's grace, we shall be here together with you, and we'll do it again. Have a good evening, one man, the eagle. See you tomorrow.
All right, brilliant. Thank you. Well put, Ajanle Koko. So that's been the session. So I'll leave it there. Carry the conversation on within the comment section. But here I say peace.